can strap a bunch of graphics cards to a computer and a sound card, and
Hmm.
then you would pray that the connection would stay up because streaming used way too much memory, and then you'd get a 360p picture. Nowadays, the graphics cards are better and we have better internet, so um, as long as you have like a pretty good graphics card, I think. Crap, what is in my computer? My computer has like some sort of RTX card,
Hmm.
and it can stream fairly well. Yeah, I think it was around 1500. Usually, actually, yeah, it was 1500 plus, but I was Canadian, so I don't know what that is in America bucks. Uh,
Or books. I think
yeah,
books
it
are more.
really sucks because you have to do a lot of research on laptops, especially even desktops and stuff like that. Generally, what the thing I do is I look at the graphics cards and I look at the sound cards and I look at the processor and I look at what's the laptop build? Do people like the laptop? And then I check, okay, is the processor something that the manufacturer is going to uphold and keep alive for a long time?
No.
So an example would be the i7 Skylark chips. They fucking loved those chips. The Intel people, if if there was a dick to be circumcised, they would have sucked the skin right off.
Damn.
Okay?
Okay, guys, I managed to figure out the audio. It was a little pain in the butt, but like I figured it out because I'm a tech genius. No, I'm kidding. But like, I'm so glad I figured it out. It was stressful. Like there were so many moving parts. I had to like fix things, tamper with stuff, and like it's kind of like
Yeah.
we're experimenting here. Like it was a lot of
Yeah,
experiment.
the key to experimentation is the control variables. Keep everything the same and change one thing at a time.
Wait, actually, like literally, because like essentially, like I plugged some stuff in, and I was like, okay, this is not working. So let me change like one variable. Um,
Oh,
and
also, sorry to interrupt, Coco, but there's a question from the chat. Whoa, nice lightning. Will the debate, all of them, be on YouTube afterwards? It's midnight here now, says Tree Rotter. To Rotter. Whatever.
oh, yes, they will be on YouTube. I'm going to edit them maybe tonight and like let you know about that. I'll have to like download the YouTube video, but like I'll figure that out and I'll get it to you. Follow me. I'll follow you back and I'll DM you updates.
One of the things you can also do with OBS is OBS can save the recording. Now, the only thing that's annoying is depending on how you save the recording, this thing will be a huge 100 gigabyte file. So make sure you have hard drive space.
Okay. Cool. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're sounding good.
Bet.
You might want to put the microphone on a stand because as it shakes, it changes the audio quality a little bit. So you want it somewhere where it can be a quote control variable and something you don't need to change very much.
Okay. Let me figure that out right now. But good advice. Hold on. Okay. We're working. We're working.
It's a little quiet. Um, it might be helpful if you were a bit louder, which might work because it seems like a good quality mic. Usually, the better quality, the more you can increase the loudness without it causing noise.
Okay. What about now?
That is way better.
Okay. So, yes, now I
Oh,
have it on
quick tip when speaking into the mic, make sure a good way to kind of think about your distance with the mic is you can see the mic and you can see what's behind the mic and make sure those things line up in your vision.
Okay.
Pick an object behind the mic and you line it up with the mic, and then you're always talking at the same distance.
Can you say that again?
You look at something behind the microphone, and then when you're looking at the microphone, you make sure that the microphone covers or lines up with the thing behind it. That way, you can always make sure you're the same distance, and it should take
Ah,
the same amount of space in
I
your
see.
eyes.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, working on that right now. Moving stuff around. Moving stuff around.
Ooh, Miz has a question. Do you know if Styx will be debating tonight?
Who's sorry if that's somebody who's supposed to debate tonight, and I'm blanking on their
It's
name.
just Jesse. I'm just bored and chilling. It's fun.
Oh, okay.
What's the order? Someone's asking for the order of all the debates today.
Okay.
Can you give us the order, Coco?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm like one.
I feel like I'm
two.
your co-host.
Honestly, like Jay's probably gonna. Jay's gonna be my co-host for this event today.
Damn,
And
didn't
he's probably
invite
gonna
me.
be doing that too.
Yeah. I love co-hosting over hosting because then I can be a bit of a dickhead.
Really know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's
Okay.
like, listen, if I'm being too much of a dickhead, the host will tell me to shut the fuck up.
Like I wouldn't say it that mean, and like no, like this is perfect. Like I want you to critique me and to tell me like what I'm doing wrong, so I can like do it
And you
better
see,
and like.
he said that spoken just like a host. It's like myself. It's like when I do like talks, like I will occasionally have people in because I kind of know they're going to be my anger translators. You know, I am doing the best I can to keep an even keel when I'm talking to people, but I will sometimes invite up somebody I know is going to say what I'm really thinking.
Okay,
All the
so
slurs. Oh, also, did you go through the list of the debates and when they're happening?
yes,
Because,
and I timed them and everything, and
oh
made
no, I mean, did you explain it to the audience yet? So,
Oh,
oh
and
no,
by the way,
not
because,
yet.
controversial. It is true. Your mic has gotten quieter. You were good a little while ago, but now it's not great.
What about now? What about
ooh,
now?
ooh, silky smooth. I like, just put your tongue in my ear.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jesus
To be
Christ.
honest, I know I would work with your settings because it looks like the way you're sitting right now is going to be unnatural for you. Like find a way to increase the gain so that you can just sit back and talk, and it's not bad.
What about now?
Well, that sounded all right, I think, to me.
I
Is
think
this
it's
good?
yes. I think so.
Okay. Yeah, because I can turn up the mic volume so it's like giving more of what it's recording. I think like the level was like low.
I would also try talking at the same time as someone else like me right now and see if it's like going to if you're going to be able to
No, I am
like
going to say that Jesse is coming in way louder than you, so maybe you do need to turn it up a bit
well
more.
we don't know because he wasn't talk is the same time as me, Coco. Start talking.
Okay,
Start
so I
talking
am
right
talking
now
right
so we can
Marking
now,
tell.
at the same
Okay.
time. I
and
heard him before.
There we go.
is that good?
I think it sounds good to me.
Okay.
I'm
So
not a
yeah.
sound specialist, but just from experience with mics on here, that's what I like to do if I'm the host.
This would be awesome.
Oh,
Can we do this for the next half hour? This would be a really great live if we just do like microphone levels for the whole time.
I mean like
So some of the comments say it's a little low, but remember there's a delay. So, Coco, you might want to talk again, and then you might want to ask both the YouTube audience and the TikTok audience if they can hear you better, because it might be
okay.
better to get a second opinion after the time delay.
I think YouTube is probably okay. I'm looking at like OBS and like I'm seeing like the green, yellow, and red bar, and the wave is going up to the yellow bar. So it seems like pretty okay.
Sounding better now.
Don't
Um,
trust the bar, trust the audience.
You're still
That's
saying
true.
low over here.
Also, your shirt is the wrong color. You should have like more of a red shirt, I think.
damn, I gotta change my shirt. No, I'm kidding. But
So they say that the guests are louder, but that should make sense for what you're doing, because you're
no.
actually you might want to be a bit louder than the guests, because you're supposed to be kind of the overruling
That's what
voice.
I'm saying.
Depends
Like
on
if
how you
you need to
do
break
it.
something up or something, then you need to be here louder.
Okay, okay.
Also,
What
I don't
about
Yeah.
think we
now?
have free will. I think you probably don't have free will where you are.
I turned up the
Where
mic.
you are, localized to geography.
I think it's still kind of low. Like
I think
even
I think at this point I've turned up the mic so much that like I might hit like 30 decibels.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of bad because your voice is no longer clear. It has a bit of not reverb. It's basically you're hitting the maximum of the microphone, and so it kind of cuts off noise at a top part
But
Okay.
I mean, it's not too low to
or
be
bottom.
fair. So
Well, it's not about
Or
the lowness or highness, it's about the cutoff point for the microphone.
yeah.
You should not hear a low hum in the back when you talk. So if you talk and you hear something like a little lower as like a noise, like then it means your microphone is taking in too much
Oh, I
noise.
agree. That's what I was saying. You might have some room to go back down a little bit if you need to, because it's not like
Yeah.
I can't hear you at all. The worst case, you can wave your hand if you need to too.
okay,
Yeah.
what about
Essentially,
now?
the mic is artificially boosted at this point.
And also, your morality might not be entirely objective. You might need to turn that up to infinity so that you have complete objective morality.
Okay, wait. What about now? I'm turning up the
Now it's
mic
way
on
worse.
It's worse.
You might be talking too close to it, so if you move your head. Are you relaxed right now?
Yeah, like I'm just chilling.
But Dream and Dawn,
Okay,
where,
that's better.
where are you
Turn
listening
Oh,
it, turn
sorry.
it
to
up a
from?
smidgen.
This is good.
Dream and
More
Dawn, are
That's
you on
way better.
TikTok?
Right now, yes, this is me on TikTok.
That's funny because he's still I don't know what the thing is. He sounds quieter to me. Like Jesse is for sure. Jesse is at like the correct volume.
Another
I would
thing is,
say.
it could
And
also be people on our end. So like, there probably isn't a general
Wait, hold
condition
on.
of
Let me
that.
say a
which is
sentence.
you're-
Does this sound good
By the way,
right now?
That sounds
I-
good. And
I-
remember one thing, keep your spinal posture straight because it keeps your voice box loud and clear.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the realest piece of advice I've ever given. Anybody, mute motherfuckers. You understand? Like if you don't you do not need to make yourself louder. If people start getting out of hand, and if they start if there's people who are contributing to the conversation, let them speak. If there are people who are not, mute the fuck out of them. You know what I
he's
mean?
right. And also, your left knee should be at a 90-degree angle. Like, make sure it is like turned
Right.
Coco alone.
counterclockwise.
Y'all have already got Coco having to like do too much.
Just learn to mute.
Coco's gonna turn schizophrenic like I
Yeah.
am.
I'm having
Yeah. I'm not for the micromanagement, but Greg, I wanted to fucking talk to you.
Yeah.
I came also here for
Yeah, I couldn't talk to that MD guy. I had to go away.
I had to leave also because it has gotten even worse. If you can imagine that.
Listen, Jones, this is not like, let's not continue a conversation we had in a previous live. I do them occasionally. Just follow me. Sometimes I'm available. I'll be happy to continue that conversation. But
Alright.
this guy has his own thing, and I don't want to interrupt.
That's fine. It's fine. I got no issue with that.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing about the muting, Coco. One thing that you should do to keep impartiality is you should mute both of them at the same time when things are getting out of hand. So you can basically go, okay, you're both muted. We're going to cool down for a second. So everyone shut the fuck up while I sing like the Song of My People or something. I don't fucking know.
He's right, but make sure you do it counterclockwise, because if you do it clockwise, then
You
TikTok
guys
is
are
not
not
like that.
helpful at all. I like you need what you need to do.
He's not casting a damn spell. Come on.
I'll be honest. You need if first of all, if there's like 3 people arguing at once,
You sound like your phone's in your throat.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if I'm being honest, but you need to just mute people who are out of control and make sure if you have just an example, you have one person who disagrees with the panel. The last thing you want to do is allow 5 people to attack that person, or 3 people, or 2 people.
Oh, these are 2v2 or 1v1 debates between, I believe it's 5 different debaters. Each one gets an hour against another debater, or 5 different sets of debaters.
like 40
Okay,
minutes,
if there's already a systematic setup, then they're for. So just mute people who are arguing out of turn. But in general, in order to keep a coherent condition, you need to mute people. I'm one of the people who fucking talk out of turn because I'm just angry if I don't see the rules in order to just ensure that there is some level of standardization for talking and interaction. And if people fall outside of that realm, mute the fuck out of them so they know that there is like a standard. If you don't do that, people will consistently break the rules, break any condition you made. You have to actually enforce that shit because people will take over like easily.
He's right, and also in like if you need to take an iron supplement, you need more iron in your diet. So make sure that you are taking like those multivitamins.
You are not wrong by far.
Is this a brand new setup that you're trying out, or are you just doing a mic check with your the same
Oh,
things?
I just recently bought a new voice card, which is like these
Voice
things where you could,
card.
yeah, like those things where you can alter your voice and stuff like that, and it has different like modes and stuff on it, and I just wanted to test it out for this event. It's
Mhm,
really high tech. It cost me like $140 roughly.
mhm.
But I could show you guys like what it is because I
Oh, is
bought
it
it
like a
cheap.
soundboard?
Yeah, it's a soundboard. Some people call it voice cards for some reason.
That's best of luck.
What?
I'm probably gonna go into the lion's den and hop off, but hopefully everything goes great for you guys.
Take
Okay,
care.
so it came with this mic, which I was alternating the volume right here to
Mhm.
get like my voice to be like bigger, and then this is the actual like
A soundboard.
soundboard. Yeah, with different buttons, different things you can like turn. I don't know the correct term for it. And so yeah, I'm like testing it out, and you could also monitor your levels right here, and this screen does pop up. I bought another one, but it was like really
Okay,
bad,
this is
and
cool as fuck.
yeah, like the other one I bought before was really cheap, and I wanted to like I wanted to like change my voice and argue Christian arguments in
God.
certain lives, but it was just like really bad. So I got this one. I'm gonna be like altering my voice and like making
Is
like a
it
fake
hooked up to
account.
it right now?
Huh?
Is it hooked up right now?
Yeah, like this is hooked up right now, and like I'm talking to you guys via
Does it have like
this.
a siren or a bell or something? Because you can use that also, like to try to get order or get people's attention.
Well, I have these different like sound effects.
Congratulations, well done.
Uh,
That's an important one. That's the most important one. Never mind, I take it back. That's the no, this is the most important one.
But yeah, and also like I can add sounds to this soundboard.
Nice.
It's starting at 7 just Jim.
Yeah,
Um
7 Central Daylight Time to 12 Central Daylight Time are the 5 debates. Each one's about an hour.
yeah, or like 40 minutes roughly. But yeah. Um okay, so I have to finish like one more thing before this whole thing starts. I'm like nervous for this event, but I'm not even debating. But like I'll
This
win.
isn't your first one, is it? Or is it?
No, I'm always nervous for these types of things. I like take it seriously, but like
Hey, a little anxiety is good. It's good to take things seriously.
Well, I like that about you, Coco. Everything you do, like you do it intentionally. So I can understand.
I'm sorry. Do you
yeah.
mind?
This is. Oh, sorry.
I just accidentally tripped onto this. Do you mind giving me the like the basic? What happens here? I don't even know.
Okay, so yeah, definitely I would love to. So
Oh,
um
wait, your micro. One of your things is out of tune. I'll help you with it, or I'll describe it later.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
What
the left
happened?
channel is off. The right channel is perfect. Can you turn just a little bit to the left, and maybe that will
I'm
solve it?
kidding. But okay, so like not to go into like all the background or like my whole like story or MO, but I actually came up with this idea like 4 years ago. I was working at like a Lowe's department, like a Lowe's like hardware store, and I was talking to one of my friends. Like I graduated high school, had a bunch of questions about like religion, and I was like, I want to start my own channel where like I can go on a journey and like figure out what I believe in, but also like share that with other people and help other people to figure out their stuff and like make this information more like available to people. So like I think August 2019, I think, is when like I started this channel. And basically my channel is about like documenting my journey to like study Christianity, Islam, all different types of religions and share my journey to figure out like what I deem to be the most justifiable idea. But I also want to host debates. I want to debate people And I also want to have conversations with people, and I have like different lives where I do that. And this isn't my first event. I've had like multiple events where like we do formal debates where we have like formatted debates where you're gonna make a opening statement. You have cross examinations, and we used to have judges, which would just be like some of my qualified friends with like college degrees or PhDs or some kind of expertise in some kind of field. But I've recently kind of like scrapped the judges because like certain people complained that they weren't qualified or like their degrees were irrelevant to the conversation, and I've just like allowed audience vote. So, but yeah, like for one of my first events, we used a college debate rubric from Stanford University to make the format for the debate. But like ever since then, I've been formatting them myself and making like time sections and really changing it given like audience criticism and whatever the competitors want. So if they want a longer debate, they might get like a 9 minute opener and like an 8 minute cross examination and 2 rounds of that, and then 5 minute closers. And everything's like very organized, good to go. And like, I guess like one of the services I offer, I guess you could say, is that I will host a debate for anyone who wants to debate for any topic really, and I'll promote it. I've edited like these really like decked out videos promoting these debates and
Can I
getting
ask
eyes on
what
these
program you're
people.
using?
I use CapCut, and then, but like to edit any particular image that I want, I'll be on Canva coming up with different graphics, and then using
Have
like
you heard of DaVinci Resolve? I
I
hear
also
that's an open. Oh, are you using it?
yeah, I actually have that on my computer, but I've been using Canva more often. But I did use DaVinci Resolve in the beginning of like my TikTok project, editing some of my TikTok videos. And like maybe I've found something that like I actually love doing that I could probably do for a living, because like I could edit like for 24 hours. Like I sit at my desk and I'm just like looking at every little detail, and I'm very like master class with it. I make sure everything's on beat and like paying attention to detail, and I love to do it. Like I could
It's a
do
lot
it
of
for
fun, man.
hours, and like
Do you
you
want
would
me to
feel like
tell you a little trick that's gonna drive you insane in the
what?
future?
Yeah.
So, audio and video are always slightly desynced. Once you notice this, you will go insane. The
Yeah.
thing is, humans see before they hear. So what if your audio's desynced, it's better for the video to lag a bit than the audio to lag a bit. Because if you hear something first and then see it, that's more discombobulating than when you see something first and then hear it.
Okay.
Do want to say too, Coco, I'm really glad that you're doing this too, because the optics of these conversations for people, I think, are important. I think it'll strengthen people's, their ideas and what they're at, the questions that they're asking, and if they're deconstructing, like hearing both sides of it. So I think having these conversations, like in public or where other people can see them, are a good thing. So I'm glad you're doing this. Also, hey
Yeah.
Jay.
And Jay's gonna be my
Jesse.
co-host, and like, dude, this is gonna be like an amazing event. We've got like big creators, we've got like we've got a format. Everything is gonna run smoothly. It's gonna be a very nice event tonight.
Dude, add me on Disc. Do I have you on Disc? I don't think I have you on my new Discord. Because I made a
Okay.
new Discord because I forgot the password to the old one. Um, I want to add you to help you with these things if I can, because this sounds really fun. Also, I would
Yeah.
love to make like it would be fun to make comical shorts like a chat with Coco, where it's basically just like really stupid interviews, postscript about how you hosted debate, and it's like, well, how did you feel about hosting that? Did you feel strange when the guy said, "You scumfuck bastard"? What do you mean by that? I'm kidding.
No, no, but like we could literally do those like funny like clips, and also like one key thing is that the TikTok ban was supposed to happen in January, right? And like so it didn't happen because of Donald Trump, but now like it's extended to April 5th. So I've been looking at like all the programs that are trying to like replace TikTok, and like some of them are good, some of them are bad. I'm planning on moving everything to Neptune. I just want to say like Neptune's probably going to be the way to go. So if like
Neptune's
if you don't
pretty
see me
far
on
away,
Tik,
though.
yeah, or wait, what?
You know the planet.
No, no,
Oh,
no, like the app. It's got,
yeah.
but
I'm
like
excited for the app.
Yeah, and actually, I
Wait, be careful. Remember, back straight, and remember that you have to align. So remember the alignment trick. The
yeah,
microphone should take the same amount of space on your in your vision, and it should be aligned with something behind it.
yeah, I aligned it with my
Also, the
camera stand.
ratio of your head to the ceiling should be 1/3 of the ratio of your head to the floor.
I'm not sure about all that, but
Um,
you guys can still hear
oh,
me, right?
sorry.
This is good.
What is
Much
going
better. How
on?
long are the debates? The debates are about an hour, or 40 minutes to an hour. Robbie Rob.
Yeah, and what else was I gonna say? Neptune looks like the best bet. Like they're an American company that they're building an app to replace TikTok, keeping all the features. It looks very good. I think Neptune's gonna be the best one. Favorited would probably be the second one, and then um, Clapper maybe a third, but like I'm pretty sure there's apps better than Clapper. And I got accepted as a beta tester for Neptune, so I'm already on there early. iOS is gonna release uh, like April 22nd, but like they're not sure. It's gonna release in April, end of April sort of. But I'm a beta tester, so I'm testing it out early. So like I get access. I've already made my file. I've already posted the video on there, and it looks good. Like I have faith in the program. I think like it's gonna be an American based like TikTok program that will be able to replace it and do it justice. So I suggest that all my friends, everybody who loves my content, there's 35 people in here, when Neptune comes out for like iPhone and like Android, everyone should download Neptune and you can find me on there. And my username is going to be the same, mr.co.co3. Neptune's going to be the move. So, but yeah.
Hey, can I?
Love to formally debate someone on this, but I don't know who it would be on what. I debate Blitz on Poincaré groups.
I mean, like
That would
literally,
get fucking trounced.
like literally, we'll do like any topic. Like I'll literally host any topic. I think I did like a Hobbit topic with Rebecca and Amdir a long time ago. That was pretty dope. I'll
You
host
know
any
what you
topic.
should do? You should get co-hosts that are on rotation for different subjects. So if the subject is going to regard a lot of science or math, you could get someone. If it's going to regard a lot of anthropology, you get a different person, etc., etc.
Yeah. And actually, speaking of co-host, yeah, Jay, I'm working on your background right now. I'm gonna send it to you in a little bit.
Yeah. Did you get
Hey, can I
the
ask
Did you
just
get the
quickly?
rest of my text?
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Jay.
Yeah. Add that if you can. If you can't, don't really worry about it.
I
I can
got
just say
you.
it.
Coco, add me on Discord. I want to help you with these things. This sounds fun as fuck, and also, um, I think the new medication is working better. So, for my litany of health problems, so I think, and I'm trying to practice a bunch of, because I always do this. I always make large amounts of content and then never release it. I have like an entire PowerPoint, or like going from Galilean relativity to special relativity to general relativity, and it's just on my old computer and I never released it. And it's literally just like drawing lines and little animations and all that stuff. And I'm like, I need to man the fuck up and release some stuff.
But also,
Video
like,
stream. Just like post them either on YouTube or here on TikTok.
yeah.
Thinking of going with a style that's very simple to make large amounts, so I was thinking of just explaining things using a whiteboard in three colors: red, green, and blue, and black, four colors, I guess: red, green, blue, and black. And the idea is that I could just edit it and I could explain um, a bunch of different math or science concepts, uh, because I think there's very interesting descriptions of things. Like there's something called the monster group and the friendly giant, and it's the symmetry of all symmetries. It's every way something can be like something else. And it's a mathematical group that exists because essentially you take every story, every word, and you find every synonym or every close enough synonym. And there's always going to be a distance lost between the synonyms because nothing is the exact same in math, but things are close enough. It's a story about all rotations, all connections, and the distance between them.
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Gone. I know I am great. So, are all of the debaters going to be under here? Um,
W- my plan is to put them like up where me and Jay are right now, and then me and Jay are gonna be on the bottom, and there's gonna be like nobody else on the panel.
going to be split into a quadrant of fourths. Oh my god, I remember one time I hosted a debate between Jorge and He Who Shall Not Be Named for
Wait, who?
Dark Matter. Don't worry about
Wait.
it. It was a sad day on science TikTok.
Oh my god. Oh,
Thank you, Jesse.
Jay,
Hey, can
is
I?
your
I have two things to say. One, Statler dry erase markers, really good. I really enjoy these. Two, like I said, I came into this and just randomly, I have no idea what anything is about. It seems like you do. You're talking about having debates, but it's like I don't know what the debates are about. Is there some place a person could go to see like what debate you're scheduling, what is coming up? Like I don't know what debate you're having tonight. I'm interested in knowing like what is happening.
Have
typically
any Instagram or something that you would post pictures that might say, "Hey, debates at these times." Wink, wink, hint,
Well,
hint.
he's actually got some on his page, like don't you? Like that's
yeah,
been
like
talking about today.
yeah,
Yeah, all
typically I
you have
post
to.
on like my TikTok page or it's
Yeah.
gonna be on like my YouTube and all my links are gonna be like in my beacons link in my bio. You're gonna see like a link in my bio. You can click on it and all the stuff is there. I don't use Instagram or Facebook anymore because Facebook lobbied to get TikTok banned from the United States. So like I'm boycotting like Meta products as much as possible. The only one I use is WhatsApp for my job. So like all my stuff is mainly going to be on like Lemon8, TikTok, YouTube, and the rest of the links are going to be like in that link in my bio. It's a beacons link. You'll see it.
You just have to primarily follow the live creator that you want this information from, and you click on the bell, right, and you'll get notifications anytime they post anything. It'll show up on your For You page, or it'll show up in your contacts, messages, and it'll just tell you like this person just maybe put up a video or something like that, and you'll get all that information because Coco's pretty good about like promoting when he has these type of events. So
Yeah, and by the way, those edits were pristine, I'm telling you. The only critique is that with this most recent edit, um it did move too fast. There was a lot of text and it did move too fast because it was trying to stay on beat with the music. So I instead of making the transition happen on the third beat, I should probably make it happen on the fourth beat of every measure.
yeah,
To,
fourth
to give it
fourth
a little
beat's
bit of
gonna,
time.
the third beat's gonna be more of a treble, and the fourth beat is gonna be more of a like a downbeat, upbeat. So yeah, put it on the fourth beat rather than the third. The third beat comes very quickly, and is a lot more third beats than there are fourth beats. So yeah, you want to put it on the fourth. Don't ever put anything like, if you're doing like this picture shows up when music hits at this particular beat, you never want to do third beat because on the third beat is like, it's in drums they call it the treble. So it's like that. Brr, brr. So you want to put it on the fourth beat because it's more of a bup, 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 like a heartbeat.
Yeah, but
Coco, I had a question about the who's gonna be judging the debates.
I was just gonna let it be up to audience vote. But
Uh, but like most of your audience hates me, so can we do like a different way of like
you want actual judges?
yeah, because everybody in your audience hates me.
I hate you.
Okay.
I hate you.
It's gonna be a challenge, but like, yeah, I'll find some judges.
Yeah, run him through me though, because I want to be okay with the judges too.
I would say fine. You can pick two Christian judges, people that you think would be fair, and like tell you if you lost or tell you if you won. And then I'll find two atheists I think would be fair, and then we have to agree on the fifth person.
Okay, okay. Sounds like a plan. I'll come with some people then. All right, that's all I wanted to ask. I'll drop down.
Okay.
So I only have one last question.
Yeah.
Is there any point for me being here? I don't feel like. I mean, thanks for bringing me up, but is there a point? I mean, I'm happy to.
To watch the debate.
Oh yeah, like I would just say like if you want to stay like an extra like 30 minutes, the debate's gonna start at 7. You can watch it. Maybe like you're interested in the topics. Um, but you can give me a follow and I'll follow you back. I follow all my supporters back. And stay tuned for like other topics in the future. But I can also tell you right now like what the topics are gonna be and who the matchups are. I have it in front of me.
All right.
So tonight I have 5 debates planned, and one of them is going to be Jet versus Cease to Know on whether the Bible is an accurate prescription for reality. I think I'm pretty sure that's the topic, but if it's not, correct me now. Um, but I did establish it with Jet and Cease to Know. Um, then there's going to be an abortion debate. Which position is more justified, pro-life or pro-choice? That's going to be Matt versus Matthew. Then you're going to have PRK versus Wisdom Songs on which is true, Trinitarianism or Unitarianism. It's going to be a view that Prook is entertaining tonight. And then you're also going to have Wi-Fi Gospel versus Daniel Green. Is the Christian God good? And if I didn't mention it before, you're one of the key events is going to be Ian versus Jason on whether does the Christian God exist. Those are going to be like some of the bigger creators, and yeah, they're going to be going after it.
Coco, if I can ask, are you okay with like us like in the comments, like at like saying who wants to debate this topic, and then getting with you about like a possible debate?
Oh yeah, feel free. Like that's like 100% what my channel is for. If you are on my lives and you're like commenting and someone wants to debate you and you want to organize it, feel free. Network, do what you got to do, then DM me, and I will host the debate and I'll promote it for you free of charge.
Okay.
Coco, I have a question for you. Is there any way I can debate you on the negative effects of health for ramen? Top ramen?
Top ramen. Um, yeah, sure, we could have that debate. I just don't know what would be the
I'm
positive
totally
benefits.
kidding.
Oh, okay. Like I don't know how I would argue that ramen is healthy for you, but we could have that debate. I'll do my research and see what we could do. But
Also, who did you say is debating Jason tonight? It cut out for me, so I didn't hear that.
it's gonna be Ian, allegedly Ian. Yep. And it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really great. I'm a little like I'm like the nervousness is like getting out of my body, but like nobody realizes how much planning and like coordinating with people and their jobs and like promoting the event and then hours editing the promotion and like everything that goes into like putting it
I'm
all
amazed
together.
how much you're putting into it. To be honest,
Yeah,
I see all the work that is required.
I should be an event planner. Like I planned all the debates, and then whenever I'm scheduling the debates for the actual event, you have to put like some time cushion in between them and make sure people get here on time, gives people time to arrive. And I came up with like the script that like what am I going to say like in the beginning, and like how we're going to introduce the debate. So everything is like Gucci, good to go. Lots of planning. And then I'm also preparing for a debate on Sunday, which because I've been so busy like planning this event and that event and then also sleeping in between, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do in the tag debate, but we'll see. I might lose, but like I'll
Okay.
learn my lesson and be better in the future. But like there's a lot of moving pieces I'm keeping account of and studying for debates, and people don't really realize like how hard that is to do. But
How will the voting go? Is it going to be like a poll, like for like with emojis or something, or?
It's gonna be like the poll's gonna say who do you think won, and it's gonna have like the name of each contestant, and then you just like click on whoever's name you think won the
Okay.
debate.
I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. I'm just about finished. Go ahead.
Idea about that? Like maybe do like best out of three polls, like at the end, so that way like it helps have a level of fairness, if that makes sense.
Um, we could. I would
Good
have to
idea.
like reset the poll like 3 times. But yeah, we could do like a best out of three. Or I could have people like comment on like a post that I might make post debate and tell me like who they think won the week after. Oh, is
I
that
think
Sticks?
Hey, what's up, Coco?
What's up?
Sticks, what's up, my man?
Hey,
Six.
I wanted to make one. I don't know if it's even possible, but I know your last round of debates, Coco. It might be helpful to have the debate topic up on the screen because people are coming and going, and they're not maybe sure what the topic is.
It's a really good.
Um, yeah, it might be helpful.
I have like 5 debate topics, but maybe I can make a background for that and like yeah, I can get on my other accounts and then, have them come have like get on my other accounts, join the live and then expand that screen with all the debate topics on it.
As a person who came into this just randomly, I heartily agree. It would help to know at a glance what is happening here.
Okay. Give me
Yeah.
one
If it's
second.
possible, it might be helpful. But looking forward to it anyway, guys.
Okay. But yeah, like it's gonna be good. I'm downloading Jay's background right now and sending it to you via text.
Also, remember, sit behind the microphone, focus on it, look behind, left knee 90 degrees, cap turned, winter shins.
Yeah, definitely. I
Right.
will be doing
All of
all of
these
that.
things.
But I got it like aligned and everything, and then yeah, I'm just like chilling. I don't have to like go too far. But let's see. Okay, I think that should be good. Jay, check that out, download it, and then use the green screen effect to get it on your phone.
Yeah, I know all that part, Coco. Thanks.
But oh no,
I've
yeah,
been on
like
TikTok for like 8 years, bro.
oh no, yeah, sorry. I'm
Thanks though.
overthinking.
Thanks though.
Don't you hate how these young people talk to us?
I'm telling you, Jesus
No,
Christ, I'm not that old.
I'm overthinking. Like people don't understand how my brain works. Like I overthink. I have anxiety. I'm thinking of impossible scenarios and like every little detail. And like yeah, focusing is a thing. Yes, skits and bits. These debates will be on YouTube. Yeah. I will probably tonight I'll take some time to like edit the debates. It does take a while. I have to like download it and then cut it up. But I will figure out how to do that. I could use a YouTube downloader off like online. A YouTube downloader? Is that what that? No, no. Like yeah, go to a website you can download YouTube videos and then I'll re-upload it, cut it and everything. Or I will have timestamps in the video that I upload, I think.
Can I do a debate with Tiny on how he should deconstruct his beard?
I will literally host it. I mean, like I could do that.
That's a debate you can win.
Oh snap! Do we have a matchup? Is this it?
Man, I'll cook you, Tiny.
But anyway, we got 44 people in here. Everyone is super excited for the debates that we have tonight. Um, it's going to be going down in about like 14 minutes. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I can't have this channel or do anything that I do without you guys. Thank you guys for like the gifts. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for liking. Thank you guys for sticking with me through like a lot of drama and like the rocky roads, like that I've been through. People have stayed, some people have gone. Um, But yeah, thanks for sticking with me. I guess like I'm a human, and I'm like working through things and getting my shit together. So
Well, Coco, I just got to say on behalf of everybody, we appreciate you and thank you.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And like I love to do this stuff, and I don't know, like yeah, like I love to do this stuff. This is fun. It's not just I think this sort of helps people. There are people who have DM'd me and they're like, "Yeah, like you're talking about like religion and like you're hosting a platform where we can talk and like freely express and like it's helped some people." And yeah, like I guess I'm glad to help people, but I'm not like Superman. But I'm glad to help people. It's helping me. Like I've learned so much stuff on TikTok, and I guess like the main thing is just letting people know that like it's okay to not know whether God exists, and to take your time, explore different ideas, and like be true to yourself, I guess. But I'm not like a saint or anything. I don't want to like put myself up as like a saint. I'm like you can consider me like an anti-hero. Good intentions, but like actions are good and bad.
I swear to God, if anybody ever hurts you, Coco, like I'm gonna pull up on them.
I mean, like, I probably deserved it because, like, I mean, there have been some people I've hurt. I haven't been like the best person, but I mean, like, I don't know. It depends.
No, I dig the humility, but it is also sometimes you are just like discussing things and doing the best you can, and sometimes you are like the signpost on other people's journey, and it's fun to be part of that.
Yeah, but yeah, like, it's been 2 years. Yeah.
Thinking maybe Russell said he wants to debate me on precept. I'd like to debate him on the difference between axioms and precept, if that's possible. Maybe later. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. I'm gonna be completely honest. Who's gonna win this tag argument between me and Russell? It's a toss up. Um, but like I have been reading articles on like Darth Dawkins and what he typically says, looking into like how to combat the tag argument and to show like that's not a good argument. But there's a couple of more videos I want to take notes on before the debate, and I only have like probably tonight, tomorrow morning, and then I guess like whatever is left on Sunday. So, but I do have notes. I have stuff written down, and I need to finalize those things. But yeah,
Coco, I can't believe you, man. I really can't believe you.
why? What did I do?
Bro, you got me going against logical troll. Whatever.
Yeah, cause like your topic was so obscure. Like your topic was, is AI a threat to religion? And like I don't know who would take that topic but Logic Troll.
I don't know if I'm ready, man.
Well, have you been studying?
Hell no.
Uh,
I might probably just wing it because I know I'm going to lose anyways.
Wait, to be honest with you, like
Coco, Coco, is there anything you could do about the volume on your mic?
oh,
You're a
is it
little
what
low.
about it? Too
It's a
low?
little low.
I didn't want to say, but for
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
it's a little tiny low.
What about
You kind
now?
of sound like you're like in a room clouded.
What about now? Is this better?
A little.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's
A
like you have
little bit of a background noise. What setup are you using? Are you using like a audio transceiver?
Yeah, I'm using a soundboard, but let me dabble with some
You're using a
stuff.
soundboard. Turn your squelch down. Turn up your volume.
That's the
What about
squelch.
now?
just
Do you
such a
have the squelch?
Squelch, he says. Yes.
I
feel like that's like the tank.
Yeah.
I don't know what
And I do this for a living. I actually tune audio, and I'm a music. I do music production.
Music and squelch is what he's saying. The squelch.
what about now?
Do you,
Is this better?
do you have a squelch in your setup?
No, I don't see a squelch. Like
What's the name brand? What's the name brand of your setup?
it's it wait, like I know what it is, but like I can't see it. Hold I brought it up like TikTok. It is well, wait, it's like sound. I it's
It's
gonna
gonna
find
be
that name.
The squelch. Are you not
it's gonna
squelch? Needs to squelch.
yeah, turn your squelch down, turn your volume up, and then turn your left mic audio stereo to 0.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Wait. How does this sound right now?
Yeah, I can tell you did something. That's a lot better.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you're supposed to go to like control panel, and then like you can
okay, where
find
am I
like
now?
the playback. There's like a playback or like some sort of speaker properties.
There's like an echo.
There's no echo. I don't hear it anymore.
No,
If there's
but
like
you took out the background. You took out the background, whatever you just
that's the one.
did.
It's called like the equalizer.
Okay, so like there's a dial for the mic on my soundboard, and then there's also like a volume on my mic. So like I'm turning down the dial on my soundboard, but increasing the volume on my mic.
Yeah, that's squeaky, then it's not there anymore.
Oh, okay, but cool. I think this might be good. But I did see Ian hop in the live. We got 8 minutes. So I might drop everybody from the panel for now. And we're gonna get into the event. And I guess any last words? I have somebody requesting. Just Jim wants to come on.
May the
Yeah,
odds
just
be ever in
Jim.
y'all's favor. Good luck, y'all.
But yeah, just Jim. If you
What was
wanna
the
come
first
on,
debate?
feel free to come on.
Yo,
Are you act?
I just shit it everywhere. Like I pooped and shit it everywhere. I shit
Okay.
That's
That is
crazy.
cute. That's cute to drop everybody from the panel. So there we go. Jay, get up here. Let's co-host this thing. Anyway, why would on my event day? Come on, trolls. You gotta take a day off.
Crazy. That's
God
wild, bro.
damn. Okay. Hey, actually, Greg, for now, let me keep everybody off the panel because we're about to start the event. So, but okay, Jay, do you got your script, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so basically, we're gonna do the introduction, and then we're gonna do the introduction, and then for the rest of the live stream, we're gonna wing it. Just like say what you think about the debates, and that's gonna be it. You're just chilling, you're just vibing. So everything is gonna be improvised. And so, hey Jet, you got any words for me before we start this first set of debates? I think you're second, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool. They're an hour apiece, right?
They're like 40 minutes.
Okay, cool. Here, I can drop out then. That way you can use the panel for what you need to.
Okay, but before you drop, let me tell you what your time is gonna be.
Gotcha.
Let's see. So, let's see. This might be the old one. Hold on. Okay, I can find it. It's gonna take me a sec though. Let's see. Day of debates planning, final draft scheduling. Okay. So the first debate is going to be first debate's gonna be Ian versus Jason. Then yeah, you're second. So you should be here around like 8 or 8:20, and then you and Cease to Know are gonna go. But yeah.
Gotcha. Okay,
Cool.
sweet. That sounds
Yep.
good. See
I'm
y'all then.
excited. You've got this.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck, man. This is a big host, so I'm
Thank
excited for you
Thank you
too.
so much. Yeah, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be so lit. But yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, and then I'll make myself here. Actually, I'll leave that. So, and Ian and Jason will start at like 7:20. But the quicker we can get through this introduction, Jay, the better. And then if we move through everything as quick as possible, then yeah, we can get everybody done on time. And that's really it. So
I don't really have much to say about myself for introductions or anything. Most of the people that's going to show up are going to know who I am anyway. But so I'm just going to wing an introduction and just do some basics. But the rest of it, I'll just do the the reading that you gave me.
Okay.
That should suffice.
Yeah, that'll be totally fine. And yeah, that'll be cool. I'm nervous as fuck for this thing. But nah, yeah, we got Holy cow. I wore like a fancy shirt and everything. I need to buy a tux. Whenever I do these things, I could wear a tux. Like, let's go full professional. We're about to let's like change the game for TikTok debates. But hello everybody. We got 62 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. Love and appreciate all of you guys. Can't do this without you guys, and I hope to do more formal debates, format more debates, host more debates, debate more people. If you're in here, please tap the screen. It does get us on the For You page. It does get more people in here, more people to see the live, and maybe people who might want to debate. Really appreciate you guys. I love doing these projects, love talking about these topics. We're gonna get started on like the intro to the whole debate event in like 3 minutes, and then Ian and Jason are gonna be the first debaters, and they're gonna start at about 7:20. But if we can really get through this introduction, they might start a little bit early. So Summer, I do see you're telling me to wear a wig. I might take you up on that one day, actually. I might get a wig, so we'll see. More funny, more funny, more funny get-ups would be cool. Rebecca, I did see that you asked what introduction. I'm just gonna say like a couple like words in the beginning, introduce the event, and Jay's gonna say some words, and then we're gonna like go straight into the event. Just like a little like introductory speech. I also try to keep it short this time, because like nobody wants to listen to me talk for like 30 minutes before the debate. So we're gonna like, yeah, 20 minutes is a lot, I know, but we're gonna try to bust it out as quickly as possible in like maybe 10 minutes maximum. Shouldn't take that long, but we'll see. But actually, you want to start now, Jay? It's like 2 minutes to the event. We might as well just like start and get it going, and then get Ian and Jason up here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm here. You're in
Okay.
control. Do you think?
Oh shoot, let me make us same. Okay, so cool. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get through it. Um, so first and foremost, hello everyone, and thank you all for being here. I really appreciate the people who have supported me, even through the rocky roads this channel has faced and gotten through. Thank you to everyone who has stuck around and bared with me as I've grown as a person and made mistakes and learned. But in other regards, um, everyone, welcome to Day of Debates 2. The first day of debates was hosted by me and Ochi Kylo, and we did that when TikTok was about to get banned in January. Then, TikTok got banned and brought back, and this one I'm hosting with Jay as a reactionary response to the possibility that TikTok could get banned on April 5th, given Donald Trump only extended the deadline and did not get rid of the deadline for TikTok to sell to an American owner. Given TikTok might get banned, links to my other social medias are accessible via the beacon link in my profile page. So if you go to my profile here on TikTok, there's going to be a link in my bio. You can check that out. And I have a bunch of different social medias on there, and it'll show you where I'm going next after TikTok gets banned. But really quickly, I'll introduce myself and allow Jade to do the same. My name is Mr. Coco. Coco referring to the page that I run here on TikTok, called The Controversial Compass, a space where only the best ideas win, where my goal is to host debates, debate people, host conversations, and document my journey to find the most justified ideas and let only those ideas govern my life. And now I'm going to pass the mic to Jay, who is going to introduce himself.
Hello, fellow debate enthusiasts. My name is Jay. I'm also known as the Gray Man. I'm a apatheist, which means that I don't have an opinion as to whether or not God exists. That is my stance. I don't make the positive nor negative claim that a God exists. I simply listen to the arguments, and I relate to some and some I do not. So that's pretty much my stance. I'm kind of in the middle. It's the reason why I call myself the gray man, because I find myself in the middle of these debates between both the atheists and theists. So that's just a short introduction of who I am and what I'm about. You can find me at I am the Gray Man 2, or I am the Gray Man, no number at the bottom, in the back, J 2.0, or also just J. You can find me. So follow, and I do my own lives also. So I've been told that I'm pretty impartial when it comes to these particular topics. So I only hope to stay that way, and as I also grow as Mr. Coco, and find my way. So let's get down to it. Today we have a really interesting set of debates for you guys, and again, we're very grateful that you guys are here. As for the topics we have today, we have debates about: is the Bible an accurate prescription of reality? Which position is more justified, pro-life or pro-choice? Does the Christian God exist? And much more. Keep in mind, there will be no judges for the upcoming debates that we are hosting, and there won't be any declared winners. It's very important. Later in the live, we'll announce when we are putting up a poll where the audience can vote and on who they thought may have done a better job and had a better argument. They'll be able to decide for themselves who won. And we also urge the audience to set aside, to your best abilities, of course, your proclivities and personal dispositions on the issues or related issues to make the best judgment for who had the better skills and clearly won you over and the debate. I also want to remind the audience to remember to not harass the debaters after the debate is finished, because they are humans and they have taken their time out of their day to do this for your entertainment. So please, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the views expressed, let's be respectful. I ask of myself, I ask that if you are going to gift me, I would much rather you use one of these two up here to gift, as the proceeds will go directly to me in 100% whole, such that I could use it to keep running lives and keep doing things like this with along with Mr. Coco. So thank you, welcome, and enjoy.
Definitely, definitely. And also, speaking of gifts, one last thing. Everyone, feel free to give gifts to any of the contestants or the debaters tonight, or both hosts, me and Jay. We have all taken time out of our day to do this for your enjoyment and also for like our entertainment. But it's also okay if you can't or don't. We appreciate you guys for just showing up today and like supporting the live stream and these debates that are about to happen. Gifts simply do aid in everyone involved with this debate and who want to do this for a living or run their channels. All gifts are appreciated, and your presence is appreciated much more. We can't run our channels without your support and all like the friendships that we've all had and like made via this app. So regardless, with no further delay, we're gonna start with our first debate, Ian versus Jason, and we're now gonna bring them up. I think Ian is in the live, and Jason we're like waiting on. So let me see. I can send him like an invite. Oh, wait. We got Jason. Okay, Jason's on, and then let me invite one more person. Let's see. Okay, bear with me.
I do not have a son that is debating.
Did someone say that you have a son that's debating? Oh, the commenters.
Amen. We are the body of Christ. What's up, my brother? Hey, shout out, y'all. Thank y'all for doing this. Appreciate it.
Yep, yeah, we're excited to have you. You have a huge audience. You do Christian apologist, if that's the word. You like,
Apologetics.
yeah, apologetics. Yeah, my brain is blinking. And yeah, you debate people all the time. So like, we're happy to host you and hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any formal debate training. I don't have any formal theological like seminary training. I'm just an average guy that loves God and loves people. So, I hope I do it right, what you're expecting, but I'll give it my best shot.
Bet.
Yep.
Yeah, we're just waiting for, I think I see him. I sent him an invite. Okay, and then we'll get started. I will put you on the big screen. Hey,
Hey,
Ian, you doing good?
yeah, doing well, doing well. How about you?
Bet I'm doing good. Glad to have you. It's an honor. And this is
Thank
going to be
you.
like an exciting debate. We're all looking forward to it. Tonight it's going to be Ian versus Jason on, let me see. I think it's Does the Christian God Exist?
Right.
In regards to the format, it's going to be checking the format. It's going to be here. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Yeah, 7-minute openers, 2 rounds of 5-minute cross examinations, and then 3-minute closers. We'll time it and we'll tell you guys when your time is up. So, does the God? Let me see. Does the Christian God exist? Jason, since you have the affirmative, you're going to be doing your opener first. So I'm going to set my timer, and you're going to have a 7-minute opener, and we'll go from there.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you again for doing this. Ian, thank you for joining and being a part of this. I appreciate it. Props to you, respect to you, man, as a human being. As I said, my name is Jason. I'm 54 years old. I was not raised a Christian. I have no formal debate training. I have no formal education in philosophy or anything of that nature. I don't have any sort of theology degree. I'm simply an average guy that loves God, that loves people, that has been studying the Bible for 25 years now, and been walking with the Lord. That being said, I do believe that the Christian God does exist. I believe that Jesus existed, and he proved that he is the Christian God through his death, burial, and resurrection. I know the Christian God exists based on not only on my personal relationship and experience with Jesus, but based on the historical fact that Jesus of the Bible does exist. 25 years ago, I had a supernatural encounter with Jesus after denying him almost all of my life until I was 28 years old, and experienced the love of Jesus every single day in my life now. In an instant, Jesus, the Christian God, delivered me from a lifetime of pride, addictions, anger, selfishness, thievery, unforgiveness, depression, anxiety, and delusion. The list goes on and on. I also know that the Christian God exists based on historical evidence of his death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, which we will discuss in this debate at some point, I would imagine. Although I expect my opponent will focus mainly on philosophical arguments, which cannot disprove the existence of the Christian God. In spite of many people thinking that faith in the Christian God is mere blind faith, this is not what the Bible teaches. In fact, Christianity is the only evidence-based faith. All right. In spite of, in order to make sense, also, in order to make sense of our existence and reality, the Christian God must exist, in my opinion. That is my belief. The existence of the Christian God is self-evident and a self-authenticating truth. In fact, in order to attempt to prove that the Christian God doesn't exist, one must appeal to the very things that prove God does exist, right? It's like trying to prove, when you try to disprove that God exists, it's like trying to disprove that logic exists using logical arguments. We can delve into that a little bit deeper if you want to. I also want everybody to know that my opponent tonight claims to have been a Christian previously, but now is a proclaimed atheist. He is now arguing against the same God he claims he once believed in and was once convinced of. My opponent also stated on his live on March 21st at 2:30 p.m. that if he had to choose a religion to believe in, it would be Judaism. His explanation was that the Trinity makes no sense, to him. And even though there are some things in the Torah that seem terrible, he believes that sufficient explanations of these verses have been presented. These are his own words. What my opponent appears to be unaware of is that the same God in the Torah is the same Christian God that manifested in the flesh as the Son of God, Jesus Christ. So my opponent would choose the Christian God if forced to choose a God. Keep that in mind tonight as he argues against the existence of this God. This is important to remember because I have a strong feeling that at some point in this debate, my opponent will be making philosophical arguments against God being all loving, all knowing, all powerful, based on some Old Testament scriptures and calling it an internal critique. If atheists are absolutely convinced that the Christian God doesn't exist, it seems irrational of them to spend so much time arguing and trying to prove that he doesn't exist. The truth is, they know the Christian God does exist, and what they're actually doing is suppressing the truth. Do they spend this much time trying to prove that unicorns, leprechauns, and Bigfoot don't exist? You know what I've also noticed about atheists? I've also noticed that I rarely see atheists going into Muslim lives, Buddhist lives, or Hindu lives declaring that their God or gods don't exist. Why is that? My opponent also stated yesterday on his live that he attacks Christianity because he said it is a detriment to society. Yet it was Christian abolitionists that actually ended the atrocity of slavery in America. It's the Christian God that condemns racism, prejudice, and hate, and even commands us to love everyone, even those that hate us. It's the Christian God that loves unconditionally. In fact, the Christian God is love. It's Christians that protect the lives of the unborn. It's Christians that start orphanages and pregnancy crisis centers. It's Christians like Isaac Newton, Nicholas Copernicus, Max Planck, Tycho Brahe, that started the scientific revolution and helped develop the scientific method that atheists love so much and put so much faith in. I ask you, is science a detriment to our world and to our society? I think not. On the other hand, the atheistic worldview that classifies humans as nothing more than stardust, a clump of cells with no objective purpose or value, has led to millions of babies being slaughtered out of mere convenience. It's an atheistic worldview that leads to valuing certain groups of people over others based on which group has evolved more than the other. It's an atheistic worldview that convinces people that there is no God that can help them, and they end up feeling hopeless, which sadly has led to many people taking their own lives. It's an atheistic worldview that concludes there is no objective morality, which justifies immoral behavior and even worse, promotes at times immoral behavior based on each person's individual preferences or opinions. It's an atheistic worldview that concludes it's okay not to forgive others, to be angry, to be bitter. It's okay to be revengeful. It's okay to hate some people. Yet in spite of all this, my opponent and other atheists have no issue with identifying with atheism and labeling themselves atheists. I say atheism is the detriment to society and individuals, not Christianity or the Christian God. And I'll finish with this and I'll yield my time to Ian. I challenge my opponent tonight to prove that the Christian God doesn't exist. If he's able to do so, he will accomplish something that no one else has yet been able to do. As he makes his arguments against the Christian God, I want you to keep in mind a few things. Philosophy neither proves nor disproves the existence of God. Science cannot prove or disprove the Christian God's existence. In order to disprove the existence of the Christian God, one must prove that Jesus did not exist, was not crucified, and did not raise from the dead. Arguing that God does not have the attributes that Christians believe the Christian God possesses does not prove the Christian God doesn't exist.
That's time. Finish your last sentence.
Yeah, this is my last sentence. Does not prove that the Christian God doesn't exist any more than me proving Ian doesn't have the attributes that are closest to him, describe him as. That would not prove that he doesn't exist. Ian, I love you.
Cutting it off there.
Yeah, Ian, I love you, but better than that, Jesus loves you, Ian. He always has, always will. Come back to your creator, bro.
Cutting it off there. So that will be Jason's opening statement. That was 7 minutes. Ian, it's now your turn. You're going to be doing the negation. I can start your time when you say your first word.
Hallelujah, I've been converted. Just kidding. I want you to imagine that you're traveling to a new kingdom. The reputation of the kingdom is that it's ruled by a benevolent, wise, and powerful king who ensures that it's a wonderful place. From a distance, the kingdom looks glorious, not very big, but situated in green rolling fields. Cities shining in the sun. As you cross the border, you're filled with high expectations. However, as you proceed, you realize with horror that bodies of men, women, and children are hanging from lampposts along your route. And you reconsider. It doesn't seem like it's true that the kingdom can be ruled by a powerful, wise, and benevolent ruler. Perhaps this is an outlying area and the ruler does not know. But this means that the ruler is not well informed, implying that he is perhaps not as wise as he was reported to be. It could also be that he knows about the killings, but he can do nothing to prevent them. So maybe he is actually not powerful. Furthermore, it might be that he knows about the bodies and he could prevent the killings, but he does nothing. If this is the case, we can conclude that he is not so good. Maybe he is morally indifferent and does not care. Even worse, maybe he is responsible for the killings. It has become clear that the kingdom is not under the control of a ruler who is all powerful, all wise, and all benevolent. The argument that I'm going to be putting forward tonight is the evidential problem of evil as the main argument that I'm going to be relying on. This argument functions under a data paradigm where we think about what we would expect if this world is ruled by a God who is good, powerful, and knowledgeable about all aspects of the world and to maximum degrees of all of these properties. We ask ourselves, what type of world would we expect to see? Probably a pretty good world, probably a world that reflects this kind of love. But when we look around, we see a horror show, and it makes us think that a good, loving God who's all powerful and all knowing cannot possibly exist. There's a couple of evils that I'll be laying out here that I think are strong evidence for the non-existence of the Christian God. The first evil that I'm going to be laying out is natural disasters. Between earthquakes, tsunamis, and all other natural disasters, there's over 200,000 deaths every single year. In the past, earthquakes have been so bad that they've taken the lives of nearly 1 million people. That's crazy. There's absolutely no reason why a good, loving God would create a world where one of the properties of the world is that it causes people to be unalived en masse. The second piece of data that I'm going to be putting forward for the evidential problem of evil is teleological evils. Some of these designs that are present in nature, if they were indeed designed, are downright cruel. I'll specifically point out the short-tailed North American shrew. This shrew causes paralysis in its victims. It caches them away. Rats are highly intelligent, and they get paralyzed by the short-tailed shrew, and then they're slowly gnawed away at over time. If God designed the short-tailed shrew, then God is perhaps the most evil being that could possibly exist. This is not a good, loving God. This is a God who revels in cruelty. The third piece of data that I'll put forward is evolution. Evolution is the single most cruel way you could bring about the current state of things. The driving mechanism of evolution is natural selection. It's things surviving and reproducing and taking the lives of other things. Only the things that are good at surviving and reproducing get to survive and reproduce, or at least they're more likely to. All the other things get brutally unalived. This is a horrible process, and it's been going on for the past, I don't know, like couple billion years. Horrible atrocities. Literally, think for a second, during the Australian wildfires, koalas were incinerated. Incinerated. Events just like this have been going on for the past billion years. Feeling, thinking, living creatures have been experiencing horrors. The next piece of data that I'm going to put forward is just the evidence related to the female anatomy. The majority of pregnancies in the female anatomy are miscarried. So if, like Jason says, these pregnancies, these fetuses are in fact babies, then the way that God designed the female anatomy is such that it promotes abortion. If you think atheists do a lot of abortions, you should see what God's design is up to. The next argument that I'm going to focus on is just the argument that prayer is useless. Premise one, either what you're praying for is perfect or it is not perfect. That's the law of excluded middle. Premise two, if what you're praying for is perfect, then it was already a part of God's plan. Premise three, if it was already a part of God's plan, then the prayer didn't change anything. Premise four, the other alternative is that the thing you're praying for is not perfect. If the thing you're praying for is not perfect, then God cannot and will not do it. If God cannot and will not do it, then your prayer didn't change anything. Thus, the conclusion, either way, necessarily, your prayer didn't do anything. It doesn't change anything, which means Christianity is false just on that basis alone. I'd like to close things out with probably, I guess because Jason was hinting at tag stuff, I'll run two more arguments. The next argument that I'll run is the funniest argument that everybody should be running against presuppositionalists. Jason claims that his God is self-authenticating, that it's self-evident. So here's an argument. If God exists, then I know that he exists. I don't know that he exists. Therefore, God doesn't exist. And finally, I'll wrap things up with my favorite verse in the entire Bible. He went up from there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head! Go away, bald head!" When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. And with that, I yield my time.
Okay. And that will conclude your opening statement with 3 seconds left on the clock. So with that, both of the opening statements have been spoken to the audience. So we're going to start the first round of cross-examination. Jason, you're going to start by asking questions to Ian. You get 5 minutes. And don't start yet. Let me set the clock. And go ahead. You can start your cross-examination, Jason.
All right, thank you. So I want to point out quickly, briefly, Ian did exactly what I prophesied he was going to do. He basically made a bunch of philosophical appeals to try to deny the existence of God. Ian, my first question is to you. Can philosophy either prove or disprove the existence of God?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's not according to what most philosophers say. They say that philosophy cannot prove or disprove the existence of God. Okay, what made you appeal to? Again, I said he would appeal to God not being all loving, God not being all powerful, God not being perfect. Again, he's just making philosophical arguments. He did nothing to address the basis of my argument or the basis of my faith. He made no comments or rebuttal to anything that I said regarding the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, that Jesus Christ was God in the flesh. So what I would like to ask you, I have a couple of syllogisms myself. Premise number one, Jesus is real. He's not a mythical being. Premise number two, Jesus is the Christian God. Conclusion is, therefore, the Christian God exists. Ian, do you agree or disagree that Jesus, the historical Jesus, actually existed?
Yeah, I think a historical Jesus actually existed.
Okay. Do you agree that he died by way of crucifixion?
Yeah, I agree that he died by way of crucifixion.
All right. Do you believe it's historically accurate that the claims of a physically resurrected Jesus were made very early on after his crucifixion?
What do we mean by very early on?
Within days.
Within days?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, this is what history tells us, not only in the Gospels, but even like 1 Corinthians 15, which is believed to be written anytime between 30 to 40 A.D. Obviously, Jesus would have been crucified around 33 A.D., so I would say it's probably sometime right after that. These claims were being made in the very city that Jesus was crucified to the very people that had him crucified. At the time that the resurrection was being proclaimed, based on this, would that be a falsifiable claim?
That the resurrection, this has like a presupposition in it that I would reject.
I'm asking you, let me restate my question. At the time that the early Christians, according to history, began proclaiming that they were having an experience with a physically resurrected Jesus, Was it able to be falsified? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Which claims are we referring to?
That
By
people
who?
had encountered a physically resurrected Jesus.
Which people?
The apostles, the Jews that were there at the time. Yes, like Peter, Paul, James, Mary, Magdalene, all of these individuals that were making the claims. Was it able to be falsified?
I'm going to reject the presupposition that they were making
Not
this.
a presupposition.
I reject the presupposition that they were making the claims.
So you don't have an, so you disagree with atheist scholars like Bart Ehrman who attest and say that yes, it is true that and Gary Habermas and all of these other theologians and scholars that say that the resurrection was proclaimed very early on. This is not something that was being proclaimed hundreds or thousands of years later. Literally. Okay, so do you
specifically rejecting that the apostles made the claim?
Okay, let me ask you: do you agree, disagree with the historical consensus that the tomb of Jesus is empty?
I don't think we even know where the tomb of Jesus is.
Okay, according to the majority of scholars, agree that the tomb where Jesus was buried was found empty shortly after his death. Here's some other evidence for the empty tomb: the lack of conflicting evidence. There's no credible historical evidence suggesting that the body was ever found or that the tomb was not empty. Do you have any evidence of anybody ever claiming that the dead body of Jesus was seen weeks or days after his crucifixion?
The body?
Yes.
Do I have any evidence that the body itself was seen after his crucifixion?
Yes.
I guess no, I don't.
Okay, can you give me a reason why neither the Israelites nor the Romans, who hated Jesus, who wanted to squash Christianity forever, if Jesus had not physically risen from the dead, why did neither one of those two powerful groups of people bother to falsify the claim that Jesus had resurrected physically?
Because nobody was making the claim.
That is not true. Prove that.
Prove that nobody was making the claim immediately after?
Yeah, we have historical records that says that the people were making the claim.
Which ones?
Peter, Paul, Mary, Magdalene,
Where can
James. Yes, all of these individuals were proclaiming that they had encountered the physically resurrected Jesus.
According
and
to
they
what?
did not denounce this proclamation, so much so that they were horribly unalive for this
Time's
proclamation.
up. Finish your last
Source?
sentence.
Okay, so no, I have no more questions. He didn't answer any of my questions. He dodged and deflected. He didn't answer any of the questions.
Okay.
But
That'll
it's
be it.
go ahead.
Okay, Ian, it's your turn for your cross-examination. It's 5 minutes, and I'll start whenever you say your first word.
Why does God hate fetuses so much that he would design like the female anatomy in this way?
Yeah, so God didn't design the female anatomy in such a way. The problem is that there was the fall of human beings, and because of that, we live in a sin-cursed world. When God created Adam and Eve in the garden before the fall of man, everything was perfect. The only reason why sickness, death, and disease even exist was because of the fall of human beings.
How would you explain the fact that dinosaurs had cancer then?
Prove that dinosaurs existed.
Yeah, we have their bones, which not carbon date, but they radiometrically date back
Prove
to
that these are actually
hundreds of
dinosaurs.
millions of years.
Yeah, I reject that. I don't think there's sufficient
Okay.
evidence.
Yeah, we reject dinosaurs. Got it. Sure.
Yeah,
What
that's
about
a
the mosquito? We have a
supposition, just like you said about the claims of the resurrection. Your claim about dinosaurs actually existing, I ask you to prove it.
yeah. What about What about the mosquito that we have in amber, and the mosquito has malaria, and it's like 20 million years old?
Yeah. So there's no empirical way to date the age of anything. These are built-in presuppositions to deep time. Any sort of dating methods that you use all have flaws.
Do you think scientists are just like jerking their gherkin? Like, what do you think scientists are getting up to?
Yeah, do I think that there are scientists that have bias and allow that into their experiments and their tests? Absolutely. Because there are scientists on the other side with just as much education and degrees as the scientists that you would quote that say that the earth is not billions of years old.
Why does God let kids get unalived by cancer?
Yeah, so it's not the will of God for any kid to die of cancer. They are supposed to be healed. The reason why they don't is not because of God. God doesn't give anybody cancer. But again, it goes back. The only reason why cancer.
I'm so sorry. Wait. I don't need the Adam and Eve story again. If there was a button in front of you, and if you push that button, it would cure cancer, would you push that button?
All right. So first of all, the reason why sickness and disease exist.
Wait, that's not the question.
Yeah.
If there was a button in front of you, and if you push that button, it would cure cancer, would you push that button?
God did something even better than a button, so nobody has to die of sickness. But that's a totally complete subject.
Okay, wait.
It's a totally different subject. Are you going to stick to the? Hold on. Are you going to stick to the debate?
Oh my God! Look at this dodging Daniel. That's fine. We'll run it.
No, I'm not dodging.
What was Jesus's gender before he came into the earth?
Jesus, before he came to earth as God, is a spirit. He's a male according to the word of God.
And was he made that way by like some sort of part?
God wasn't.
Did he have like the male parts?
God isn't made. When Jesus came as God, when Jesus came as God in the flesh, he was a male.
I'm sorry, and what made him a male before he had a body?
Because God says he is. God says.
Oh my God! So Jesus self-identified as a man, based trans allyship. Oh my God, that's incredible.
No, not trans. So you're just what you're doing right now.
Jesus was a man because he identified as one.
He calls himself him, right? He refers to himself as him, created in his image.
Okay, yeah. so you just like self-identify.
Hold on. So Ian, what does this have to do with God, the Christian God existing?
I was just wondering if you're a trans
whether he's a male or a female, what does that have to do? How does that either prove or disprove that the Christian God doesn't exist? You're doing exactly what I did.
Wait, hold on. Wait, it's my cross-ex. It's my cross-ex.
My apologies.
Yeah. No, that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
Give this time back that I took.
Why does no, it's okay. Why does God so let's say that there's like a deer in the woods and the deer gets crushed by trees and has to like get unalived in like a slow, painful, horrible way. Why wouldn't God take the deer out of its misery? Like, why does the deer have to experience all the suffering to the end?
Again, everything in this world, we live in a fallen, broken, messed up world because of sin. And so bad things are going to happen. But you keep appealing to this whole problem of suffering and evil, which is only a problem in a God worldview anyway. Even according to Richard Dawkins, since you want to make...
I don't care about Richard Dawkins. He's like a pseudo-intellectual hack. Wait, I super don't care about Richard Dawkins. Wait, but who did Adam and Eve's children sleep with? Who did they have kids with?
As far as I know, according to the Bible, they slept with each other.
Is incest always wrong?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily? Did we hear that right? Not necessarily?
It is now. It's not necessary.
So morals are relative?
No.
Oh, but back then it wasn't wrong, and now it is wrong, but not necessarily? But wait, so morals are objective. Is it objectively wrong to do incest?
It is now, yes.
Okay.
But was it then?
Okay, we'll stop it there.
Okay.
We'll go to the next cross-examination. Jason, it's your turn. You have a 5-minute cross-examination. It starts when you say your first word.
Sure. Ian, what is the goal of the debate for you tonight? What do you hope the audience or myself gets from this? What is your purpose?
My purpose of this debate is to prove through logical argumentation that the Christian God does not exist.
Okay, so through logical argumentation. All right, let me ask you a couple of questions then. Is it logically impossible for a maximally great being to exist?
A maximally great being. What does it mean to be maximally great?
Is it logically impossible for a maximally great being to exist?
Yes, I'd say so, because in this instance, there's going to be great-making properties that contradict with each other. For example, there's probably a contradiction between being all just and all merciful, because sometimes when you give somebody a punishment, you're not giving them mercy, so you can't be all just and all merciful, for example.
Yeah, so this is your philosophical opinion, and many philosophers would disagree with you. The overwhelming consensus is that it is not logically impossible for a maximally great being to exist. What law of logic does it violate that a God creator exists?
The law of non-contradiction.
How does a creator existing violate the law of non-contradiction?
Yeah, because time can't be created, which means the universe can't be created. There would be a contradiction in the idea that an immaterial mind created the universe.
Who says that time is created?
Because space-time is the fundamental substance of the universe. So if God created the universe, then God would need to create space-time.
How do you know that God isn't space-time?
Because that would be blasphemy. And I think you're a Christian.
How is that blasphemy?
because that would make you a pantheist.
Show me in the Bible where it says that God is outside of space and time.
So typically, ever since I believe Aquinas, but it could have been earlier or later than that. There's been like a creator-creature distinction, which holds that the Earth, the planet, the universe is separate from God. That these are not, like, God is not the universe. Otherwise, you'd be a pantheist.
Yeah, you're a pantheist because you believe that the universe is eternal. Essentially, that the universe is the source of everything. So you would be more the pantheist than I would. Show me where that God is outside. Show me any scripture in the Bible where it says that God is outside of space and time.
Yeah, just that he was alone in the beginning.
That doesn't, obviously, if God exists, he exists somewhere. And we're talking about time. The beginning is time. Show me a verse that says that God is outside of space and time.
Sure, yeah. Let me pull it up.
By the way, you said that it was logically impossible for a maximally great being to exist. That is not the consensus among philosophers whatsoever. Anybody in here out of the 440 something, it's a simple Google search. Is it logically impossible for a maximally great being to exist? The answer is no.
Yeah, so the verse you're looking for is Psalm 92.
Hey, what does it say?
Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God.
Yeah, that doesn't say that God is outside of space or time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. So, where was he in this instance before he had created anything?
How do you define space?
I don't know. Just however the physicists define it.
Right. Well, if something exists, it has to exist somewhere.
Where does God exist? Or I'm sorry, it's your cross-ex.
God fills all time and all space. The reason why eternity exists is because of God. The reason why any space exists, the reason why anything exists is rooted in God. So anyway, I just want to point out that you disagree with the overwhelming majority of philosophers that a maximally great being it's logically impossible for it to exist. My last question for you. Does the universe have a beginning?
No.
Okay. Can you prove that?
Yeah.
So you disagree with the overwhelming consensus among scientists and physicists that the universe began with the Big Bang?
I would reject the presupposition that this is the majority view.
Well, that's just as simple that this is what study does, research does. The overwhelming consensus, anybody can look it up, but I'll finish with that. So Ian not only disagrees with a lot of philosophers, he disagrees with even physicists and scientists, according to his worldview. I yield the rest of my time if there's anything left.
Okay, I'm stopping the time there. You had 22 seconds left on the clock. So, Ian, you're going to do your 5-minute cross-examination, and this will be the end of 2 rounds of cross-examination. You can start anytime. I'll start when you say your first word.
Do you think that prayer is useful?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with the law of excluded middle that either what you're praying for is perfect or it is not perfect?
The law of excluded middle, to my understanding, means that something is either true or false. I don't see where the law of excluded middle refers to something being perfect or imperfect.
So either P or not P.
It's either true or false.
Yeah. So either it is the case that what you're praying for is perfect, or it is not the case that what you're praying for is perfect.
I don't see how that logically follows.
You don't. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe we'll just like learn something about the law of excluded middle. So the law of excluded middle is a law related to propositions. Let me pull up like a formal one for you. Yeah. Okay.
This is a clarification question. Are you asserting that the law of excluded middle necessitates that something is either perfect or not perfect?
So with not P or P being any proposition, that's the law of excluded middle according to Bertrand Russell. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So are we feeling this one? Are we not feeling this one?
I mean, I thought I have a pretty good grasp of the law of excluded middle. I don't know how that relates to either a prayer request being a perfect prayer request.
One, are we not?
Either a prayer request being a perfect prayer request or long.
Sure.
I'll just agree with you.
Yeah.
So either a prayer request is perfect or not perfect.
Yeah. So what you're praying for, if what you're praying for is perfect, would you agree that it was already going to be a part of God's plan?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't know what is perfect. I rely on only God. Only God knows what is perfect. I have no problem
The
admitting.
question doesn't require you to know it. The question is just
there?
asking if it's the case that what you're praying for is perfect, then is it the case that God was already going to do it?
Ian, I don't know that. Do you understand what the purpose of prayer is?
I'm just asking you if God. So would you agree that God does everything perfect, that every single thing that God does is perfect?
Yes, everything God does is perfect. Yes.
Does God always do the perfect thing? If there's a perfect thing to do, is God always going to do it?
Whatever God does would be considered to be perfect.
Yeah. Could God ever do something that's imperfect? Yeah. Could God ever do something that's imperfect?
It doesn't require him to do everything that is possibly perfect. If he chooses not to do something, that doesn't mean that it's imperfect.
But in that case, wouldn't doing nothing need to be perfect?
It could be.
Oh, could it not be?
Could it not be to do nothing? No, that could be the perfect thing to not do anything. Could be the perfect thing to do.
Does God do nothing if and only if doing nothing is the perfect thing to do?
All right, so now you're just talking in circles. Can we just break down if you want to?
It's my cross-ex, and if we're talking in circles, it's because you're being a dishonest interlocutor.
No, I can't answer a question that I don't understand because it sounds like word salad.
Wait, hold on. Does God do nothing if and only if doing nothing is the perfect thing to do?
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. So tell me how.
So you say that sometimes God does nothing. Or is the only situation where God is going to do nothing a situation in which doing nothing is the perfect thing to do?
Yes, whatever God does is going to be perfect. Whether he chooses not to do any sort of action, if he chooses to...
fuck it. Wait, was it perfect for God to maul the kids with bears?
If he tells me no...
Wait, I don't care. Was it perfect to maul the kids with bears?
Okay, first of all, in that scripture that you read, show me where it says God mauled the bears.
Do you think it was just a coincidence?
Show me where it says God.
Do you think it was just a coincidence?
What does it say? Who called the bears?
Fine, whatever. That's fine. I won't waste everyone's time with this one.
Show me where it says that God mauled the bears.
Whoa.
Show me where.
Damn.
Show me where.
You were begging me in DMs to go easy on you. This isn't the talk of someone who wants me to go easy on them. Was it perfect when God said that you could own slaves? Was it? Wait. Was it perfect?
God doesn't condone slavery. You're just a.
Wait. Who gave the law? Who gave the law that said? Who gave the law that said you can own slaves? Who gave that law?
God does not condone slavery.
Who gave the law? Answer, scumbag. Who gave that law? Who gave the law? Scumbag. Who gave the law?
Now you want a name call? That's fine.
Who gave the law that said you can own slaves in Leviticus? Who's giving the law in Leviticus?
It's not talking about the slavery that you're implying that it's talking about.
Wait, I'm not implying anything.
Yes, you are.
Who gave the law that said you can own people as property?
Hey, does the Bible also?
Who gave the law that says you could own people as property? Who gave that law?
God gave laws around people in indentured servitude, people that willingly contracted themselves as a way to make a living and to.
Do you own an indentured servant for life?
Finish the last sentence.
Yeah, the last question. Do you own an indentured servant for life?
You can answer that.
I don't know.
The answer is no. Okay.
No, it's not. I said I don't know. I don't think that if I remember correctly, that anybody that was considered to be an indentured servant was free to go after 7 years. There were certain guidelines around that. And by the way,
okay, we'll cut it there. There. We're gonna go on to the closers. Jason, since you were the affirmative, you'll start with your closer. That's gonna be 3 minutes, and the time starts whenever you say your first word.
Absolutely. So as I stated in my opening, the foundation of the Christian faith is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. God came as Jesus Christ. God was manifested in the flesh, justified in the spirit. As I stated at the beginning of this debate, that my opponent would do nothing to prove that Jesus wasn't God, to prove that Jesus didn't raise from the dead. He did exactly what I knew he would do. He would just made a bunch of philosophical arguments, appealing to things like God can't be all loving, God is not perfect, God is not all knowing, all of these things, that God, there's a problem of evil. Yet as an atheist, he has no objective standard of morality. Even Richard Dawkins says the problem of evil is only an issue in a God world. The fact that Ian is even aware that evil exists demonstrates that he knows deep in his heart that the Christian God does actually exist. He did nothing to disprove that the Christian God doesn't exist. He simply relied on philosophical arguments, and according to the overwhelming majority of philosophers, philosophical arguments neither prove nor disprove the existence of God. He did nothing to address my main argument that Jesus Christ came as God in the flesh, that he was crucified for the sins of human beings, that he rose from the dead on the third day. He had no answer for why nobody ever falsified the claim. He just simply said that I was just presupposing that these people were making this claim. Anybody that has done any study of history knows that this is simply just a ridiculous answer on his part. Even atheists like Bart Ehrman do say that the resurrection was proclaimed very early on and it could have been falsified. And I stand that the Christian God does exist because Jesus Christ died and rose himself again on the third day, just like he said he would. And he opens his arms to all of you, even you, Ian. Even though you reject God, you hate God right now, he still loves you. I love you. God bless everybody. Jesus Christ is the Christian God and he does exist. I'm done.
Okay, I'm pausing your time there. You had 1 minute and 7 seconds left on the clock. Ian, you're going to do your closing statement, and that will be it. It'll be 3 minutes, and I'll start it whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the host, thank the audience, and especially I'd like to thank Jason for the productive dialogue. I think everybody learned something and came out of it a better individual even. Richard Dawkins can lick my fucking taint. I don't give a fuck what Richard Dawkins has to say about the problem of evil. He's not a philosopher. But if we look to like actual philosophers like Graham Oppie or Schellenberg, all of these people take the problem of evil quite seriously. Even all the Christian philosophers hold that the problem of evil is especially a serious objection, probably the most serious objection. We've heard no evidence other than, quote, scholars. We've heard no evidence other than, quote, historians. We've heard no evidence other than, quote, scientists, except, of course, when we're rejecting the scientific consensus that, like, dinosaurs exist, despite the fact that we have their bones. I guess you as an audience member, you should evaluate who won this debate like this. If you think that dinosaurs existed, then you should evaluate this as a win because the Adam and Eve theodicy goes straight out the window, and that was his only defense. If you think dinosaurs exist, then you can mark Christianity as false. That's the first layer of the debate. If dinosaurs existed, Christianity is false. Second layer, for the exact same reason, if you think incest was always wrong, then you can mark Christianity as false because that means God would have made Adam and Eve to be doing this, which means God would now be on the hook for designing the female anatomy in such a way that it leads to like all of these miscarriages, which in his view is babies, which means that God designed the female anatomy to abort like literal billions of babies. So those are like the first layers of the argument. The most important ones, what else? Oh yeah, I mean, so this is going to be true as well for the problem of animal suffering, that the horrible, horrific, awful, cruel way that God brought this world into being and the horrible, awful, cruel way that animals are forced to exist on this world, insofar as Jason's theodicy is out the window, that means that you should be evaluating this as a really strong reason to not believe in God. The fact that animals suffer such horrific fates is extremely surprising if theism is true. It's extremely unsurprising if naturalism is true. So this is a point in favor of naturalism. We haven't heard any evidence for any of this. We have no reason to think that morality isn't possible under the atheist worldview. All of these are just like last minute haymakers that ignore like the good, strong, solid foundations of all of it. Also, Jason was dodging like a coward during all the slavery questions. It says you can own people as property. You can give them to your children. They are slaves for life. The Hebrew word literally means property for life.
Time's up. Finish your last sentence.
Yeah, my last sentence is the final reason you could come to the conclusion that I won this debate is the 2 Kings 2:23 verse. If you're of the opinion that the two she-bears coming out of the woods and mauling 42 of the boys was somehow connected to God, then you could probably mark that as a reason why the God of the Bible is not all good, leading to a contradiction, leading to its falsity.
Okay, we're going to stop it there.
Can I reclaim my last minute real quick just to make a final brief comment about the debate itself, not about, I'm not going to address Ian specifically.
Okay. Ian, would you be okay since he had 1 minute left on the
Sure,
clock?
yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
you've got your 1 minute. Go ahead.
But I just want to make it perfectly clear. I don't care about winning or losing a debate. I'm here to share the love of Christ. I was here to try to plant seeds in Ian's heart and those others' hearts. I don't need to win a debate to solidify or affirm my faith in Jesus Christ. I care more about people than I do care about winning debates. Winning a debate is about pride. It's about ego. It's about self. But winning souls and preaching the gospel is about the love for other people and humanity and about the ability to humble yourself. So I really don't care who you guys think actually won or lost the debate. All I care about is that you heard the word of God tonight and that you realize that you're not an evolved bacteria, that you are created in the image of God, and this God loves you, always has, and always will. I'm done.
Okay. That was a minute, but you had 17 seconds left on the clock. That will be the conclusion of the debate, and we will be putting up a poll for the audience to vote to see who they thought won. I think there's an even number of Christians and atheists in here. I want to say that thank you guys for coming on my platform to debate. It was amazing to host both of you, very intelligent minds who both expressed your side of the topic at hand today. I think both contestants are very intelligent and researched in what they were doing, and it would be a pleasure to have you guys back for other matchups or whoever else you would want to debate. But Jay, what would you want to say about the debate that we just watched?
Wow, that that was pretty intense at times. We have two very heavy hitters up here on the panel, and I just think that the best argument should win out. I do want to point out something that was said by one of the debaters about debating itself not being useful or about ego. It is in the Bible. There's several debates that go on in the Bible. Some between James, I believe Jacob. Yeah, debating these type of topics. They're not for the interlocutors, but for the people that are listening in on the conversation, such that they could take the information and come to their own conclusions about what the data is providing. So to both of you guys, I think you did great jobs. In the future, I would kind of tone down the name calling and not answering questions. But other than that, I think you guys both did a wonderful job presenting your arguments, and thank you for coming.
Yep. And
God bless everybody.
Yep, and thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much. This was a lot of fun. I appreciate it. I'd love to do it in the future.
Yeah,
What the
definitely.
fuck?
Come back anytime. We would love to have you or Jason. Everybody in the audience, we do have the poll. The poll is up, so vote for
Why am I
whoever you-
big?
Huh? Oh, I don't know.
I'm
but
small.
but yeah, we'll fix that. But everyone in the audience, we do have the poll up. It's the tiny blue clipboard in the corner. You can vote for whoever you thought won. We would love to hear what you have to say. And tell us what you think about that debate. DM me or DM any of the debaters, and tell them what you thought about the debate. I think the debate was really cool. I really enjoyed it. I was listening to both points and evaluating both worldviews.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
Definitely. And what do you think, Jay, about the debate? I thought that was that was pretty fun to watch. There were some exciting moments in there. There were some moments where I laughed. Some moments where it was kind of intense. But what did you think?
I again like to stay impartial, but if I had to pick, I would say, Ian on a landslide. I think his arguments were just, they were just better, better thought out, better presented, and I'm not saying that Jason did a horrible job or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't think he presented a lot of his points clearly and concisely. um, and I don't think he answered a lot of the questions that were being asked to him. So yeah, but yeah, that was intense. That was crazy, dude. That was crazy. That's
Yep,
crazy.
yep. And also, I just want to remind everybody in here, there's 401 people in here. Any of you can debate on my channel. Anybody, any topic, just DM me. I will organize it and I will promote it for you for free. I love to host these things. Anybody, any matchup, DM me. We'll get it set up and we'll get that going. Our next debate is going to be Jet versus Cease to Know on is the Bible a accurate prescription for reality? So I'm going to be bringing Jet and Cease to Know up here. We've got like 4 minutes. I could maybe have some guests come up and give their opinions on the debate, but we only have 4 minutes. We're gonna have to keep it short, like a minute to each person until Cease and Jet get up here. So um, I got Jet. I've got Cease. Okay, we got the two debaters. I guess I'll do like two guests.
There we go.
Two guests for a minute, and then
Can we do an audio check really quick? Make sure everybody's
yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, I guess you can hear me.
Yeah, you sound good.
Can you hear me?
You sound, yeah, you sound good.
Okay, I'm having some Wi-Fi issues, so let me know if it starts cutting out or anything like that.
Definitely, we'll let you know.
Thank you.
We have Pure on the panel. You got 1 minute. You any thoughts on the debate?
I just wanted to come up and say, wow, wow. I'm just amazed at this world. You know, I love Jesus, as most of you probably know, and I am just in shock. I'm totally in shock. I love all people, even atheists, and I pray for them every day. I hope everybody can see the truth so they can have everlasting life, obviously. And I'll just wrap it up with this. You know, the Bible tells us that the road to destruction is wide, and you know, the path to salvation is narrow, and few find it. And when I was looking at the amazement of the gifts that the atheist was receiving over the Christian that loves God, I'm just at all about it. I don't even have words for it. It just shows you that our earth is really filled with Sodom and Gomorrah, worse than before the days of the flood. And we're all going to see Christ one day. Every tongue's going to.
I'm sorry to
How about we
interrupt,
don't
but do you have
dehumanize
anything to
atheists?
say about the actual debate that was presented?
That was all I wanted to say. God bless you
Okay,
guys.
and then
Okay,
yeah,
thank
we'll
you
have
very
to
much
cut
for
it there.
coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming, and come back anytime. But we're gonna do one more guest, and it's the next person in line.
Oh my God, I made it. I think the debate was very structured. Coco and Jay, I think that you guys did an amazing job. I think that necessary points were pointed out. I think that misogyny was pointing out, racism was pointing out, slavery was pointed out. I think that that both sides has necessary questions, and I feel like not everybody gave logical answers. I think. To deny things like dinosaurs. You know, I think it was pretty clear cut for me. I appreciate all the talking, all the points that Ian made that were also necessary. I appreciate the decorum that was kept here and the time that was kept here. I think Jay and Coco did an amazing job. But yes, Ian. I'm even more atheist now. Thank you, Jason. I'm an evangelical atheist. So, thank you.
Okay, definitely. Thank you for those remarks. We really appreciate it. So now, everyone, we do have Jet versus Cease to Know on whether the Bible is an accurate prescription for reality. That's the topic, right, guys? I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
Everything right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. These guys did request for a longer debate. So if the formatting seems a little bit different, they requested in advance because they wanted more context when it came to the topic that they were debating. So it's going to be 9-minute openers, 8-minute cross examinations, and a 5-minute closer. We're going to start that right now. The affirmation, which I think is going to be Jet, you're going to go first. So let me set my timer, and you're going to have a 9-minute opener, and we will go from there. You can start whenever you say your first word. I'll start the timer.
Okay, cool. All right, so what's up, y'all? My name is Jet. I will be, I guess, defending the New Testament. And so basically, I think when it comes to topics like this, trusting the Bible, is it trustworthy, anything like that? Um, I like Dr. Wallace's perspective on this. He's a biblical scholar, but basically, absolute certainty and absolute skepticism really hurt historical discussions. So from the jump, I basically want to establish that, like, I'm speaking from a perspective of reasonable and most likely when it comes to history, not the kind of confidence we can get with math. So so basically, this argument for me anyway boils down to four separate kind of sub arguments. So I'll just kind of lay those out and then kind of go into them a little bit for the opener. So basically, has the text we have today been altered or changed over time? Basically, meaning if Luke wrote something down and we're reading something Luke didn't say, then we're believing something false. Um, defending the authorship of the Bible itself. How do we know Luke wrote what they say he wrote? How do we know that James, Paul, Mark, any of those authors are actually attributed to them? Specifically, the Gospels. The others are different. Original authors wrote down the truth, so it doesn't really matter if we properly preserved Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John if they were wrong or were lying. So properly preserving a lie doesn't really help the Christian argument. And then lastly, contradictions make the truth unlikely. That is also a big one too, which is we have four gospels that say a lot of stuff, and some of those things seem to be unreconcilable. So what do you do with trying to figure out the truth when four people tell a story different? So going into each of those, basically, do we have anything altered from the original? So historically, this is kind of a unique position that the New Testament is in because we either know nothing at all about antiquity, or we are more sure about the New Testament's preservation than any other document in the history of antiquity. Alexander the Great has about 1,000 year gaps between when he lived and was doing all his conquering and when we actually found a document talking about him that was dated. There's a 1,000 year gap between that. Josephus is a huge help to understanding Jewish culture, Greco-Roman culture, the Roman Empire. Josephus is a humongous historian, but there's an 800 year gap between what he's done and when we found what he did. Seneca, Pliny the Younger, Plutarch, 800, 700 year gaps. And stuff just gets more and more like that. So, all in all, comparing that to a New Testament that's sitting at maybe 20 years being penned at the earliest and 80 years at the latest, it's not really comparable historically. So, we'd either have to throw everything out and say we're not even sure if pharaohs existed in Egypt, or we have to be willing to accept the New Testament as at least well preserved. Bart Ehrman, he was used in the last debate, but I'll use him here too. But yeah, he also agrees that when it comes to preservation, like the Bible's in a league of its own, specifically the New Testament. Defending the authorship itself, this isn't as heavy an argument. I mean, for the most part, we're really just kind of depending on Papias and a few other people who were either disciples of John the Apostle or others really close at the time who would have actually known who was there and say that they knew this. So when it comes to stuff like that, when it comes to history, especially stuff we're not there for, I would need a reason to doubt someone who was present, not a reason to believe them. And the fact that he says Mark and Luke penned those gospels actually helps his argument because if you're trying to create a narrative, um, those are bad names to use. You know, like you would definitely use the Apostle Peter as the person who penned this to use his authority. You wouldn't say Peter's disciple, who might have been a Gentile, copied everything down. Like that would actually hurt your credibility. So if they were trying to lie about it, those are bad names to use. Um, did the original authors write down the truth? This is a big deal, but to me, it only comes down to three possibilities. They were either lying, mistaken, or telling the truth. If they were lying, they need some kind of motivation to do this. They need to gain money, women, sex, power, status, something. But to lie and to know you're lying, I know plenty of people who will like die for something they think is true, but they are in a unique position that knew it was a lie. So you need a reason to completely uproot your culture, your life, and everything, and either get martyred or exiled. Being mistaken is maybe even tougher, that 11 different people could genuinely have misunderstood a resurrection. That's not counting the 500 that Paul also says. Um, and also, a really big point is it is a very tough sell to try to convince people in Jerusalem of a resurrection. Like, Jerusalem's the worst place to start a campaign if it's a lie. That would that is where everything happened. People were actually there. That would be akin to me trying to convince people in New York that 9/11 happened in Seattle. Like, that's just the wrong location to try to start a movement that you know is a lie. So um so yeah. And then lastly, the contradictions make the truth unlikely. This one is unique. I have a few contradictions in my head that I could probably reason out. I have a few that are still tough to do. And I'm sure everyone in this chat probably has more that I haven't even thought of. So I'm going to take a broader approach to this because I don't think I'm not in the business of trying to reconcile everything. So this is what I will say in general. At worst, contradictions make us doubt which one happened, not if the entire event is fabricated. And I just made an example for this to kind of help out. But if I told everyone here that I lived in Germany in 2019, you may or may not believe me. If after this, one of my friends posts a video and says, no, he's wrong. He was actually in Germany in 2020. And then somewhere along the line, my parents, they're old, so they're on Facebook. They might post, no, in 2017, Jet was in Germany. He always gets his dates wrong. So it's completely understandable that everyone on TikTok would have no idea when I was in Germany. It's completely different for someone on TikTok to not believe I was. So even though we have contradictions in the claim, the event itself doesn't get hurt. Um, Bart Ehrman actually used this example, and it didn't even make sense to me. So I'm going to present what I would have said to him as a rebuttal. But in Mark 5:21, there's a contradiction in this story in Mark 5 and Matthew 9. And it's Jairus. Basically, he comes to Jesus saying that my daughter is sick. Can you help her? Jesus says, sure, we're on our way. On our way. The woman grabs his garment. He says, power has left me. That whole thing happens. And then they say, hey, Jairus, don't bother the teacher anymore. She's already gone. That's gone. Then Jesus says it's okay, and he goes and raises her anyway. By the time we get to Matthew's version, Jairus walks straight up to Jesus and says, my daughter is gone. Is there anything you can do, Jesus? So, um, all that to say, when something like that happens, I can shrug my shoulders with the rest of the world and say, I'm not sure if Jairus came up and said she's gone, or if he did the opposite and came and went with Mark's testimony. But the point of both of their stories is a resurrected girl. So to me, in this sense, it's one of those things where whenever you're hearing testimonies and cross examinations and things like that, especially with detectives, like when stories match up too much, it actually hurts the credibility of an argument. When you see people telling stuff from different angles, leaving out different details and specifying different things, or just shortening stories because the Bible legitimately is not trying to tell a full account of anything. Um, like the Sermon on the Mount, I'm sure was not a 10-minute read like it is in the Bible. I'm sure that was a sermon. Um, so there's a lot of things that actually may be getting condensed for the sake of clarity.
Time is up.
So,
Finish your last sentence.
okay. Actually, that was my last sentence. So, yeah, all in all, those are the four categories in my general defenses for them. Details can come later.
Okay, that was an awesome, amazing opening statement. Thank you, Jet, for that. Cease to know, we're going to start your opening statement now. You're going to have 9 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you for having me back on your platform for a third time. I appreciate it. I appreciate the audience. I appreciate my opponent here. The question is the Bible an accurate prescription of reality? I'll be making the case that it is not an accurate and reliable description of reality. But I think first we need to narrow down what we're specifically discussing here. I think for either of us to make a case one way or another, we should divide the categories in which the Bible could be an accurate depiction of reality, and then test whether or not it succeeds in these categories. My position is that there are essentially four categories. scientific, moral, historical, and philosophical. Now, obviously, within the limited time that I have, I won't be able to go into all the details and all the examples in which why the Bible fails fantastically in all four of these categories. What I can do is provide a brief summary of enough of these failures to, I think, successfully make my case. Now, my opponent started with the history. So let's start with that category first, since it's where he started to go. But first of all, any supernatural claim in the Bible would by definition not be justified within a historical framework. History as a field can only address what most likely happened in the past, given some empirical prior, right? There are no empirical priors for miracle claims. There's a best hearsay. You can't even attribute likelihood to something supernatural because there are no tools to ground these claims in a way that can be shown to not be purely imaginary. We have well-grounded, well-established psychological explanations that best explain why people might believe somebody resurrected or performed miracles. They don't require us to assume they were lying, but certainly it doesn't require us to assume something supernatural actually took place. Psychological explanations like bereavement delusions, mass hysteria, misconceptions, confusion, hallucinations, and political explanations like propaganda to control a group of people. So even if everything else about the Bible was historically accurate, and I'll get to a minute as to why it isn't, the most important aspects of the Bible and of Christianity, which care about divinity, resurrections, miracles, cannot be grounded in any credible manner, and so they cannot be described as accurate descriptions of reality. Missing bodies certainly do not prove resurrections. In other words, to claim that the Gospels are historically reliable when it comes to supernatural claims is simply to commit a category error. Now let's go over why the Gospels are not reliable even in a non-supernatural context. First of all, I want to mention scholar Christine Hansen, who recently, I think as early as August 2024, published a paper discussing claims of eyewitness accounts as literally devised in ancient writings. In this paper, what she talks about is that even if real eyewitnesses were utilized, there's no way of determining if these witnesses were faithful in their recollections. In fact, ancient eyewitnesses were often untrustworthy in their reports as part of their role in verifying propaganda. And often, eyewitness accounts were used and invoked for propagandistic agendas. As such, the gospel accounts cannot be trusted. But it's even worse than that, because we have examples in ancient writings of people simply creating fictional witnesses for their own purposes. Something, by the way, that Christian scribes themselves claim occurred. Right? So, contrary to popular opinion, which often cites eyewitnesses to validate certain claims in the Gospels, the reality is that eyewitness testimonies are highly malleable sources across Greco-Roman historiography and literature. So they're not trustworthy in this context. Now, more issues to go over. There's a time gap and lack of eyewitness accounts. The Gospels were written 40 to 60 years after Jesus' death, meaning they are not contemporary accounts. Scholars generally agree that they don't contain direct eyewitness accounts. My opponent mentioned the 500. This is only attested by Paul's letters. We have examples by the thousands in modern times of people being confused about what they think they're perceiving and thinking they're seeing some miracle when it's actually just a natural phenomena that can be explained away scientifically. We have people, college-educated students, believing their favorite gurus are gods on earth, right? But I'm supposed to take the stories and mythology of the first century more seriously? I think that's ridiculous. Secondly, theological focus. The primary focus and purpose of the Gospels was to confirm the Christian faith and present theological messages, not to provide a factual historical record and account of Jesus' life, which is why my opponent's comparison to other documents, historically speaking, is mistaken, because they're trying to do different things. They're different approaches to and expressions of messages. Now, contradictions and variations. The Gospels contain inconsistencies and variations in their narratives, including differing birth narratives, genealogies, and resurrections accounts. To claim that this somehow brings up the credibility of the Gospels is nothing more than confirmation bias. If even in a context where there are clear contradictions, you want to say, oh, well, this actually justifies that the Bible is true, that's just like playing tennis with the net. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If we're to take these things seriously, and then we're running to contradictions in terms of timelines and events and things were said, that's a problem if you're going to say that these are historically reliable. Furthermore, lack of author identification. None of the Gospels identify their authors, nor do they claim to be eyewitness accounts. No credible archaeological evidence to corroborate the events described in the Gospels, potential for bias and interpretation. The Gospel writers, like any authors, were subject to their own biases and interpretations, which could have influenced how they presented the events and teachings of Jesus. And oral tradition memory distortion. The stories in the Gospels may have been passed down orally for a time, which could lead to memory distortion and changes in the stories as they were retold. This long process of oral transmission about Jesus meant that the stories could have been changed, embellished, made up, and we see this reflected in the changes found within the Gospels. I want to quickly mention a few scholars and what they say about the Gospels. Professor of religion Charles H. Talbert agrees that the Gospels should be grouped with the Greco-Roman biographies, but adds that such biographies included an element of mythology that the synoptic Gospels do too. Theologian E.P. Sanders writes, these Gospels were written with the intention of glorifying Jesus and are not strictly biographical in nature. David Jenkins, a former bishop and university professor, said there is absolutely no certainty in the New Testament about anything of importance. The Gospels, while sharing core themes, present varying accounts of Jesus' life, ministry, and death, leading to contradictions in details, chronology, and the order of events, particularly concerning the Last Supper, the empty tomb, and the resurrection appearances. Here's a breakdown of some of these contradictions. The Last Supper and Passover. The Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, present the Last Supper as part of the Passover meal, with Jesus and his disciples eating the Passover lamb. John, however, places the Last Supper the night before Passover, with Jesus dying as the Passover lambs were slaughtered. John uniquely sets this up this way because his theological purpose is wanting to depict Jesus as the Passover lamb. Now, both these accounts cannot be true. There's a contradiction here. But it's not just an issue of contradiction. It's an issue of why the contradiction is there. I would say that this change shows that John was motivated by some theological goal and subjective concern and goal as to the narrative he was trying to construct, rather than in a historical account. It's a fiction. Okay, it's at best metaphor and storytelling that he's engaging in. Furthermore, empty tomb and resurrection appearances. In Matthew and Mark, the disciples don't see the resurrected Jesus until they meet him in Galilee. Mary Magdalene in Mark, after the resurrection, runs to the disciples and says, they've taken the Lord and we don't know where they've put him. This is a strange thing for her to say, considering that in the Matthew account, she says she's been visited by an angel at the tomb who tells her exactly where Jesus is going, and she then met by Jesus himself on the way to the disciples. This is a clear contradiction. The cleansing of the temple. The Synoptic Gospels place the cleansing of the temple near the end of Jesus' ministry. John places it in the beginning of his ministry, immediately following the turning of the water into wine. The nativity stories. Matthew focuses on the wise men as star in the flight to Egypt. Luke says that after the birth of Jesus, the family fled to Egypt. Matthew says they went to the Jewish temple. Right? Both can't be right. The reason Luke writes about the flight to Egypt, from my perspective, is that he's purposely trying to fulfill the prophecy from Hosea chapter 11, out of Egypt I shall call my son. If that is the case, or if it is the case that he didn't go to Egypt, then that would undermine Luke's attempt to justify Jesus as the Jewish Messiah. Again, this is another example.
Finish up your last sentence.
Yeah, this is another example of one of the authors using their fiction, their construction, not as a historical device, but to express a theological message. That makes it unreliable if we're to say that this is an accurate description of what really happened or what really took place. It isn't. It's fictional.
Okay, we'll cut it off there. That's going to conclude the opening statements. Both of them were very, very good, very packed with information. We're going to start our cross-examination. Jet, since you're the affirmative, you're going to go first. You're going to have 8 minutes to ask any questions to Cease and do your cross-examination. It starts when you say your first word.
All right. So first, I will attempt to clarify something really quick. I definitely stayed on the historical topic because I'm not convinced anything else matters. Like if Jesus is a moral teacher that didn't exist, he's not worth talking about. Scientific application can't be applied to antiquity, and philosophy, again, doesn't matter. The accounts aren't historical. So I know there was a lot covered, and that was his opening statement, so I don't want to kind of count that against. But I guess my first question is this. It sounded like there was a bit of a dual sort of dilemma happening in how you would critique if something is true or not. On one end, if something is completely normal in the Bible, if all the accounts had just been mundane, normal events, then and God is real, then there's nothing about the Bible that or Jesus's testimony that would have convinced you he was something more than a man. But if there's something supernatural in the story, then it means that it's not credible to you. So it seems like if there is such a thing as God and he did interact with humanity, how, like, what is your measure by knowing how that would happen? I guess is my first question.
Well, so to answer that, I have to reject what you said earlier, which is that you don't think that scientific, philosophical, and moral categories matter. I think when we're evaluating the truth of a philosophy, worldview, or set of claims, all these things matter. Now, I don't believe in things even in a non-supernatural context just because they're mundane or non-contradictory, right? What is required is credible enough evidence that can justify the claim in some concrete way. That can be historical, certainly. But I think in a context where we're talking about philosophies and messages about how to live one's life and claims about the nature of the world, that entails that we keep in mind these other categories as being things we evaluate.
Okay. Here, let me clarify that real quick. I definitely don't think the other topics aren't important. But if something is false, then it just doesn't matter. Like if it's not, if Superman exists, then that matters, and I should actually think about how he lives. If Superman is fictional, then he isn't relevant. And so that's why I'm not willing to
Oh, I
really
disagree with that
talk.
too. I
Oh, you
disagree with
think
that statement too.
you think if something is false, it you should still. Okay, hold on. I
I
need you
think
to
there's
elaborate on
plenty
that.
of value in literature, right? We can write fictions that express important messages without the stories being true. It depends on what the message is, right? It depends on what we're talking about. I'm not
Right, right,
saying there's
right.
no
But
value to the Bible at all, but I'm saying as an accurate description of reality, when most of it I think is metaphor and mythological, it doesn't
I'm
make much sense to call it that.
right, right, right. So okay, so let me focus then. I want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. Do you think that there is a such thing as historical Jesus, period?
Yeah, I am. There's no dog in the fight for me, right? In that context, like I'm willing to grant and I'm willing to accept. I think the general consensus that a person of name, the person of Jesus, probably existed in some form, right?
Okay.
Now, how accurate the stories told about him are, I think that's highly debatable and highly questionable. And because of what I mentioned earlier, with the contradictions and the why the contradictions exist in the first place, and the reason for the contradictions, I don't think most of what is attributed to Jesus is credible. Not even just the
Well,
supernatural stuff, but even other things.
well, okay. So what do you actually think though? Because I can't. I don't know how to ask a question until I know where you stand. So is Jesus a real person or is Jesus a fictional person according to
Well,
what you know
I
about
think
his
both. I think some aspect, a person named Jesus, in some sense, existed, but I think it's not one or the other. I think there's a fictional version, and there's probably a real version that existed that I don't think we know
Okay.
a whole lot about.
Okay, so about this existence, who do you think he is and why do you think whatever you think? How are you
Yeah,
determining truth from
yeah.
false?
I think we have credible enough evidence to believe that he was a preacher that had a very extreme impact on the culture and society. I don't deny that. That's doesn't provide any problems for me. I think he was influential as a thinker and as a figure in history.
Okay.
Um,
Do you believe that he was crucified?
I mean, I have no problem with that. I don't believe or disbelieve; it's irrelevant to me. But I have no problem granting that. I have no problem granting, just for the sake of the conversation, that people thought he resurrected.
Well, it's not
Uh,
about granting. I'm trying to make a, like I said, I'm not arguing for absolute certainty and I'm trying to stay away from absolute
Yeah, no,
skepticism.
I
I
understand that. I understand
okay.
that. But I'm
So,
saying I'm going to be agnostic about most of the existence of Jesus because it's not really.
well, we have to pick something because we're in a debate to say that we're arguing for points. If you're going to say you just don't know, I don't know how
No,
to ask you anything.
I'm okay granting Jesus existed. What I'm not okay granting, and which I think is the topic of the debate, is that is the Bible a credible depiction of reality, which I think is a statement that extends beyond just Jesus' life, but including Jesus' life. I don't think the Bible is a credible work in determining what kind of life he actually lived, what he actually did, when those events happened. That I don't think is credible for the reasons I
Well,
mentioned already.
but you believe his existence, but you don't trust. Like I'm trying to figure out how you're determining when something in the Bible is credible and when something isn't.
Yeah, I believe in his existence because I think that his existence and whatever it is that he did had enough influence to create societal ripples that led to certain changes.
Okay, great. So
That's as much as I would go with that.
okay. So do you agree that on both sides of Jesus, either before he came into the picture or after, there were plenty of Messiah-like figures? There's plenty of people who have claimed to be messiahs, claimed to be special, claimed to be prophets.
Yeah, sure. Before and after, sure.
Okay, before and after. So Jesus is nothing special. He's just another rabbi in Rome who tried to get a following and was snuffed out. Why and how does he gain so much more traction than Alexander the Great?
Yeah, I'm
What
not
could
saying that.
possibly have happened?
Right. So I'm not claiming that he was nothing special. Even among so-called prophets, there may be aspects of their philosophy that may be special, or it may be the case that they're simply more influential or convincing than other people, and therefore derive more of a following than some other figure, right?
Like
That's
who?
not. Sorry.
Like I'm trying to figure out if Jesus didn't actually do what he said, then he's just another person who was snuffed out by the powerful Rome, but somehow
No,
he
that's a false
like
dichotomy because again, he can. It's on the case that either he was just like anybody else, or he's who he says he was. He could have been somebody who was influential and was more convincing potentially than somebody else. But it doesn't mean that the things he claimed were true, right? There, I mean, that's not how psychology works. Just because you're convinced by one person or another doesn't mean that therefore automatically the one that convinced
Say
you
your last sentence. Time
is
is up.
doing something real.
Okay.
okay, well I guess that was my last.
Okay, I will cut it off there. Cease to know it's now your turn to ask questions. You've got 8 minutes on the clock. I'll start whenever you say
Sure.
your first word.
Okay, so my first question is, how do you explain why it is that in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke present the Last Supper as part of the Passover meal, with Jesus eating with them, while John places the Last Supper the night before the Passover, with Jesus dying as the Passover lamb? Why is there this contradiction?
I mean that just falls to the argument I made first, which is I can place the I can place the Last Supper before or after, but questioning if the Last Supper happened because one or three of them got the day wrong is a different statement.
But
So,
it's not just that they got the day wrong, right? There's a reason. I'm not asking why they might mistake a day, right? I'm saying that in terms of thematically, the Gospels in that context are expressing two different messages. It's not just an issue of date; it's an issue of why there is this contradiction.
well, they got the day wrong is the simplest explanation.
Right. So you're saying he just happened to get the day wrong, and that was the only explanation.
Like this kind of falls to the same argument I just said. My intention, if I say that I lived in Germany in 2019 and my friend says it, no, it was 2020. The intention was Germany. If I sat down and mulled over this date really hard, maybe I could get it right. But in
Okay.
the same way, like the Last Supper's point is to talk about the Last Supper, not the day it was on.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Would you say that a book or a textbook, a historical textbook, that said that World War II ended in 1955 was credible, even if it's still talking about the war in general? Like, would you still say that that is a reliable textbook if it says that it ended in 1955 as opposed to 45?
Yeah, especially if we're talking about a history book. Yeah.
You would say that it's still
Well,
reliable if
first
it's
of all, I
getting
don't
dates
actually know
wrong.
which date it was, so you have to tell me the true date before
Yeah,
I'm not a history buff.
yeah, it ended in the late 1945. I believe it was 1945, if I'm not mistaken, but certainly
Yeah.
not in the 50s.
Yeah, but
But I want to
dates
just
get missed
make
all
sure
the
that
time.
I heard you correctly. You said that if a textbook, a historical textbook, got the dates wrong by a decade, you will still find that textbook reliable historically.
No, not in
Well, that was
that
my question.
specific instance, but I wouldn't burn the textbook either. Like, I'm sure it got a lot of stuff right. I'd have to test it.
I see. Okay. How do you explain the different narratives in terms of one describing when Jesus was born, the family fleeing to Egypt, versus the other talking about going to the temple, the Jewish temple? Because this is an issue of getting dates wrong. This is an issue of entirely different scenarios of where they went.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm tracking. There's the pilot stuff. There's like, I actually agree with you. And I think that's the value of corroboration. When you have four different accounts and Josephus and um, other people speaking on this stuff, this is the only reason we even know that those things can be questioned. But the idea that the events didn't happen is a different accusation altogether. That's what I'm pointing out.
Sure, but in a context where there are reasons to believe that plenty of these events were fictional, how do you determine what is fiction versus what is not fiction? Like, and another question I also want to ask is, at what point,
Do you want me
what
to
would
answer that one?
convince you that? Sorry.
I didn't know if you wanted me to answer the first
Yeah,
question
actually, yeah.
or.
Go ahead. Answer that first. Actually. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, I think the difference is that if we're talking about historians, yeah, that's one thing. But if we're talking about the ability for 11 people to be wrong about a resurrection, or 500 people to be wrong about a resurrection, or the multitude in Jerusalem to not immediately laugh this off as a bunch of sad disciples who can't take the L, like to me, all of those things, like unless you're saying an error in a book equals the book must be thrown out, it seems like this is a very easy thing since I know these disciples weren't
Yeah,
historians.
I would say it's not one error. It's hundreds and hundreds of errors for specific reasons. You mentioned the
Oh,
resurrection. I want to ask a follow-up question based on that.
okay.
Are you educated at all in the context of bereavement delusions, mass hysteria, mass hallucinations, wishful thinking, these kind of psychological explanations that have been known to happen within human beings?
Not mass hysteria. That is a feat on par with the resurrection if that happened to 500 people.
Uh, well, I would disagree with that, but I'll address why probably in the conclusion because I want to ask you more questions. But to clarify, you're not super aware of the psychological explanations that have been used to describe these things?
I mean, I'm aware of the general idea, but if you have a specific.
Maybe let me ask you this way. Why do you think that a resurrection, for which we have no empirical prior of, is more credible than something like a bereavement delusion, where people. Well, first of all, do you know what a bereavement delusion is?
Yeah.
Could you tell me what that is?
Oh, sorry. It is a person that's grieving about a loss hard enough to have thought they saw someone who was gone.
Right. Are you aware this can happen not just for an individual, but a group of people?
Uh, I mean, there's levels to it. I don't think what you're implying is anywhere near where psychology is at. Um, I
Yeah, I
don't
would
think
disagree.
11 people have ever saw the same person and described the events and gone on to risk their lives for it. I've never heard of that.
Right.
I mean, or you can tell me the source for that, but I've never heard of a thing
Oh,
on that
sure. I
scale
mean,
happening.
there are examples far more than 11. First of all, in the context of the 500, we don't have 500 eyewitness testimonies. And as I mentioned earlier, there are reasons to doubt these so-called eyewitnesses, the veracity of there being eyewitnesses in the first place, given what I said earlier about those often being made up to justify certain kinds of propaganda. But even in a context where we accept that to be the case, we have examples by the thousands of people being convinced of Indian gurus
Thousands?
like Satya Sai Baba, for example, performing miracles and then turning out to completely be false.
No,
This
no,
is far more than
that happens all the time. People being fooled is not new, but people being bereaved about a person who isn't here anymore, I've never heard of that in my life.
Do you think that here's another
Like, what's your
question?
source for that?
Yeah, in terms of people dying for their beliefs, is that what you're asking?
No, 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 no. Not dying for their beliefs. They didn't think he was going to get up. That wasn't part of their belief system.
No, I'm not saying
So
it was. But I thought you were referring to the persecution, is what I thought you were saying.
No, you said that, I'm saying I completely agree that thousands on thousands have been tricked before. But the idea that people who lost someone would together come grieve and build a narrative that would actually convince people who were not his followers is a completely different type of accusation. Like
So how
that's
do you, okay. So how do you explain by that logic the spread of any ideology or religion or cult, right? I mean, how do you think cults are formed? How do you explain somebody like Jim Jones and the kind of following that he gathered? I mean, I know this is a different example in terms of grieving, but I'm confused as to why you seem to think that it's so unlikely that the only way that things could have spread if it is if they were true. How do you explain all the other followers for every other religion?
That's time, but Jet, you can answer that question and we'll move on.
okay, sweet. Um, yeah, I think it's because of the uniqueness of the disciples' position. Specifically, they were actually there. So for them to believe something means I know plenty of people who will die for something they think is true. I don't know people who will die for something they know is a lie. And for these people, the actual people who watched their teacher get unalived to come back and then convince people who watched this happen and weren't following him, like that's a completely different scope when it comes to what would have had to happen mentally for those skeptics.
Okay, I'll
That's
cut it off there.
oh, okay.
So next is going to be your second round 8-minute cross examination. Jet, I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
Okay. Let me see. So how if if it is possible for a God who created the universe, like we agree that if there is a God who created everything, then creating the universe is a greater feat than like creating life itself is a greater feat than just raising one person from the grave. We agree on that?
Sure.
Okay. So
Well,
with
greater,
this,
I'm not sure what standard you would use. I mean, it seems like if you're the author of all things, then you can do all things regardless of what it is. So I'm not sure if it's greater or just an example of him being the author of what is possible. So I'm not sure if I would actually even say greater. I would just say part of what he would be as a being, right?
well, yeah, I agree. Like my point is if Superman can lift infinite things, then him lifting a car, quote unquote, is the same amount of effort as him lifting a planet. So I get what you're saying, but we're saying one life is easier in general than the universe
Well, I don't know if
itself.
that's true. I mean, easier by what standard? It would, if God
There's
has
less
all
of
the
them.
power, then there is no standard for which we can measure easier or harder. It would just be
Okay.
our.
I mean, yeah. Basically, yeah. God's infinite, so it is what it is. But I think you get what I'm getting at, which is that if I'm holding a worldview that can make sense of the fact that, oh, yeah, nah, it makes sense that God can do both of these things. Because to me, I don't know how else. I don't know how you. I guess here's my thing. How do you determine what is and isn't possible in the world?
Yeah, I mean, well, any idea of possibility would be grounded in probably some logical or physical possibility, right? The issue for me has never been some kind of certainty. I have no problem acknowledging that some of the claims of religion are possible, that certain versions of God could exist. I just have no reason to accept that any of those things are actually corresponding to reality. So I have no problem granting that much of this stuff is possible, though I will ask you a question in my next round
Okay.
about something, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I still kind of want to know though, like how do you determine what is and isn't possible though? Like what is your measure?
Yeah, it would be applying certain philosophical tools, certain scientific tools, whether it's an empirical framework in terms of grounding possibility in empirical priors. That would be a way. So that would be purely scientific and empirical, or grounding possibility in some philosophical sense talking about possible worlds or what is logically contradictory or not contradictory. So science and philosophy would be the two tools that we use to answer that question.
Okay. So since those two fields are constantly growing, is it possible that something could be possible and logical, but outside of our understanding?
Well, if you're saying outside our understanding, I mean, yeah, there are plenty of things that could be possible, right? I think there may be versions of God that may be possible. I don't think that the Christian version certainly is.
Well,
Like,
you don't have to answer the Christian part. I'm trying to just get the baseline logic here. So
sure, like,
since our understanding is limited, it is possible that something could be possible that we think is impossible, right?
something could be possible that we think is impossible. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think there are things that could be possible and that we are aware already could be possible. And
I can give you an example to make this easier.
sure.
So if I went back to the first century and I said, hey, if I pick up this device and put it to my ear, I can talk to my mother on the other side of the planet. Everyone would have laughed at me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I would have successfully done it, and they would have called it science or magic.
Right. They probably would have thought it was magic, right?
Okay, fair. Now, if I told you right now that um, I could clean your room for you right now by clapping my hands, and I clapped and I did it, what would you call that?
An unexplained phenomena, and I would ask you how you did it.
Okay, which means so you agree with the idea then that I mean unexplained phenomenon is synonyms with miracles, right?
No, I don't.
Oh,
That's
you
not.
don't think
That
that?
doesn't.
Okay, what
No.
do you think a miracle is?
A suspension of the existing laws of nature, whereas there could be unexplained phenomena that exist within the laws of nature, but we don't have a full picture of what those laws of nature are. Right. So I'm not saying that there aren't unexplained phenomena. Of course there are.
Right.
That doesn't justify belief that something supernatural is happening or that God is maneuvering anything to make those unexplained phenomena take place. Right. Unexplained phenomena can still exist within a naturalistic framework.
Yeah, so what if instead of okay, it seems like the word miracle is actually hurting the argument. So if I throw miracle out and I say Jesus did multiple unexplainable phenomena in his life, does that make the Bible credible now to you?
No, what will make the Bible credible would be, like I was saying earlier, if it managed to get those categories that I mentioned, questions about those categories correct, right? If the historical accounts were not contradictory, if the things he claimed about science were not contradictory, the things he claims about what those laws of nature are, as we understand them currently, were not blatant misunderstandings of the way the universe scientifically actually works.
Okay,
I
this
would
might help. Do you think of the Bible as one whole book, or do you think of them as separate documents? Because
no, I think of them as separate documents,
okay,
and I
because
think of them as not being. I don't think that the goal of the Bible is to be an accurate description of reality, which is the topic for tonight's debate. I think what they are is, like many other things, expressions of certain lessons and ideas through mythology. Right? That's what I think most of the Bible is. Metaphor, storytelling, mythology, to hopefully get at some deeper message that may be of some value.
well, yeah. But I'm not trying to argue because to me that's what I'm saying. I'm like I'm not talking about the books we have stapled together that we call the Bible. I'm saying separate documentation about Jesus. Like we can actually shorten this conversation and just put the Old Testament aside for a little bit. The Gospels specifically have multiple unexplainable phenomena that you just said would be outside of our understanding, but wouldn't be impossible, right?
No, that's assuming. Well, yeah, I'm not saying anything is impossible, but I'm not willing to grant your assumptions there because you're talking as though what we're reading in the New Testament is already things that have happened. I'm saying two things. One, I have good reasons, historically speaking, to doubt that what we're reading is not fiction. But even in a context where I was to accept the idea that people believed that some unexplained things occurred, I have psychological explanations, well grounded in science, well attested to by the thousands that better explain why people might have thought those things took place better than the assumption
Finish
that
up your
something
last
supernatural
sentence.
took place.
Okay. What? I'll just ask this. I do want those sources on what phenomenons you've seen for mass hysteria of
Certainly.
a. Okay.
Okay, and then we'll cut it off there. Cease to know, it's going to be your cross examination. You have 8 minutes, and this is going to be the end of the 2 rounds of cross examination before we move on to the closers. I'll
Sure.
start the time whenever you say your first word.
Okay. So would you agree that if the notion of the Christian God was shown to be incoherent, that therefore the Bible as a whole could be rejected as some constructive description of reality?
I'm not necessarily. I understand the question before I say
Okay,
yes or no to that.
okay, if the very notion of God as the Christian, or even theism, let's back up a little farther.
Okay.
If that notion of God can be shown to be contradictory or incoherent, would it not follow, therefore, the Bible, in an attempt to describe that particular God, would be false in its message?
I see. Yeah, no, I agree with that on this premise that Christianity comes before the Bible. So, like, the Bible didn't create Christianity, in my understanding. Christianity created the Bible.
I want to ask something.
But yeah,
Yeah, sure. Well, real quick, because I actually don't think I got an answer earlier. Why do
okay.
you take miracle stories as more credible than psychological explanations? Is it just a lack of sources that you just haven't been?
No, I don't. No. I don't actually think that's true. I take high skepticism with things that are unlikely. So it's not that I think. It's not that I would believe a resurrection based off of little evidence. It's that the evidence I think I have is extremely high and
How do you
actually be.
determine likelihood in a context of something supernatural, which by definition lacks empirical priors? And again, going to eyewitness accounts, with what I mentioned earlier, then eyewitness accounts not being credible as literary devices. On what ground do you say that
Wait,
there's
wait.
all this overwhelming evidence?
Well, you said a couple of things in there. You said that the documents aren't credible. So we'd have to establish that's true. Because if they're not credible, I agree we shouldn't believe them. The argument I'm making is that they are. So we'd have to start there.
I see. So let me ask you this: do you think that God exists as a mind, or existed as a mind and a self alone prior to creation?
Yeah, I think God is the original cause.
Okay, can you explain to me what you mean by mind and what you mean by self? Because I understand those words in a context of there being an external world. Like, I understand what it means to be a mind in the sense that I can have a perception of things that are outside of me. I understand a self to be something that is in contrast to things that are not me, right? So it seems to me like you're stripping away the linguistic meaning of those terms when you say that God could have existed prior to anything outside of itself. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to get into a cosmological conversation, but the shortest way I could say it is I don't think when an inventor makes a digital world or a video game, it's like that when you create, it doesn't make you less of yourself to make something new.
But
So God,
is the inventor in an analogy not existing in an external world?
well, yes, he's an example of the world we're talking about. The digital world doesn't exist prior to him, but he
Right,
would
but
have
he
been.
exists. Yes, but prior to the digital world, in the creation of the digital world, the creator is already existing in the real world.
Well, he already exists. Yeah, I mean, if you want to call it a real world, I'm sure this will break down at some point, but
Well,
yeah.
the point being is that the example of the creator of the digital world already exists in a framework where there is an external world to begin with that he emerges in, right? Whereas you're saying that God existed without an external world, and that to me seems to be incoherent.
I mean, right. Like it's something that we don't comprehend as finite beings. So if we're going to talk about what infinite looks like, I think we are going to have trouble with that. That's like trying to give quantifiable measures to infinity.
No,
Like,
I have no problem with infinity. I mean, I could believe in an infinite universe and never assume that there's a God present there. It's not an issue of infinity. It's an issue of what it means for something to be a mind and a self. Infinity is a different concept. So, like I was saying earlier, in a context, to just say, well, it's beyond our understanding, well, that's a problem for me, right? And I don't think it's beyond our understanding. I think it's actually what I'm trying to show you here is that actually what you're expressing is incoherent. And sometimes it's beyond our understanding, is that you're actually saying something that couldn't be the case.
No, I mean, it sounds like we have the same understanding. You believe there can be an infinite universe, and I believe there can be an infinite God.
But my question
So
wasn't
we're
about
just
infinity,
deciding.
right? Like my question was about what it means to be a mind and a self, right? To
Mhm.
be a mind couldn't be infinite, right? Or to be a self, or maybe it could be infinite, but in a context where there is still an external world alongside it, right? That's what I'm trying to understand from your perspective. But
Yeah.
um,
I mean, I don't want to get into a cosmological argument if we're talking about scripture. Like, I
this
can
isn't
prep for
no,
that
this isn't
too, but
cosmology. This is philosophy. But I was
I mean,
curious.
both. Yeah, because I mean, both are still the case, though.
But
Like, the
but the reason
argument
why I
for the
brought this up because
documentation.
this is related to the scriptural concern. Because what I was asking, the reason why I asked you what I said earlier was, if philosophically it could be shown that you believe in something incoherent, then that would bring more reason to not trust what we're reading scripturally. Because the overall worldview that you were deriving from the scripture would be incoherent.
I mean, no. Like in, how do I say this? It really comes down to, again, if something is beyond our capacity to understand, it's not the same as saying something is impossible. And so, since none of us know how the universe started, I'm willing, I'm, I'm willing to be agnostic on a topic like that. But it does have to explain certain things that are difficult. And I think the universe's origin has major issues in a completely different type of conversation.
Yeah, my, my,
There
my
is no
my question
cause.
was not about origin of the universe. Maybe there was some talking past each other there. That was not my question. It was not about the origin of the universe. It was about what you mean by God, and what the God that the Bible describes is what I'm saying is problematic. It's not about the universe. It's about the character or the nature of this God ending up being a concept that's actually incoherent. But how much time do I have? I'm guessing that's probably it.
No, you have 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Sure. Let me see if I have any other questions. So, how do you deal with what I, because I don't think I got an answer to this earlier or reply to it, in a context where historically it's well understood that people of that time would make up eyewitness accounts in order to justify propaganda. How do you tell what eyewitness accounts are credible and which ones are not?
Yeah, I'd say you test them against each other. There's a reason why we're still debating a Jesus now, and we're not debating Julius Caesar, who also thought he was a god. I think there's plenty of different factors that can go into it, but yeah, the fact that something like a random Jewish Messiah could become a worldwide phenomenon means something had to happen significant enough to make this specific nobody a somebody we're still talking about. Like that to me needs an explanation.
Do you believe
Um,
that about Joseph Smith too?
Finish up your last sentence.
oh, yeah, Joseph Smith is sitting in a completely different category of credibility. We can get into it, but that's not close to me. We
Okay.
like for real. That's not close.
Okay, we'll stop it right there. And we're going to conclude with the 5 minute closers. The affirmative, you can do your closer first, and I will start the timer when you say your first word.
All right. So my closer will probably not take all of the time, but I do want to reiterate a few points, because I know we covered a lot of ground. So, so hitting the four topics that I brought up, yeah, as far as the New Testament being credible, I'm not sure there's another document that anybody can think of that is even remotely close when it comes to the preservation of a document. I'd be more than happy to provide the sources on why that's so, but the situation the New Testament puts us in is either we have to revert back to the Dark Ages and just say we can't be sure about anything, or we can at least be sure that these documents have not been changed. Doesn't make them true, just unchanged based on how early we got them, how they've been preserved, how many copies we have, and the availability we just have to things now. So to me, even biblical scholars, no one's arguing if we've preserved it well. I can't say that. People are arguing it, but no one that matters is. Defending the authorship itself. Again, I brought that up because I think that is a valid argument. If people are just slapping name tags on top of Bibles to say this is who wrote what, then that does hurt the Christian argument. But I think it's an antiquity issue. Like sometimes I think we got to remember, like when we're digging this stuff up in the ground, finding stuff in tombs and finding half decayed pieces of paper, like we're not like archaeologists aren't finding thumb drives. Like no, like we can't be upset that Mark or Luke didn't save their gospel to the cloud. Like what we have is arguably the best kept documentation in the history of humanity. Um, again, when it comes to the gospels themselves, the gospel writers, I would still need a motivation for what they're doing, unless there's a huge bias against the idea of, I won't say miracles, I'll just say, what did we say? Unlikely phenomenon. I forget the exact word, but yeah, there needs to be a motive for lying in the disciples' situations because this is 11 people who literally saw their Messiah unalived in a horrible way and then decided for themselves, I am going to follow suit. And the first thing I'm going to do with my teacher that taught us that lying is wrong is to invent the greatest lie of all time. That seems that seems like a humongous jump for them to go from a teacher that taught you to do right by people, tell the truth, into let's lie and get ourselves destroyed for no one's gain. And let's make a pact to all do this together. And none of them recanted. In fact, they grew followers. Being mistaken is still difficult. The idea of mass hysteria is not something I have ever heard of. And psychologically, I do actually want to see those sources on not someone being fooled, but someone grieving to the point where they started a movement that fooled others who were there to see it and weren't grieving that same person. Um, and starting that in the location that everyone who got the person unalived was there for. And then lastly, we talked on contradictions. So like I said, there's a lot of different ones that hit a lot of different points. I'm willing to kind of rest my head on the fact that, like, hey, at the end of the day, everyone on TikTok should believe I lived in Germany at some point. The idea that we would just come to the conclusion that because I got the date wrong and my friend got it right, where there's multiple accounts that we just like, or like my opponent said, it's like the Civil War's date ending was wrong. Like it's almost as if the date was wrong in that history book, I should believe that the Civil War is still happening today, or it never happened at all. Like that's it's the ability to throw away so much of history because certain things might be contradictions. So I will say I'm not a fan of the fundamentalist view that there is absolutely no issues whatsoever, cover to cover. I think that does more damage than good. Like I said at the beginning, absolute certainty does a lot of bad, and I think absolute skepticism does the same thing. This is me just saying the most rational explanation that I can think of for how a nobody like Jesus became a person we're still debating about today, and not the hundreds of people on either side of Jesus that claim the exact same things, needs to be explained.
Finish your last sentence.
Cool. Um, to me, all of these are cases that work their way towards this being a rational argument. This won't convert, this won't do the whole thing, but I do think this is a rational case for the Bible being something different than anything else we got in history. Cool.
Okay, that was amazing. That was awesome. Thank you for your candor. Cease to note, we're gonna do your 5 minute closer. I'll start the time whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, I would say that a number of false dichotomies were expressed, especially in the last closing statement. It's not the case that either the Gospels or the followers of Jesus were lying or it was true. They could have believed what they were saying but be wrong about it, right? And again, psychologically, we have far better explanations as to why that could be the case than otherwise. Nobody's saying that they had to lie. By the way, there are something like 200,000 and between 200,000 and 700,000 variants of various manuscripts in the Bible and rewritings and changing of things and changing of events. It's not the case that these things have been perfectly preserved from the original. There are estimated over 45,000 Christian denominations globally, right? All who believe different things about the narratives. I mean, there may be some shared messages there, sure. It's still within a certain category of religion, but there are severe disagreements about the theology behind these denominations. So even in that context, from a religious perspective, to say that the Bible is an accurate description of reality is problematic when you have thousands of Christians who believe different things about what the Bible is even saying. Now, it's not the case that you either have to accept the Gospels are reliable or we throw out the rest of history. This is just completely false. And I mentioned a number of, including religious scholars, who talked about how the Gospel should be understood. They were saying that the Gospel should not be understood in a historical, as a historical biography, but rather a theological message, right? And I think that when we understand not just that there are contradictions, but why those contradictions exist, we see that there is a theological and mythological and metaphorical process taking place rather than an attempt to tell historical events, right? And I'm not saying that there's one contradiction, therefore we throw out everything valuable about the book, right? The question is the Bible a reliable framework to understanding reality? In a context where, for all the reasons I mentioned, the Bible, historically speaking, certainly is not reliable. In fact, it seems like it's mostly fiction and metaphor. And then all the other ways in which it fails, which we didn't even get to, right? Scientifically, it gets things wrong. Morally, it gets things wrong in the defense of slavery, for example, Leviticus 25, 44 to 46, or Isaiah, I believe, 6:5, where he talks about, fearing your masters the way that you would the Lord in heaven. It gets questions about morality wrong. It gets questions about science in the stories of Genesis completely wrong. In the context of history, we have no reason to trust what's being written there. I don't have to throw out the rest of history to look at the Gospels, not from a historical and biographical account, but rather from a theological account set up to express particular messages within a metaphorical framework. Right? Now, that might have some merit, right? But that is not enough to claim that Christianity or the Bible is reliable in the context of understanding reality as a whole. Again, philosophically speaking, there's a huge problem because, again, the example I gave of the interpretations, there are so many different interpretations and of the same scripture where there is what we call an underdetermination of theories there, where we can't even get the specific messages. Can't even agree on those messages. And so, from my perspective, the Bible fails in every category that's been put there. Morally, scientifically, historically, philosophically. The Bible, I think, fails to accurately describe reality in all of these categories. And again, I don't have to believe anybody was lying about anything. There's nothing surprising about why we're still talking about Jesus today, right? It's no more surprising than why cults exist in anywhere else in the world, why belief systems have spread by the millions, right? This can easily be explained psychologically, sociologically, politically. There are explanations like the reason why people might want to try to control people in the masses using the fear instilled by religion. Why people might really be moved by their misconceptions about what was taking place and be moved by an influential and convincing preacher. All these things can explain the spread of Christianity without ever having to assume anything on insufficient evidence, without ever having to assume that some miracle took place, some resurrection took place. The claim here is that Jesus is unique in history. He's unique only by numbers, right? He's not unique in terms of the ways in which people believe those things. Yeah, my last statement is, I appreciate you giving me the chance to come on here and discuss with you guys. I hope I've laid out my case for you as to why the Bible fails to be credible in this category. So thank you again.
Okay. That was amazing. That was like really like information packed and filled with like a lot of knowledge and a lot of stuff to learn from. I genuinely appreciate both of you guys being here. That was a packed debate of like information, and I hope that the people in the audience like learned something from everything that was said. There was a lot of interesting different perspectives to really like look at. So I appreciate both of you guys for being up here. And yeah, thank you guys. As far as like time goes, I would allow for guests to come up, but we are 6 minutes behind schedule, and the next debate is going to be it's going to be um, if I'm correct, Wi-Fi Gospel versus Daniel Green on Is the Christian God Good? So I guess what we can do is I'm gonna look and see if they're in the guest request. If not, we can have a couple guests until they arrive. But yes, they will be going next at about like 9:20. So thank you guys for coming up. I'll drop you guys, and I'll DM you guys later to say thank you further. But yeah, I love the debate. It was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there were people at the bottom asking if there was a poll too. I didn't know if that was still a thing.
Oh yeah, I gotta put up the poll to see who won. I will start that um, right now. Let me
But great
see.
debate, by the way, Sistina. That was fun. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Pleasure to talk with you.
Yeah, so
I'm typing it out right now. And
John wants to know if the guests can ask the debaters some questions.
probably I guess I'll allow them to do that like right now. Um I've put up the poll. Let me check if Wi-Fi Gospel is here or if Daniel is here. Oh, they're both here. Okay. How about I'll allow John to come
John to
up.
come up.
Oh,
Oh,
Daniel, you got to echo. Swipe out and then come back again. I'll allow I'll allow Bought by Blood to come up, but I think I can only have one guest. We can get this going. Um, or here, let me look at my schedule. Let me see. Okay. Let me do like three guests, and then we'll get into like what we need to do. Try to keep it short. Here, bring Daniel up, and Bought by
Bob.
Blood. Go ahead, do your thing.
All right. I was going to ask both people a question, but I'm just going to attack the atheist. What's up, Cease? So, here, here's my question. Hypothetically, if miracles did occur, what would be the best methodology to record and give us evidence in the 21st century that miracles occurred? If they took place in ancient times, specifically.
There
That's
wouldn't
my
be. That's the part of the problem, right? There wouldn't be. I think we would have to be able to justify the same kind of miracle stories as described in the Bible now scientifically, and then we could say we have empirical priors of these things actually existing in reality. Then would raise the probability that these things happened in the past. Until then, we can't go backwards in that way, right? That wouldn't make any sense.
So your answer, just so I'm clear, the answer is there wouldn't be a methodology,
Well, the methodology
or
would
there
not
wouldn't
be
be a best
one.
methodology.
The methodology would not be one where we would have to look back in time. It would be one where we would have to ground these phenomena now, and then we could go and say, okay, well, then because these things we actually know can happen, not just out of some epistemic possibility, right, but as an actual phenomenon in reality. Once we see that it can actually happen, then we're justified in saying, okay, well, then it might be more likely that this did take place back then.
Okay. So John dropped down. I'll do one or two more guests. Um, I'll do this guest and then one more. By the way, Daniel, Wi-Fi Gospel, good to see you guys. Hang tight for like a couple minutes, and we will get this started. But hey, Black Stallion, you got a question for either of the previous debaters?
I guess since the last person questioned the atheist, I'll question the theist this time. Do you believe that a fictional character has value to society?
What's up, Black? By the way, he's a friend. But
So
has value. Yeah, I think
yes.
philosophies have value. Like The Boy Who Cried Wolf is a valuable story that I don't think is true. So yeah.
So what? So if I'm not saying Jesus was a fictional character, I'm saying the mystical things that the Gospels said Jesus did are just things that the Gospel did in order to pump up Jesus the same way we do in the modern day with power scaling.
Sorry, your icon is fitting. But I mean, if that's true, then that just is true. And so Jesus is another helpful superhero narrative that isn't true. If it is true, then uh yeah, but we gotta talk about why we're assuming mythical. But that's what the debate was about. So
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll stop it
Okay.
there and then try to get to the next guest. But thank you for coming up, Black Stallion. If I have time afterwards, I'll definitely like let anybody come up and talk about any of the debates. The debates, the debates will be going pretty late this evening, but I'll stay up and I'm not really doing anything tomorrow, so we can all talk about the debates, ask questions, and do a review, or I might host a live tomorrow to talk about it. And then I'll do one more, and then we will get on to the debate. Hey, what you got for us?
Is it my turn?
Daniel? Yep,
Oh yeah.
go for it. Go for it.
I guess it's more of a comment, so I'll definitely keep it short. I just wanted to say I really thought this was a good debate from both debaters. I think the atheist reminds me of like a just in the lane of like an Alex O'Connor, just like having genuine questions, like genuinely trying to understand rather than being petty. And then I think the Christian was just providing good foundational arguments, um, which I think just caused it to turn into a really good debate. Honestly, this would be my last sentence, but I think these debaters would benefit a lot if they came on again in the cross-examination type, because I think they miss each other a lot, or more so, things are not able to be addressed in the individual statements, but when they get to speak to each other, I think they actually progress more in the conversation. So, if in a future debate they can do that for a bigger chunk of time, I think that would be great. And that's all.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for your candor. And yep, we will get on with the other debates. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the gifts. Thank you.
Yep.
all right.
Thank you,
See
Cease.
y'all.
Thank you, Jet. Feel free to request any time to do any other debate, any other topic with any opponent. I will host it. I will promote it for free. And this is a reminder to the 124 people in here. If you want to debate somebody, any topic, any opponent, I will host it. I will promote it for you for free, and get that going. Jay, do you have anything to say about the previous debate that we just watched? I think it was very informational, jam packed with lots of information and things that we can learn from.
I think it at times kind of veered off topic, but for the most part, I found it like you did informative, and I think yeah, if Cease to Know and Jet had more time, I think they could have actually ironed out something within the debate. But for the most part, I think they both did a really great job. Jet at defending, and Cease to Know, of course, bringing the heat as normal. But yeah, great job, guys.
Definitely, definitely. Both of those debaters, very good, very prominent debaters, very skilled debaters. So today, our next debate is going to be between Wi-Fi Gospel and Daniel, and they are going to be debating the topic: um, Is the Christian God good? Um, is the Christian God good? So hey, good to see you guys. I'm sort of looking at my document, trying to get everything in
In
order.
order.
Is the
Is the
Christian God
Christian
good?
God good?
Oh, I
Oh,
think
I
Daniel,
think
you might
Daniel,
have
you
an
might have an
echo.
echo.
Oh man. Okay, let me try again.
Okay, one
Okay,
more
well,
time. Sorry about that. TikTok can be like wonky and stuff. But really quick, I will remind everybody, please tap your screens, like the live. That gets more people in here to watch these debates, and I appreciate all of your support. Thank you for the gifts, especially thank you for like gifting the guests who are here debating. I really appreciate that. I want the guests to benefit from these kinds of events as much as me, or even more so than me. So thank you guys for that support. Continue to tap and like the live, and we appreciate the gifts, but mostly we appreciate you guys being here. So thank you so
thank you so
much.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah, you.
how's that? Is that
We're still running an echo, Daniel.
all right? Give me
Oh,
one
it's
last
okay.
try. All right. One last.
Or if it doesn't work, I won't speak when you're speaking. I'll like mute while you talk, and then like we'll just alternate. If it doesn't work this next time, so it's fine. We'll work around it.
Yeah, you guys tap the screen as much as you possibly can. We have another two heavy hitters on the panel in Wi-Fi Gospel and Daniel, and so support the live as much as possible in this debate. This is going to fare to be a great one. I would presume.
Okay, okay. So I think we'll try to make do. Hopefully the audio will work throughout the debate. But we're gonna start with the affirmatives 7-minute opener. That's gonna be U Wi-Fi Gospel. The topic is the Christian God good? Here, let me grab the timer and we will start that now. And you can start. I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
Awesome. Thank you, Coco and Jay, for putting this together. Thank you, Daniel, for being my partner. I know there was a last-minute dropout. I'm happy to fill that position, so appreciate being here. I just want to start off by saying that Euthyphro's dilemma is a false dilemma. Something is not good merely because God commands it, nor does God command things because they are good independent of himself. God's commandments are good because they reflect his nature, and evil is a privation of good. Now let's talk about Daniel's worldview. If Daniel's worldview is true, what does it mean for anything to be good or evil? Right or wrong? In order for God to be good in Daniel's worldview, it would simply rely on the individual preferences of a person. Since preferences are equal, there's no way for Daniel to tell me that my preference that God is good is wrong. There's also no way to differentiate between Daniel's preference that God is not good and my preference that he is. In other words, there are no moral facts. A moral fact includes a descriptive moral judgment that is true for all individuals, such as being a PDF file is wrong, and descriptive moral judgments that are true of one individual, such as Daniel is good. If morality is subjective, there are no moral facts, and therefore it cannot be true that anything is good or evil. The problem with this is that Daniel himself will not be consistent with this view. How do I know this? When I ask someone who believes morality is subjective, is being a PDF file wrong, they often respond with yes, to me it is, or yes, I think it is. But that's not actually answering the question consistently with the idea that morality is subjective. Saying that you think something is saying that you believe that something is. So again, saying that you think something is saying that you believe that something is true. If there are no moral facts, you can't believe that a moral judgment is true. So what they mean when they answer with yes to me, or yes, I think it is actually, I prefer that people are not PDF files. I don't care about your preferences. I want to know the truth of the matter. It's like asking what happens when you mix baking soda and vinegar, and getting the answer, well, it's my preference that it bubbles. No, it does bubble. It's not based on opinion or preference. It's a fact. In the same way, the question, is being a PDF file wrong, isn't about how you feel about it. I'm asking, if being a PDF file is wrong is a true statement. If morality is truly subjective, then being a PDF file is wrong has no more weight than I don't like broccoli. We all know instinctively it's more than that. I am asking for the truth of the matter. And if there is no truth of the matter, then your answer has to be no. Being a PDF file is not wrong. In the same way, and this is extremely important because this ends the debate right here, if I say God is good and there are no moral facts, then Daniel can't consistently say that I am wrong for having that opinion. He can't even say that the opinion itself is actually wrong. He can only say that he holds a different opinion. That's what a preference is. So in both my worldview and Daniel's worldview, there is nothing actually wrong with saying God is good. That's not actually a false statement. Now, Daniel's probably going to bring up things in the Bible that God has done that he feels are wrong. So what? I don't care if Daniel feels that everything God has done is wrong. Daniel's subjective feelings and preferences hold no weight on the matter if God is good or not. If you don't like that God commands the Israelites to go to war with other nations and unalive men, women, and children, then be consistent. You also must not like that God takes any life. Why stop at gender? Why stop at age? What's the difference between God taking the life of a 90-year-old and a 1-year-old? What if that 1-year-old dies and goes into a blessed state? I don't have a problem with God taking life, and neither does Daniel. If you don't like that God allows the Israelites to own slaves, then be consistent. When someone commits a heinous crime, yell at them, say bad boy, put them in the corner, and tell them not to do it again. But also do nothing, because imprisoning them would be a form of slavery. Forcing someone against their will to live in a box separated from society, caged up like a wild animal, told when to wake up, when to eat, when to shower, when to go to bed, and economically benefiting off of their incarceration is a form of slavery. The state owns those people. Now, what happens if a prisoner refuses when they are told to go back into their cell because it's time for bed? Do we call their mother? Do we tell them to go into timeout? No, we go get the riot gear and we forcibly constrain and support that unruly prisoner back into their cell using as much force as necessary. I don't have a problem with certain forms of slavery, and neither does Daniel. See, not only is Daniel stuck with my preferences, bro, he applies those preferences wholly inconsistently and holds every other worldview to a higher standard than his own. If God is not good, then nothing is good. There are good things, therefore God is good. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay, gotcha. I'm ending your time, and you had 1 minute and 36 seconds left. So now, Daniel, you're gonna do your opening statement. It's going to be 7 minutes. I'll mute to help with the echo, but I will start the timer whenever you say your first word.
Can I just check my audio first, perhaps? Is that working now? Without echo?
Actually, I think this is perfect. Actually,
Amazing, amazing. Hey, thank you so much for the heads up. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for all the gifts so far, too. That's crazy. For the audience, who most of whom I assume do not know who I am, my name is Daniel Green, and I will be arguing that the Christian God is not good. At 32, I am a former Christian. Despite being indoctrinated into Christianity during childhood, and having even intended to become a qualified religious education teacher, I've come to believe that there is no sound argument or coherent body of evidence in support of Christianity being true. Related to the absence of my belief in Yahweh existing is my deep and sincere repulsion at their moral code, both as described in the Bible and as observed throughout post-biblical history. Hypothetically granting their existence for the sake of tonight's debate, of course. My repulsion is not something that I believe I can help, and I accurately anticipated that Alex would accuse me of not having grounds upon which to claim that there is anything wrong with any of Yahweh's actions or commands. I anticipate that he will claim it's not really possible for any of Yahweh's actions to not be good, because it's largely by his authority that anything is determined to be objectively good in the first place. That is according to Yahweh, conveniently. I believe Alex is likely to accuse me of using my own subjective experiences, I was right there too, to inform my moral standards, which will be accurate of him to say. But as a Christian presuppositionalist, he will do this under the pretense that he has access to a superior, more objective Christian authority from which he can derive his own moral standards, which I don't believe to be the case. I believe Alex, just like the rest of us, is experiencing reality subjectively, and as such has only ever been able to construct his own beliefs and moral standards in response to what he has experienced. Again, just like the rest of us. Because of this, I believe Alex's definition of what constitutes good will be just as valid as anyone else's has ever been, including the audience's and my own. But I'll be hoping that the audience is honest with themselves while listening to the debate and when reflecting afterwards, in asking themselves whether or not they sincerely believe the allegedly all-powerful, all-knowing Yahweh can really be considered definitively good. I would ask the audience to note the double standards we're expected to ignore when it comes to Christian morality. As beings that are certainly not all-powerful or all-knowing, we still aim to hold each other to an appropriate degree of accountability, one that's roughly proportional to our powers of moral reasoning and our ability to act upon them given our stage of development. Yeehaw, cowboy, thank you. For example, we do not hold young children to the degree of accountability as we do older children, nor do we hold older children to the same degree of accountability as adults. Again, because we understand that different degrees of power to reason and act morally are reached as we develop. But when it comes to Yahweh, an eternally all-powerful, all-knowing entity, the bar that we otherwise set, proportional to our ability to consider, carry out, and reflect upon our actions, no longer exists. Does this seem like a fair arrangement? Would the audience prefer to live in a society in which the most powerful are held to the lowest moral accountability? Should we consider a system like this to be the design of a good God? You may have heard Christians defend Yahweh's abuses of power with a token, his ways are higher than ours. But when confronted with how Yahweh chooses to wield his omnipotence, being told that it's Yahweh or the highway is not good enough for me. I wouldn't accept the most powerful human conceivable personally assuring me of the goodness of their actions, while they both command and personally commit the slaughter of children and infants. So why would I abandon that standard altogether in order to accept the same actions from a supremely powerful being with an unlimited number of options at their disposal in any given moment? Self-appointed dictators are to be resisted, not worshipped or thanked for showing mercy in the form of having chosen slightly less reprehensible courses of action than they otherwise could have. The Bible is full of examples of Yahweh legislating, condoning, committing, or otherwise commanding his followers to commit acts that I think the audience would almost certainly not sincerely accept as those of an all-good, supremely powerful being. He commands the Israelites to slaughter various neighboring Canaanite tribes, including their children and their infants, for the crimes of their ancestors at that, or for occupying land that he's decided he wants the Israelites to live on. He legislates the marrying off of graped virgin daughters to their grapists and prohibits them from being divorced. He condones the taking of non-Hebrews as property that Hebrews can bequeath to their children as inheritance. He condemns all of humanity with original sin for the actions of the first two humans that he ever made, despite, mind you, knowing full well that they would fall short of meeting his demands before he even chose to make them in the first place. Honk honk. He punishes all of Egypt following Pharaoh's refusal to free the Israelites, a refusal which Yahweh himself planned and ensured would come to pass. All this without even having yet touched on the innumerable examples of him choosing not to act when doing so would alleviate or avoid unnecessary and abject pain and suffering, while costing him absolutely nothing. The list of Yahweh's misuses and abuses of power really could go on for quite some time, but perhaps it would be best to make sure you as the audience have just read the Bible for yourself and learned a little bit about the shocking events of history as we understand them to be. I have nothing more for now.
Okay. Pausing your time, and you had 25 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you.
So right now we're going to start the cross examinations. Let me take a look. So it's going to be 5-minute cross examinations. Wi-Fi Gospel, you're going to be asking your questions first. I'll start it whenever you say your first word.
Hey, Daniel.
Hi, man.
So,
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, pal.
Good. Based on your opening statement, would you say that moral facts do not exist?
No, I don't believe that they necessarily do.
Is being a PDF file wrong?
To confirm your suspicion, I believe it is. I don't believe we should support it or condone it, no.
So when you say you believe it is, it means that you believe that statement to be true, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But if there are no moral facts, that statement can neither be true or false. Isn't that right?
I'm not claiming certainty of objective morality. I'm just stating my
I didn't
beliefs.
ask for certainty. Yeah, so when you say that you believe something, it means that you believe something is true, right?
I believe it's more likely to be true than an alternative, yeah.
Okay. But if there are no moral facts, then a moral statement cannot be true and cannot be false. So you saying you believe it to be true, wouldn't that be a contradiction in your worldview?
No, because I don't think that claiming belief of something is the same as stating certainty of it.
Right, but I'm not sure you're understanding it. When you say you believe something, you're making a judgment about a proposition. You're saying that this proposition, as you said, is most likely true, right?
I believe it is more likely to be true than false, yes.
Okay.
Can
But
you?
if there
I'm
are
open
no-
to reason to believe otherwise.
Right. No, I would agree with you, but not based on the same grounding here. The question for you is, if there are no moral facts, can a moral statement be true or false?
We can believe so. I think Christians can believe that they have objective morality too, but I don't think that they can necessarily have certainty of that either.
So
that's my belief.
So are there moral facts or not, Daniel?
To repeat myself, I don't believe that there necessarily are.
Okay, that's satisfactory. Let's see here. Earlier, you said that you have a repulsion of moral code. Is that merely your preference?
Yeah, I can't help it. I can't help that I find Yahweh.
Your preference. Why is your preference better than anyone else's preference?
Well, I can't say that it objectively is, but I can give reasons for why I hold to it.
Okay, so if your preference is not better than anyone else's preference, how do we know which preference is right?
I don't think that we can know objectively.
Okay, so if
it's
my
frustrating.
preference...
Don't get me wrong. It's frustrating.
Okay, that's fine. If my preference is that God is good, could that preference be wrong?
Sure.
Wait a minute. You just said that preferences, if you have a preference and I have a preference, we can't tell which one is right or wrong. So how can you tell my preference is wrong?
I don't think we can know that it's wrong, but it might be.
Okay.
You asked me if it could be wrong, not if it is wrong.
All right. So is my preference that God is good wrong?
I believe that it is, yes.
Okay, so you have a different preference, right?
Correct.
Okay, that doesn't mean my preference is wrong just because you have a different preference, right?
Correct. Not objectively, that's right.
Okay. So you have no way of telling that my preference is wrong.
I have reason to believe that yours is wrong. But again, I'm not claiming, at no point am I claiming certainty of moral fact at all. At no point have I ever done that.
Well, there are no moral facts, right?
I'm not convinced that there necessarily are, no.
Okay. Now, you said that we have to hold each other accountable. Why is that?
We don't have to. I didn't say that we have to. I say that we tend to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if my preference is that we don't hold each other accountable, then that's just fine as well too, right?
Not by me, no.
Right. But again, you can't say that my preference is wrong.
Not objectively, but I can give you reasons as to why I believe that it is.
You can just hold a different preference.
Are you a solipsist?
No, not at all. This has nothing to do with this.
Well, I am experiencing reality subjectively, unless you don't believe me. You don't have to believe me. You can think that I'm just a figment of your imagination, but...
It, again, has nothing to do with this debate. If you say that you like chocolate... Actually, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
My favorite flavor? I like bubblegum. You know that light blue one?
That is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
it's your
like it.
preference when you go to the ice cream store. If they have light blue bubble gum, that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, and I don't see that my preference of ice cream flavored,
Yeah,
hurts
that's fine.
anyone
I'll get
either.
there. My preference, and again, whether hurting someone is wrong or not is also a preference.
Okay,
But we don't have to
finish
go
your
there.
last sentence.
All right. So my point here is that if my preference is to have cake batter ice cream, can you say that my preference is wrong?
Okay,
No,
we'll
and I
stop
don't think
there.
it's important either because you're probably not hurting anyone by preferring that either.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I should have let you answer that question. But okay, Daniel, you're gonna start your cross examination. You get 5 minutes, and I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
Sure, thank you so much. Do you believe that any punishment dealt out by any arbiter of justice should be proportionate to the perceived crimes committed?
Yes, as well as proportionate to who the crime is committed against.
Got you. Okay. Do you have children?
I do.
Right. Do you love them?
I do.
Yeah, me too. I got a little daughter. You got a daughter or sons or?
3 boys.
Hooey. Holy Trinity. As a parent, do you believe that the punishments or consequences that you choose to deal out to your children who you love should be proportional to any transgression that they commit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Me too. Imagine that you had a child that was born without the capacity for moral reasoning. That part of the brain just didn't develop, maybe. In the middle of this child's playpen, you choose to place a button which, when pressed, will cause the child's ability to reason morally to spontaneously develop. Imagine you command that child not to press the button that you chose to put in the middle of their playpen. Yet sometime later, they end up pressing it. Now, they do have the ability to reason morally. Do you believe it would be just to punish the child?
Within your analogy and within my limited capabilities, no, but I don't think your analogy is one-to-one with the garden.
I'm not saying that it necessarily is. I'm just trying to get, thoughts out there. You don't believe the analogy is one-to-one. That's fine. You don't think it would be just to punish the child. Cool. I don't either. I don't think that would be proportionate whatsoever. Do you believe it would be proportionate to the child's failure to adhere to your commands, to curse their descendants for all time?
You said is this before they have the capability to reason morally?
Yeah.
If they don't have the capability to reason morally, I don't think it would be just to punish them or their descendants, no.
Okay. So, in your mind, what makes it just for Yahweh to condemn all of humanity for the actions that Adam and Eve couldn't help commit?
I thought you weren't going there, but let's. It's funny. No, yeah.
I didn't say it wasn't going there.
reason-
I said I recognize it wasn't necessarily a one-to-one analogy.
Okay. So the reason for this is because God told Adam and Eve, one, they had moral responsibility. They had the ability to reason morally. Eating from the knowledge of, or the tree of good and evil, saying that they had the knowledge of good and evil wasn't that they couldn't reason morally. It was the ability to choose good and evil for themselves. So it's just a misunderstanding there. Also, the reason their descendants were punished was because they were given mercy. They were told that they would die the day that they ate of the tree of good and evil. But they didn't die. Instead, God slaughtered an animal and clothed them and kept them alive so that he could redeem them. And part of doing that was that their descendants were cursed.
Was it necessary for God to do all of this?
God freely chose to create beings with free will. Was it necessary that he create? No.
Okay, so he chose to create a scenario within which he knew these people that didn't have the ability to morally reason because they had not yet eaten from the fruit of
Wrong
the knowledge of good and
presupposition.
evil. Do you deny that it was upon eating from the tree
Yes.
that's when they got the understanding of what's right and wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So what were they lacking before they ate from the fruit?
I'm not sure that they were lacking anything. They had the ability to choose the good from the wrong, and they chose the wrong.
So they didn't gain anything from eating from the tree of fruit and knowledge.
No, they actually they lost a lot. They went against the command of God, and God cursed them because of it.
Okay, so they had knowledge of what's good and evil before eating from the tree that is the source of good and evil.
Yeah, just because the tree is the knowledge of the fruit is the knowledge of the good and evil doesn't mean that they didn't have the ability to reason morally.
Okay, what do you think
That's not Christian
constitutes
doctrine.
what must precede? Well, maybe not your denomination. What do you believe must precede the ability to reason morally?
Free will.
Okay, got it. Was it possible, given the scenario that Yahweh knew he was going to set up before even setting up the Garden of Eden, was it possible for them, for Adam and Eve, to surprise God in any way?
Okay, answer that
Not that
question,
God.
and that'll be it.
Yeah, not that God would be surprised, but God's knowledge does not determine human actions.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll stop
thank
right
you.
there. We're going to start the second round of cross-examination. Wi-Fi Gospel, it's your turn again, and I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
All right. Is it your preference that it's good, evil, or morally neutral to own an animal?
Personally, I think it depends how you acquired them. I have two rescue dogs, which I think would be worse off if they were left where they were before I bought them off of their owners at that time. I think I take better care of them than they otherwise would have got.
So is it
But
good
otherwise,
for you to own them?
I think it's better for me to take responsibility for their health and well-being than for them to be on the street or something. Yeah,
Okay. Is it good for you to own them?
I think it's better for me to own them. Yeah.
The question is it good?
Look, I don't know that I
Can you please
like the
just
term
answer the
ownership.
question? So
Yeah,
how do you not
I think
own
I
an
am answering the
animal?
question. Excuse me?
How do you not own an animal?
Well, I think it depends on what you mean by ownership, like legal ownership or just like possession of the object, or
Legal ownership? Do you legally own your pets, or did you get them illegally?
under Australian law, I own my pets, yes.
Okay.
But I
Is it a
just
good
consider
thing that you
myself
own
to
your
be,
pets?
excuse me?
Is it good to own your pets?
Not necessarily. No, I think it's good that I take good care of them.
So why do you own them if it's not a good thing to own them?
Well, because under Australian law, which I don't think, is the arbiter of what's
just
right and
think you're
wrong,
dodging me.
I don't mind if you feel that way. Under Australian law,
Is it?
I can't take these
Sorry,
animals.
it's my time. Is it morally evil to neglect providing the biological and psychological needs of the animal?
I don't think so, no.
Sorry, you didn't hear me. Is it morally evil or wrong to neglect providing the biological and psychological needs of the animal?
Oh, I apologize.
neglect them. Yeah.
I believe it would be worse, yes, to do that.
True or false? According to science and biology, humans are animals.
True.
Okay, if humans are animals and it's okay to own animals, does it logically follow that it's okay to own humans?
Well, again, I didn't say that I think it is okay to own animals.
Oh,
I said that
so
under
you just said
Australian
hypocrite
law...
because you do own animals.
No, I said under Australian law, for me to take these animals required me to take what Australian government considers to be ownership of them. I'm a vegan.
Okay.
I don't consume animals. I don't purchase animal products. I'm concerned with taking
Yeah, you
care of
just
animals
own
as
them.
best I can. Because in Australia, I'm not allowed to just take things without paying for them.
So if somebody found a dog in the wilderness and took them into their home, would they own them?
No, I don't think so. They
No,
might have,
they
they might
wouldn't.
have
So what
taken.
would they be a part of their family?
The people could consider that if they want. I don't know.
So does this dog live in the house? Can they stop the dog from escaping? Like what's going on here?
It depends on the family.
Okay.
Oh, there are
This is
people who
just a
don't
dodge
have
scale
fences.
question, that's fine.
It's not a dodge of the question. There are people
I want
around
to
the
go
world
back
who aren't.
originally.
Okay.
I just want to restate. Since there are no moral facts, when I say that God is good, you earlier said that you have a different preference, but I want you to just say again for the audience, it's not wrong for me to hold that preference, right?
Not objectively, no.
In any sense.
Not objectively.
Okay.
No.
Back to the ice cream example. Is it wrong for me to hold the preference that cake batter is the ice cream that I prefer?
No.
Okay, so
I
why
don't believe
can't you
so.
just answer no to the earlier the question I asked? I asked you about preferences. Why do you have to pre-qualify it with objective?
I think what I qualify it with is that I don't believe so. I think you don't like that I don't claim certainty of things.
No, because it seems like when I ask you about the ice cream example, you just say no. But when I ask you about if being a PDF file is wrong, you say not objectively. You have to qualify it because I think you understand that it makes you look bad by being consistent with your worldview.
I don't mind if you feel that way.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm content with that. I think this puts a nice ribbon on it.
Okay,
I
cool.
can see the rest of my time.
Okay, I'm pausing the time, and you had 26 seconds left. Daniel, you will start your cross-examination, and then we will continue to final statements. You got 5 minutes, and I'll start whenever you say your first word.
Cool. If you had in front of you a big red button, I feel like I'm in good company here today with Ian bringing up a big red button analogy too. But if you had a big red button in front of you that, if pressed, would heal all cancer, would it be good to not press it?
For me to not heal all cancer, would it be good for me to not press it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is God able to heal all cancer?
Yes.
Okay. If you had in front of you a big red button that, if pressed, would remove the desire to molest children from the mind of all P3Os, including the thousands of P3O priests, would it be good to not press it?
Now, me being with limited capabilities and not understanding the essence of free will as a God would, yeah, I would press the button in my human will.
Is God able to remove the desire to molest children from the minds of all P3Os, including the thousands of P3O priests?
Yeah, while God, and I like the little quip at the end there, school teachers by far outweigh any church members committing these acts. That's a blatant fact. So if we were to try to remove it from all the school teachers, God has that ability, yes. The reason he doesn't do so is out of my limited reasoning.
Sure, you just accept it.
He has a moral justification for it, but in your worldview, it's not wrong. It's just you don't like it. So.
Sure, but you accept it. You accept him choosing not to help out. Cool. Okay. If you had in front of you a big red button, I'm just going to ask the next question. If you had in front of you a big red button that, if pressed, would solve world hunger, preventing millions of children from dying from painful and prolonged starvation every year, would it be good to not press it?
Again, you keep conflating God's ability.
I'm just gonna ask that you respond to my question directly, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I did. You're presupposing that mine and God's ability are the same.
No, I'm not doing that actually. That question doesn't contain any reference to God. It's a question to you. Would you press that button?
Personally, yes. Now, does that mean it's wrong for God not to do
I'm
that?
I'm not asking about that yet.
Yes,
That's
you
my
are.
next question.
You're implying.
I reclaim my time. I'm not asking you. No,
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
I see exactly.
Just relax. Just relax. I'm not asking about God yet. That is coming up, but you just need to wait a sec.
Oh, like I said.
So you think that it would be good? It wouldn't be good to not press the button.
For me, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Is God able to solve world hunger, preventing millions of children from dying a painful and prolonged death?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. If you had a big red button that, if pressed, would trigger an earthquake, killing tens of thousands, injuring hundreds of thousands, and leaving millions homeless, would it be good to press that button?
Only if they were all atheists.
Fascinating. If you had a big red button that, if pressed, would spawn the birth of psychopaths, so humans without the capacity to empathize or care about the suffering that they cause, would it be good to press that button?
Only if they harmed atheists.
Okay, got it. Could God have chosen not to create Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, or Albert Fish?
To say that God is responsible for their sin would be a wrong assumption. You have many wrong assumptions here tonight. But God
Well,
could
no,
have created any way He wanted to.
I'm just gonna bring back to the question. Is this a yes or no? I know you like these ones.
Oh,
Could God have chosen to
you didn't
not
like answering yes
create?
or no.
Well, I don't mind if you're feeling
Very
frustrated, but this
hypocritical.
is the question for now. Could God have chosen to not create Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, and Albert Fish, knowing before having created them that they would go on to do what they did?
Yes, God could choose to do what He wants. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Do you believe that causing unnecessary pain and suffering is good?
I don't believe that God causes unnecessary pain and suffering.
That's not really what I asked. I asked, do you believe that causing unnecessary pain and suffering is good?
No.
Okay, got it. Do you believe that heaven exists?
Yeah.
Okay. How much unnecessary pain and suffering do you believe occurs in heaven?
None.
Okay. Do you believe that unnecessary pain and suffering occurs here in this universe and on Earth?
Unnecessary. Can you define that? Can you define what you mean in that context?
Pain and suffering that could have been prevented or avoided.
Okay, answer that question and that'll be it.
No, God does not provide a world with unnecessary pain and suffering.
Okay, we'll stop right there. That'll be the end of the cross-examination rounds, and we're going to go to the final statements, starting off with Wi-Fi Gospel. You got 3 minutes, and I'll start it whenever you say your first word.
All right, very simply. The prompt is the Christian God good? Under my worldview, yes, obviously, the Christian God is good. Under Daniel's worldview, moral facts don't exist. So the statement, is the Christian God good? Neither true or false. It just is a statement. It's basically incoherent in Daniel's worldview. So by default, when I say God is good, even under Daniel's worldview, my preference isn't wrong, and the statement isn't false. Looks like I've won the debate. Appreciate you guys having me here. Thank you for my time.
Are you sure you want to end there? 2 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock. Daniel, I will start your 3 minutes whenever you say your first word.
Certainly, thank you. And again, thank you so much for organising tonight. I again, never been part of a formal debate, so it's humbling to have been thought of someone worth inviting on. It means a ton, really. Yeah, again, right from the get-go, I recognise that it is frustrating that we don't have an objective source of morality to which we can turn and derive a clear answer that everyone can agree to about what's morally right and wrong. I agree that that's frustrating. But it's what we observe being most likely to be the case. Throughout history and around the globe, the average person's moral compass tends to be in alignment with whatever religious doctrine it is that they've been indoctrinated into from their childhood, typically, or whatever it is that they convert into after having some kind of mystical experience that they couldn't think of a rational explanation for. That doesn't mean that they're right either. This discomfort that we feel with not having an objective source of morality to which we can turn in times of frustration, that can feel as though it's solved by submitting to some doctrine that people have believed for thousands of years. But again, that does not mean that that's true either. That is, again, another preference. Another preference. A preference for Christian morality is no more definitive of a good answer to the question, what's right or wrong, than a preference to any other religious doctrine. Nor is it better than a non-religious framework. Personally, and I encourage the audience to ask themselves sincerely, when this is all over and you go away and you start thinking about how this went, ask yourself sincerely, would you, if you had the power that Yahweh allegedly has, if we grant the Bible to be half accurate, if we grant that to be half accurate, if you had the power that Yahweh allegedly has, would you make the choices that they do? Would you refuse to contribute the way that they seem to continue refusing to tribute. Thank you for the gifts. This is absolutely wild. I don't know what to do with all that, to be honest. He chooses actively to allow suffering that he could, at no cost to himself, prevent, alleviate, ameliorate. He punishes people collectively for the actions of one or two people sometimes. He chooses to punish people for the actions of their ancestors. My father's been to jail for committing crimes against the state that I live in. Should I have to go to jail for that too? I understand that the judges that run the Australian court system are not all-powerful, all-knowing entities.
Finish your last sentence.
But I don't think that we should have to be, in order to use our ability to empathize and reason, to think about what we think is sincerely fair and right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. It is an honor to host both of you guys. Thank you very much. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and thank you everybody for the gifts. I appreciate that as well.
Okay. Yeah, my phone is running out of power, but I plugged it into the charger, so I can't use my mic anymore. But hopefully you guys can still hear me. Dude, this is awesome. I have Daniel and Wi-Fi Gospel on my live debating. It's an honor to host these debates and be able to have everybody like listen in and learn something and contribute to having like that kind of live and bringing formal debates to TikTok. So thank you guys very much. I'm gonna put the poll up to see who
And
won.
I know things get heated during the debate, but absolutely no hard feelings, Daniel. And if you ever want to do another debate, I'm always game.
I presume that you're joking when you say that it would only be okay if all atheists were terminated under these hypotheticals. I don't know that it's necessarily helpful, but I do prefer to assume that you're only joking.
It's a joke, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that Yahweh is joking, if real, but that's another conversation, perhaps.
Let's see. And I'm about to start the poll. And we have like 3 minutes. I could probably bring up a couple of guests before our next debate. And I'll probably do that, get some thoughts on like what the debate was like. And we'll go from there. Wi-Fi Daniel. And yep, I just started the poll. Everybody that's in the live, there's 257 people in here. Go and vote on the poll and tell me who you think won. But I'll bring up like one or two guests and then we'll get on to our like next debate. Hey, Lauren, you got anything to say about the debate or any questions you want to ask? Oh, no, apparently you didn't.
I was so excited. I thought I was going to finally get to talk to Lauren. She's been in my chat for like years.
Oh.
Another time.
I think something happened. She requested again.
Oh, good.
She's back at teacupping. Lauren.
I like tea.
Wonder, is there like a connection issue maybe, or? I don't know. There might be a connection issue. Okay, Lauren, we might get to you later.
Thoughts and prayers.
Okay, I'll still do like two people. I'll like select random. I got like a long list of people. Sure. You know what? I'll do He Is Risen. Hey, you got any comments or questions about the debate He Is Risen?
Yeah, first of all, I think Daniel, you did very swimmingly well for this being your first debate. I was shocked when you said that this is your first debate. Wi-Fi, I think you lost points with the audience with the, if only if it was atheist, I think you lost points with that. But I do think that your rebuttal, I think that's really the defeater here, which is there is no objective standard, to which I do think Daniel did concede to. But in terms of just audience approval, like Daniel, I think you took it by that stance. So I think there's two ways to vote on this, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, bet. Thank you for your candor. And I'll get to the next guest just due to time. But thank you, He Has Risen. We'll talk more in the future.
Very kind of you, man. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no problem, dude. This is awesome. Like this is what I want to do all the time, and I even want to debate more people like this all the time. This is like surreal. Like what the heck? Like I got so many people in here and hosting formal debates on TikTok. This is my passion project.
You
But
do a good job with these events, Coco.
Hey,
thank you
how's
so
it
much.
going?
And I appreciate you guys because you want to work with me. People want to work with me. I appreciate the people that give me a chance and want to work with me and connect me with people. So I appreciate you guys for being here. But that one guy, what do you got to say? Any questions? Any pointers that you want to give? Any
Hey,
thoughts?
yeah, so just in regards to what the last guy said, I don't think you should be necessarily judging a debate based upon what the audience thinks. But Daniel, I think one of the main things, I think you did well if this is your first formal debate. I had my first formal debate a few weeks ago, and it's pretty stressful trying to like get the structure down and everything. You did well, but I think the one thing that really got past you was the fact that Wi-Fi's entire point was that if everything just comes down to your own subjective opinion, you can't really call God evil by any metric. And then on top of that, you know, when it comes down to your preferences, you can have a preference against God. It doesn't mean that he's evil. It just means that you disapprove of whatever you think he has done that is wrong. But wrong is all subjective in your standpoint as well. So
Yeah, I certainly don't think that we have to accept Yahweh's described morality either. You know, that's a choice that we can make. It's not necessary for us to do that. I don't believe. But I think you're very kind to encourage me for however I did today. It's lovely to meet you. I hope you jump in the live sometime.
definitely, yeah, I think I gave the host a follow already. But yeah, Daniel, I understand that. I don't want to take up too much time. Sorry, so I'll speed it up for the
That's
host.
cool.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying though. Is that if the title of the debate is God evil, right? Or what was the exact title? How was it
Is the
worded?
Christian God good?
Oh, is the Christian God good? Okay. So, whether or not he is taking the affirmative that the Christian God is good, and you are making you're taking the negative position that he's not in fact good. If you're defining good as any arbitrary thing based upon your own preferences, you don't really have any ground by which to say he's not, right? Any
I don't think
like,
anyone does. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. Well,
That's
I
the thing.
think
I
that's
think
where
I
you
think
kind of
that
lost it.
yeah, I don't mind that. You know, I'm not really here to like collect W's or anything. I'm much more interested in having the kind of conversations that I wish I had people in my life to have these conversations with when I was still a Christian. Um, it's I don't think that it is an easy process to fully accept that our subjectivity limits us when it comes to being able to claim certainty of what's right or wrong definitively. You know, it wasn't easy for me to fully grapple with that when I was deconstructing. But ultimately, I had to ask myself whether I was more interested in believing things that were comfortable or whether I believe things that I think are honestly actually more likely to be true. And I just don't honestly think that it's true that anyone has access to objective morals. Whether that's comfortable for anyone or not, I'm not really concerned with. I just don't think that it's true.
Do you think that we have access to objective truth?
I think that we can pursue it. And I think that sometimes we can even feel as though we've arrived at it. But I don't think that we
So,
can necessarily know that for sure. I wish we could.
so when you say you don't think that it's true that we can arrive at moral truths, right, or moral facts, isn't this kind of a self-defeating claim that you're making here?
And
No, because I've never
we
claimed
will have
certainty
to
of
Also,
my
yeah,
morality.
sorry, I'm taking up too much
Yeah.
time. Yeah,
just time.
drop me, bring somebody else up. Yeah,
Okay. But yeah, we
I was
will.
just waiting to be dropped by the host. Sorry. Good.
You're totally fine. And
See
I'll
you,
follow
mate.
you back. I appreciate the support. I'm definitely gonna follow you back. But okay, guys. Wi-Fi Gospel, Daniel. I'll drop you guys, and then we'll get on to the next debate. But it was an honor having two brilliant minds here. So I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, Daniel Wi-Fi, thank you for giving us a great debate. That was very, very awesome. And hope to see you guys around. Daniel, I'm usually on your Sunday lives.
It's an honor.
Pretty much always there. Wi-Fi. I've seen many of your lives. I think I've been on. I think I've been on 3 or 4 of them. But yeah, both of you guys, heavy hitters, and you guys are doing awesome. And thank you very much for doing what you did here. And yeah, we'll see you guys around. Thank you.
Wait, actually, before we
Nice to
drop
meet
you,
you, Jay.
before we drop you, let me do one of my friends a favor. We have like a couple minutes, but let me get Robbie Rob up here because we do have a couple minutes to spare, but he'll be the last one. Robbie, you got anything for us?
Yeah, I just want to be like, I'll be very quick with it. Obviously, look, Daniel clearly won that whole debate. I was actually kind of shocked that like Wi-Fi, the way that it came out, because I've heard he's supposed to be a good debater, but it didn't flow that well. Look, the issue that Wi-Fi had is he never actually presented an actual argument for objective morals being true, right? And so every time he kept on having a conversation with Daniel and providing different scenarios, he would just keep asking Daniel, what does he think about these situations? And Daniel would just say, subjectively, I feel that this is the situation, how I feel about it, right? It's my attitude towards a proposition. And then Wi-Fi just kept making declarative sentences, right? But he never gave an actual argument on why objective morals are true, right? And so Daniel can just reject that. And so that's the issue. That's why he lost the debate, right? That's it. Daniel won.
At the end of my opening statement, I gave a syllogism, just so you know. It's called an argument.
Look, either way, it was an absolute honor. Thank you, Coco. Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much, Alex. And thank you, audience. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. Such a sick lineup. Like, it's been amazing. I caught Ian and Jason earlier. That was crazy. That was really, really good fun. Thank you for doing this, Coco. Thanks heaps, man.
Definitely.
Thank you, guys.
I love this. Thank you, both of you. You guys are awesome.
Peace.
Let me expand my phone.
Coco, that's crazy, dude.
What's up?
That's crazy, bro. You just had Daniel on your freaking platform, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? I just talked to Daniel. Like, oh my God, dude. That's crazy, man.
All of these lineups are amazing, brilliant individuals. We are going to move on to our next debate event, which I did get a message from one of the contestants saying that they might have a time issue, but if PRK is in the crowd, if he's available, we can start the next debate. But Matthew and Matt, if you guys are here, we could get your debate going and then do PRK and Wisdom Songs debate last. But it's if you guys are here, comment below or request in the box. We'll bring you guys up and get that going. Matthew versus Matt is going to be about abortion, while Prook versus Wisdom Songs is going to be about Trinitarianism versus Unitarianism. So if Prook is not here, we can get that going. I see Matthew. We could send invites to Matt and get it going. And we can get Prook in later. How you doing, Matthew? You doing okay today? You there with us, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm just setting up my headset real quick.
Bet. Let me see if I can get Matt. I'm sending you a message. Would you be able to debate early? But yeah, we got 2 more debates left. Abortion. Hey, Wisdom. Wisdom is here. Glad that you're here. We're just waiting for PRK, but if he's having a time issue, we can do Matthew versus Matt first, and then do you after their debate. It's just PRK, whether he's here or not. I can invite PRK and see if he's here to debate Wisdom Songs. Let me see. I'll ask him. I'm sending a DM. For later, but while we are waiting,
Everyone, if you could, please tap your screens, like the live. I really appreciate how you are gifting the guests. Gift them. The gifts help them to run their channels and do this for a living. But if you want to gift me or Jay, that would be awesome. Gift the host. We're all here putting on this live for everyone's entertainment, and we enjoy doing this. We really love what we do. So thank you guys for all of that. Let me see. I don't see Matt. I don't see Brooke. I guess we could do guest, opinion while we're waiting for them, I guess. So I guess I'll do that. I'll take some guests and hear what you have to say about the debates. Hey, what do you want me to call you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to connect.
Oh, do you have anything to say about the debates or?
No, they're going great. Thank you for hosting such a great platform.
Definitely. And thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Cool. I'll do the next one. Let me see. Do we have Prook or Matt in the chat? I'll take Shark. Hey, old friend.
Coco, you're doing an amazing job. Jay, you look handsome. Matthew, good luck in this. Daniel won 4-0 in the last debate. Oh my goodness, it was horrible.
It was pretty crazy.
It was really, he didn't even, like, the thing that, like, flabbergasted me is that he didn't even try to make an argument in favor of defending the Christian God. He didn't try to give some kind of interpretation for how somebody else could view Leviticus or divine revelation or progressive revelation, anything, nothing. It was just Daniel opinion of morals is poopy because Daniel just opinions. That was it. And then that same standard got thrown back at him, and then he couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, Coco, you guys are doing a great job. I love you. Keep this up, man. Coco, this is what you should be doing, man. You're doing great at this, man.
Okay.
Proud of you, man.
Yeah, it was a well put together event.
You unfollowed me. Follow me back.
What?
You unfollowed me. Follow me back.
No, I didn't.
Oh, like I didn't see you following me.
Oh, I don't know, man. Sometimes it just like on this app. Sometimes it just unfollows. Like Good Trouble's always talking about his audience is unfollowing. Man, what the hell?
Oh, okay. Well, I follow you.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, we're good. Yeah, Matthew, good luck. Everybody, good luck. God bless you.
Okay. Thank you for coming up.
I do have to say, if I was to give any constructive criticism to Daniel's point of view on his rebuttals, is when pressured with the position of, if your idea of morality, your opinion of morality is simply that, an opinion, how can we say one is better than the other? Well, we can do exactly as we are doing now, using argumentation and reasoning in order to justify the position that you find to be better, and see which position seems to have more justification, as something we can do even on opinion-based ideals.
I actually was thinking that during the debate. I was like, yeah, we can like compare worldviews and like, evaluate like certain data and like compare reasoning. I think like Daniel could have said that, yeah, but I think Daniel did like a pretty good job. But yeah, definitely like that could have been a point that was made. But regardless, they both did amazing and are both really intelligent people.
Well, yeah, it was a definitely a well-spoken debate. I really had fun listening to Daniel talk.
I don't know if I would call it any of that nonsense, well-spoken and all that, but be quick about this because I want to see the next motherfuckers debate. I'm sick as fuck, so mind my voice. Look, I mean, clearly Wi-Fi doesn't understand what a supplementary argument is and how your interlocutor's worldview has nothing to do with the arguments or premises you provide. And the syllogism, as he so, fucking pedantically put in his last few words there, was for if morality exists, then God exists. But then the burden is to determine what type of moral facts, and not just presuppose that moral facts are the only types of truth bearers that are made true by truth maker properties that are stance independent. You need an argument for that. Daniel could have just stayed silent from the opening statement, and I think he would have dog walked Wi-Fi anyways. But insofar as that critique, the pettiness and like sheer Christian love I saw displayed only if they were atheists. I don't think like he was of a rational kind when he was doing that, but rhetoric aside, I just think that he doesn't understand what a supplementary argument is and would rather critique his opponent's worldview, even though he has not the faintest understanding of what subjectivist anti-realism is. But whatever.
Oh, okay. I guess that's a take. But yeah, that's all. That's all I really have to say. But yeah, all we're doing right now is we're waiting for either Matt or Prook to show up. That's the only thing that's holding us up. Matt is the opponent of Matthew, and Prook is the opponent of Wisdom Songs. But I think Prook is having he's just having some time issues, which is fine. Things happen, life happens. I'll send another invite to Matt, but in the meantime, we'll just keep talking to guests until either of those people show up. Maybe
Yeah,
he's still.
he ran out of the. He's just not even paying attention to the time because he's probably like defending oneness right now. So he's on some other live, but I guess it'll snap into him and he'll get over here. But
Wait, is he actually?
Hey Matthew, man, how you doing?
Doing pretty good, Jay. How you doing, man?
I'm
Wait,
good,
wait.
man. I'm good.
Wait, is he actually on another live? He's supposed to be here.
He probably is. He probably is. The boy loves. He just loves to debate oneness. I mean, he's adamant about debating oneness. I mean, he's probably on another live somewhere. So if anybody in the chat knows PRK, please tell him that he's missing his own debate.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes. I mean, like we might just say it's a forfeit and give it to Wisdom, and
Oh, I would hate to do that.
There's a couple of questions in the chat that I want to address real quick. Real quick to you, Coco. Shark asked to come up real quick again, and to anybody who was asking what position I was going to take as far as this debate is concerned, I'm going to be taking the position where pro-choice is the most justified position.
Okay. We're also waiting for Matt. Like, if Matt doesn't show up, we'll maybe consider it a forfeit and give Matthew the W.
Yeah, that's why I asked to join. I was just curious what the proposition is.
Okay.
Because Matthew and Matt are debate. I don't even know who Matt is.
Let's see.
Who's Matt?
He's a Christian content creator, does lives about Christian content. I've talked to him a couple of times.
You're supposed to be debating him right now, or Prook and Wisdom?
Well, my debate with Matt is supposed to happen around an hour from now.
Oh, I thought
11 o'clock mark.
Okay. I thought you were next.
But Prook is late, so they brought me up just in case we could switch.
Oh yeah, if Matt's here, you guys could just swap it.
Yeah, we're waiting for Matt too.
Oh, my bad. I'm slow.
Well, okay. Well, we'll keep doing audience vote, but I'll give. Well, okay. I won't do a forfeit for Matt because he's not even supposed to be here technically. But if Prook isn't here in like 20 minutes, then like, I mean, what do we say with that one?
Well, when is that one supposed to start? 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, it was supposed to start at 10 or 10:20 at the latest. Because I have a cushion whenever I schedule the events. So 10:20.
You said Prook's on another live or Matt?
We're not sure if Prook is on another live, but he could be.
Dog, I see Prook debating J-Rob every single day. Every time I open my app, it's every day.
Every day. He's like on AR's live every
day. Single day, bro.
The same debate every day.
It's the same topic every day, bro.
It literally is, bro. Like, literally. For hours, they will go over the same content that they went over the day before, just differently. I'm like...
Matthew, are you taking the affirmative or the negation?
There really isn't a negation within this. I'm going to assume that I'm taking a negation and that the pro-life position is going to be the affirmative. But the topic of the live is which is more justifiable, pro-life or pro-choice. So there really isn't a negation.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I actually think taking a negation is, I don't know, slimy, because I think both people are always saying an affirmation. No, I don't even think it's that. I think that both people are saying something affirmatively.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just saying pro-choice
Getting me mixed
gooder
up
than
with someone
pro-life,
else.
and he's saying pro-life
More,
gooder than
yeah, more
pro-choice.
justification for the pro-choice stance.
Gotcha. Yeah. And is this normative or applied?
I'm gonna probably be more normative, but I'm going to have some applied data as well. But it's mostly going to be normative.
It's not fleshed out though. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
No,
But
it's
okay, guys.
this is more layman's on this side. I'm not a me and Matt are both not like philosophy students. We're
Gotcha. Yeah.
more layman in this consideration.
Okay, guys. But here, let me get to the guests who want to comment or ask questions. How do I pronounce your name?
Bryden.
Bryden.
Mhm.
Okay. Welcome on the panel. Do you have any comments, questions on the debates that have happened so far?
Yeah, I thought the dial-up was kind of going slow there. Couldn't really catch up to what was going on. When you're asked, if God could fix, like, say, cancer, worldwide cancer, and your answer is a cop out, like, oh well, I don't have the knowledge of God, so I don't know why he doesn't decide to do that. I feel like it's just a total cop out. It's just saying like his ways are higher, and that's why he's not doing something or fixing the supposed objective moral thing to do. He's not doing it. Well, I just don't understand him, so that's why he's not doing it. Like, I just feel like it's a cop out. I think it's cheap.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's a take. I would say like I don't understand it either, but who knows? Research in the future will let us know, I guess.
But it was a really good, regardless of really good debate. I'm giving you a follow because I want to do a debate in the future. And I think this is a really cool space that is not really provided. So I think you got something going here. This is really good.
Bet. Like okay, actually, stay up here a little for a second. I did make a document during this live of potential debaters. I did get a lot of DMs from people who wanted to debate. So I'll just like write your. You're an atheist, I'm assuming.
I'm an agnostic atheist. Yeah.
Okay, I will write down your username and like let you know if not here on TikTok. I would urge everybody to get on Neptune. It's coming out pretty soon. That's probably where I'm gonna go. But also, all my other social medias are in the link in my bio,
Okay.
the Beacon link. And yeah, DM me, follow me. Like you can send me
hmm
20 messages a day. I wouldn't even mind. And I'll let you know and get that debate going for you.
Sweet. Okay, this is awesome, man. And then Jay, do you host your own, or you're always co-hosting with Controversial?
No, this is actually the first time I've co-host with
Sweet,
Coco.
man.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
run
give
my
you a
own
follow.
lives most of the time. Mine's are probably a little different than Coco. I'm a little bit more brash and
Okay.
kind of in your face, but
Okay.
but yeah, I do my own lives also. Yeah, I gave you a follow.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'll follow you so I can check out your live too.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you for your support. I appreciate you.
Mhm.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, I appreciate your candor. We'll get on to
Yep.
the next guy.
All right. Thank you.
Hey man, they forfeited, man.
Yeah, like I swear at this point, like Truck did DM me and say like, "Hey, switch my time," but I'm sending him messages. Like I need a response or something. Um,
He
If
said
Matt wants,
switch
we
his
could do like
time.
a warm up debate or whatever, just for funds, or we can just
um,
be silent, just for entertainment, because you have 170 people in here.
it is true. Huh. I mean, we could keep taking guests until like 11 o'clock when Matt and Matt are supposed to debate. But I mean, Matt, would you want to debate Shark on abortion to keep the time
Oh no,
going?
we should debate what's better, ice cream or cheesecake.
Do you want to do an ice cream or cheesecake
Ice
debate?
cream?
Or
Nah, man.
cheesecake.
Yeah, yeah. Which
Which
one is
position do
objectively
you
better?
Yeah.
objectively better?
Objectively.
I
Cheesecake,
think
Hey,
we're
I
gonna
just
man.
have
sent a
I think
Pruitt
we're gonna have
message,
trouble
but
getting that one off the ground.
I sent Pruitt a message,
Cheesecake,
but
of
he hasn't replied.
course.
But Slim said that she's not going to come up. She's doing her own live and everything else, and it's been enough time. So you probably want to like maybe move things up or change things if because it doesn't seem like that one's going to happen if that's the one that you had set up.
No, looks like we're doing the cheesecake debate, Matt. Come on now.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so
which
like
position are
Because
you
she's
wanting
live
to
right now,
hold
and
on
she
that
she
one?
doesn't plan on coming over here.
I'm taking the
uh,
objectively correct one.
The
uh
objectively correct one. That would be
so yeah,
cheesecake,
so like
correct?
so there
That'd be
was
cheesecake.
I can't even hear you, Coco.
so there was two debates that were supposed to happen. The Crook and Wisdom one is problematic right now, but then we're also waiting for Matt to show up. I DM'd him to try try to move that debate up. But
Yeah, but
regardless,
he's not supposed to show up for an hour, so you don't want to fault him.
yeah, that's true.
Who else do you have? Is that it?
That's it. Just two more debates. And
Well, it
then
looks like it's one more debate.
yeah, at this point.
Don't forget about the cheesecake debate. Hello?
Oh,
Well,
I just came in here, so
That's
I don't
right.
really know about the cheesecake debate. But yeah, I just want to let you know about Slim. So I think she'll try to take the win on that one because one, he didn't show, and so she's already doing her other live. So
oh no, no, it was supposed to be Crook versus Wisdom. That's it.
oh, I thought it was Slim. That's why I went over there.
Oh no,
Oh well, then don't listen to me then.
no.
But I would just forfeit Prook because I mean it's already 10:30. I mean, what's the you know what I mean? Unless like the other guy comes in and then they can do it on the back half, but
Yeah.
otherwise you're just going to extend an hour of something that's going on a very long time already.
You want me to fill in? Wait, Prook's not showing up right now. So wait, what position is Prook defending? Oneness?
Yeah, he's supposed to do Unitarianism versus Trinitarianism.
Trinitarianism.
Wait, I'll debate it. I'll take his position.
You'll do it against Wisdom songs.
Yeah,
But
just
that's
give
not
me.
going to be.
Can I just have 30 seconds to research? That's all I need.
I mean, do we want to run audience like?
Hey.
I don't think you should.
Hey.
I mean, it's not, and it's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, no,
against her.
I
It's
don't care.
actually,
I'm
it's
just
actually
if you guys
because
want to move
of.
it up, I don't care. I'm just trying
It would
to.
save the
Yeah, I
live.
know. I'm just.
It would literally save the live right now. We are at a conjunction right now. Like,
Yeah.
do we want two more debates or one more debate? I'd say two more debates. I mean, if not, we're going to be ending this thing way early. And yeah, Sharks got a following. So I mean, Wisdom's got a following.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Shark can hit himself in the head with the hammer right before the debate to make it more even matched.
Jesus Christ.
Robbie with the truth bomb.
I would say that.
Damn.
The theological move. Hang on, I'm reading 2 paragraphs about Unitarianism. Hang on, that's all I need.
Here, let me Wisdom. Here, let's have you come up, Wisdom.
Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, it's saying they're not 3 persons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is fine.
So Wisdom.
So it's supposed to be Wisdom and Prook, not. Okay, I had it wrong when I kept thinking about Slim then.
Yeah, Wisdom. I'm gonna give you the W. Quick has not shown up.
What?
W by
Bro.
4. But do you want to debate Shark instead?
Yeah, what are you?
Wisdom.
What do you believe? I know you're a Christian, but what kind of Christian are you?
Well, I'm an interdenominationalist. I think there's a truth value in all given propositions.
Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yeah, that's fine. I think biblically Jesus is the Son of God, and that I can manipulate the word however I want.
You want to take that with the Wisdom?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that it's.
Yeah.
I think it's. Listen, I think that if you're gonna use the word person against me, it's not gonna go well because I'm gonna reductio you to make you say that there's not gonna be a distinction.
Yeah, no, but it was gonna. It's a biblical debate. Is the problem?
Oh yeah, if it's a biblical debate, I'm not suited for that.
Yeah, it's definitely because he's Unitarian Christian.
Yeah. If you just want to talk about like Bible
that's
verses
right.
to do that,
That's
then
right.
then we're gonna be having
Wisdom.
2 entirely different debates.
Wisdom's a biblical debater. I forgot.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to compete
Shark.
against that.
I mean, if you want to debate the Bible, I mean, we can do that. No. Dan, that really sucks because I was happy to do that. Okay, well, God bless you guys for coming. That stayed up to see this for nothing. So, and Coco, God bless you, and Jay, God bless you too.
Yeah. Would you
Thank
be
you,
interested
Wisdom.
in debates in the future? Sorry about this one, but
Yeah, yeah. I would prefer to debate like either a Muslim or another theist about the Trinity, but yeah.
How about you do a second match with that BT guy? Because I don't think that
Sure,
first
that would actually
match
be
that I
fun.
did, I don't think that went well. It had a lot of issues. I'd rather you come over here and do it, and Yeah, I'll ask Coco. Can I be main host and he be co-host on his own platform? Yeah.
Sure. Can we just still do this topic though? That way I can just use because I really want to use I really want to debate this topic. So
Yeah. You can do any topic you want. Just set it up with me, and I'll get back to Coco, and we'll get it set up, and we'll get you in there.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, Jay, I would love to be a co-host. Like, yeah, we can do it on your channel. Yeah, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, definitely.
okay.
Because I had a timekeeper last time, and she just literally ruined the entire
No, that
debate.
was
And
that was my Abby Kadabi. Don't say that. She was fine.
yeah, she was great at keeping the time, but the timekeeper usually doesn't like involve themselves in the
Well,
actual debate. That's more for like a moderator, and I wasn't moderating the debate. I was hosting the debate, so she kind of messed up things. But it's okay. Yeah, get at me, and I'll get you that video that
Wisdom, would
I'm
you
supposed to
have
get
you
you.
debated Central?
no, I well no, I have, but only just informal.
Would I mean he would do it? I don't know if Coco wants him on the
Yeah,
live.
anybody that wants to debate the Trinity in the Bible, that's right up my alley.
Is he here?
No.
No, but you don't want to do it tonight. You need to do some research first.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Shark, follow me, and then I think I'm following you, but okay, and then that would be good. I'm just upset because we've been knowing about this. We've known about this for weeks, so
I mean, he probably just honestly forgot or something happened. I can imagine Prue is
he didn't
constantly
forget. We were
online
talking about it 2 days
talking
ago.
about this stuff
About
every
this.
day. So I mean, I
This
can
is not the
imagine he
first
just
time Prook has missed a formal debate.
Yeah, like
yeah.
it's all
So
good.
he probably just honestly forgot or something happened.
Yeah, I'm sure it always does. But anyway, God bless you guys. Thanks for staying up with me.
I followed you. Everybody's yelling at me to follow them.
Follow me! No, okay. All right. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Listen, all I know is Matthew's running from me from the ice cream and cheesecake
Later,
debate.
Wisdom.
But actually,
right here. I said I would take whichever side you want to take, but it's going to be hard to get the objective position of that off the ground.
Hey man, objectively, ice cream is better.
We can do a 2v2.
Well, I think that cheesecake is going to have more justification on that argument.
Actually, let me
Cheesecake
do
literally reminds every person in attendance of mold.
Wait, but really quick, let me do this. I do have 5 guests who want to probably share their opinions on the debates, so I'll probably do that. We can start off with John. How do you feel about the debate so far? Are you got any questions, comments?
John Doglegs.
You got anything for us, John?
John Stir.
No,
Drop John.
He's a dog. You got to go. Oh, woo, woo, woo.
Oh. Okay. Yep.
Here, Johnny.
So I'm gonna go on to the next one.
Thomas from the Bible. Doubting Thomas from the Bible. Wouldn't it be crazy if he's an atheist? That'd be funny. Thomas, are you there?
He's having loading issues, connecting. Try again, Thomas. We'll get back to you. Try request again. And
Never once have you been a child outside during the summer and went, I sure wish I had some cheesecake right now.
Let's see. Are you having connection issues? These people were they were in the guest request for a long time. So
I have to say, I've never seen a child crying about cheesecake melting on a hot summer day.
You haven't seen it because they never asked for cheesecake on a hot summer day.
Stephanie,
except for the times that they do.
We're lying about how many times. Listen, Matthew, how many times as a child or even an adult have you been out during summer and went, man, I sure wish I had cheesecake right now?
Depends location and availability of the cheesecake.
Tell me that once in your life you've said, I wish I had a cheesecake right now as you're drenching sweat outside playing baseball.
Oh, playing baseball, that's not difficult. I haven't played baseball since I was 10.
See, that's the problem.
That's going to be a difficult position to hold there if I need to satisfy all the conditionals of that question.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
why you
but
don't
yeah, but
understand.
they don't have like cheesecake trucks driving around
Hey, you
during the
ever seen a
summertime.
cheesecake truck?
The problem is when you take the position of the ice cream, you're going to find that the majority of what is considered ice cream doesn't fall under the category of ice cream. It falls under other categories like sherbet or
Yeah,
gelato.
that's
So
called
that's
the
going to be an
versatility
issue.
of ice cream.
But yet, when you do see that ice cream truck wandering around, one of the favorite flavors that is statistically considered one of the best flavors is the
Cheesecake.
strawberry cheesecake.
Hey,
Cheesecake,
Matthew,
yeah.
let me tell you right now. I got to be honest with you. That's a strong argument. However, do you know the SpongeBob one with the bubblegum ice cream?
That
Obviously,
never looks like SpongeBob.
yeah, it never looks like SpongeBob, but it tastes better than the cheesecake, doesn't it?
I don't personally agree with that
Wow.
consideration. I would have to deny
You get
that
the ice
that
cream,
point.
it's melting down your hand. Afterward, you get the bubble gum.
But the strawberry cheesecake has the little crunchy bits around the outside and the well-defined layers of flavor.
But that's ice cream pretending to be cheesecake. You understand? It's not really cheesecake. The only reason you like it is because it's ice
Because
cream.
ice cream wishes it was cheesecake.
No, listen, we just understand that some people are confused and that they truly seek ice cream disguised as cheesecake. It's
Have
the
you
only
ever
way
found
people
a
want it.
cheesecake that
I'm
is
gonna need to
pretending to be
hear.
ice cream?
Okay,
I'm
really
gonna
quick,
need to hear a
guys.
syllogism from either one of you.
What's P1?
Okay, really quick. Zypher's up here. Zypher, you got any comments for this?
Sucks that PRK couldn't make it. Also, Coco, my phone, this phone that I'm using, it's like really messed up. So, I would do the debate between me and you, but like because until I get this situation with my phone fixed, I can't do anything. I can't even research. And lastly, debate me right now, or else you're scared.
Does your phone just have a fear of debating? Is that what it is, Cypher?
I suck at doing on the spot.
Are you getting a new phone, Zypher? I just got a new.
Hey, Coco, it looks like
I
a mess in the
have
chat.
I have a 15 Pro Max that works, but it isn't activated, so I can't. And I don't have internet right now because we're moving, so I can't really use it. But I have this Motorola, which sucks because I dropped it multiple times and it barely works. Like half.
Yeah, I had the
Yo, Matt's
XR,
here.
so I just
I think
got
Matt's
the
here.
16 Pro.
Really quick, guys. Matt is in the comments. Matt, could you come up really
All
quick?
right. Love you. Have fun, Coco. Great work, everybody.
I guess.
Okay. Yep, love you guys.
Yeah, just by the way, you're totally scared, Coco, if you don't debate me like right now.
Like
in the middle of you hosting.
On the spot. On the spot. Like I don't.
I mean, if I'm joking, but if you're down for it, I'd totally do that. Actually, though.
Because I mean, like I would like to prepare, but like on the spot, it's like, I mean, I guess, but like you're not gonna get my best out of me. I'm gonna be like improvising a debate.
I mean, why not?
What are you talking about debating? Zypher, what are you talking about debating? Like, what's the topic?
Just problem of evil. Like, is it a problem for the Christian God?
LPOE or EPOE?
Either or. He can use whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, Coco, hit him with the EPOE and just spank his ass.
Or I can give him the button analogy. But like I'd like to prepare. I would just be giving you everything I said during the Brody debate, and that's really all I could really think of.
Nah, fam. I didn't prepare much either.
Oh well, okay. We'll see. Maybe we'll do that as like.
Wait, how about this? How about this? If audience votes that we debate problem of evil right now, we do it. Run up an audience poll.
Okay, you know what? I hope the audience doesn't do this to me, but like, I'll put a poll out.
Audience, I'm not that prepared. I'm really not. We're both equally unprepared. I'm not gonna have much of an opening statement. But
if the audience,
why don't we do it after the Matthew Matt debate? Like,
yes, Matthew.
I agree. Wait, run a poll. Run a poll, and then if they agree, we just do it. We just go for it.
Okay, we will. I'll run a poll. If the audience says if the audience wants me to do it, then I guess I'll do it. I don't want to do it, but like I'll do it. I would
Come
much
on,
I
bro.
would much rather prepare and like be fully 100% like giving you my best performance, but I can just do what.
I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. It's all good then.
But I mean, sure, I'll do a poll, I guess, and then run the debate.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine. If you want to be at your best, then be at your best, fam.
Okay, okay. But Matt, so basically the situation was that Prook was supposed to show up,
Kick
but
me because I can't do it on this phone. This
okay, okay. But I'll bring you up later if you stick around.
no, like I can't even like the when I push a button on this phone, there's like a 10% chance it'll actually work. It was so hard just to get up here, so I kind of need you to kick me unless you want to hear random noises throughout. Like,
Okay, I'll see you around.
yeah.
But so basically, Matt, what happened is that Prook was supposed to show up for his debate. It was supposed to be like 10 or at the latest 10:20. He's having some issues, which is fine. Life happens. So I was just wondering if you wanted to like move your debate up like 1 hour and debate Matthew in replace of Prook and Wisdom. It's up to you. But yeah.
Yeah, I can. I just need like maybe 10, 15 to get organized. I just got home from a bowling tournament. So
Okay. Yeah. So
if
sorry
you give me
about
that,
that.
I can do that.
Yeah, definitely. So sorry about that. But I do appreciate it. And while we're waiting 10, 20 minutes, we can take a couple more audience. Anyone want to come up and say anything on the debates that have happened so far? They have been really awesome. And yeah, we can have a couple more guests and like discuss that basically.
While we wait for that, we can also have everybody go ahead and do the live things, tap the screen a couple of times, share live, copy the links, whatever it takes to keep engagement running. The conversation in the chat's always wonderful for engagement as well, so it's always good to see. If
Hey,
you have
Matt,
any comments, questions, concerns, let people
Matthew,
know and we'll
I'm
see what
gonna
we can
need you
do.
to stop doing my job. Thanks. It's okay. Thank you.
It's
I'm just
habitual
kidding.
by this time.
Just playing, dude. Yeah, yeah. Do what Matthew says, everybody.
Bet. I do have two guests. Okay. Kunta, welcome. What you got for me?
Yeah, I just want to come up and say that you guys are doing some pretty good, amazing job. Like, regarding like how far you've come, Coco, with like creating a platform with people that can express themselves and like validate some sort of like position as to why they and believe in the things that they believe. Like having some sort of deep and lasting transformation of their personal experiences of Christianity or like anything else that opposed to Christianity. Yeah, you're doing a pretty good job. And Jay, bro, I always want to come in and say that like this is actually the first time that I see you in person. You're a lot cooler than hiding behind that like that mask of yours. So it's pretty cool. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
go back
thanks,
now.
man.
Yes, sir.
Bet. Thank you for your candor. And then we had like one other person in there. But anyone else? We got 114 people in here. Thank you guys for your patience. Sorry that like one of the debates didn't happen. But as we know, as of right now, Wisdom Songs, wow, W by forfeit. Or maybe Brooke will show up later and we can do the debate later. And okay, we got Rebel. What you got for us, Rebel?
Not much. So not to call them out, I think at least one of them's in the chat right now. But off the top of my head, because PRK decided not to show up or whatever's going on with him. I invited two of my buddies that I know for sure are Unitarians and do debate that position quite often. Metaphysics Mike is one of them. In the chat, I asked him if he was down to debate. He said he was down. So I don't know if Wisdom is still around.
Um, we could run
Yeah,
it after the Matthew debate.
no. I've seen Metaphysics Mike debate, and wisdom is not in his. I'm not saying this in a bad way to wisdom. It's just she wouldn't be able to debate him because he's a lot more versed in his debates. he's kind of not on the level. Not she's not on his level, I should say.
No?
That guy is brutal.
Who knows? I mean, like
She, I mean,
wisdom.
she sounds. I mean, from what it sounded like, Wisdom seemed pretty like confident in the, biblical Trinitarian position. I mean, I don't know why you
I
like try
mean,
to
if she
underestimate her
wants
like that.
to, sure. But again, I've seen him debate before, and he's, yeah, yeah. Prook's kind of, Prook's just kind of getting into the whole Unitarian thing. So he's, he's still kind of working out a lot of his arguments. So and Wisdom is kind of still working out a lot of her arguments also. So it'd be a better matchup. You know what I mean? If Prook and Wisdom went at it, but Metaphysics Mike, I've seen him debate before, and he's pretty brutal. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that to Wisdom.
I honestly think you might be underestimating her, to be honest. I mean, it's just like a
I mean,
last resort kind of thing,
yeah, in the end, I mean, if she wants to do it and she thinks she can do it, then,
There he
I
is.
would probably guard against it. But if she wants to, yeah, by all means.
Yeah, if you want
Yeah, like
to.
Julie's saying in the chat, I think it would be a great debate. Coco, I don't know if you're like DMing, texting her right now or whatever, like trying to get back in contact with her. But I would make the prediction that it would actually turn out like if you can actually make it happen, and especially since Mike here is willing to step up to the plate last minute here, I think it would actually save that debate from not happening.
Hmm. Um.
I
We'll
mean, are
see.
you?
Actually, let me do a poll and see, and
I mean, she's
then
got to be
Yeah,
somewhere
do a
around here,
poll.
right? She was just in here like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I could just share the live to her and get her
actually,
back
yeah, she'll
since
go live
I'm
to her
friends
and
with
we'll
her.
live. Yeah.
Hey guys, I was just hopping on. So yeah, what happened? Was this supposed to be a formal debate and someone didn't show up?
Yeah,
Who would I be debating?
yeah. PRK is just having some difficulties time wise, but yeah, he was supposed to do some songs.
Oh well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'll be around checking what's going on. I just got a call I got to take care, but I appreciate the invite. If nobody shows up, maybe I can come in and help a bit.
Okay, definitely. We'll keep you in mind.
All right, appreciate it, guys. God bless.
Yep.
The next debate will be starting here in just a few minutes, most likely, once Matt finishes up what he needs to do.
Yep. We're just waiting for Matt, and yeah, we'll start that abortion debate, and then we'll think about it. We might I mean, I do want to create matchups where the people are pretty like even in regards to their skill level and education. But if
Yeah.
Wisdom does want to debate, then I'd probably like have her debate this other guy, or we could just call it an early night and call it like a forfeit. But that debate was supposed to be PRK versus Wisdom Songs on Trinitarianism versus Unitarianism. So.
It
Okay,
looks
fair
like
enough.
Matt's saying he's ready.
Oh,
All
Matt's
right. Well,
ready?
thanks, guys.
Yeah, Rebel, appreciate that. That's actually pretty cool because you didn't have to do that. So yeah, thanks for that. But I just wanted to make sure that that the skill levels are at least evenly matched. Because you don't want you don't want a demolishment. You want both the interlocutors to actually gain something from it, and the audience to be, the audience to get something from it too. So, but yeah,
Very true, very true. We do want it to be a even matchup, definitely. But Matt, if you're good to go, then we can get started. Let's see. I'm gonna reconnect my phone because I charged it, so I can reconnect my mic and have fun. Can you guys hear me?
yep.
Bet. Okay, Matt. You're gonna have to unmute. You good to go?
Yeah, I'm set.
Bet. Okay, give me 1 sec to pull up the format. So, everyone that's here tonight, there's 110 people in here. Please share the live, get it out to as many people as possible. We're about to start the debate event. It's going to be Matt versus Matthew on which position is more justified, pro life or pro choice. With this debate, there's not really like an affirmative or a negation. So, in regards to who starts and who goes second, it's really up to the contestants. I did see the DMs you guys sent me, but remind me who wants to go first?
I was just going to let Matt pick what you wanted to do first.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can open if you want. I'm cool with that.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, cool. So I have 7 minutes on the timer for your opening statement, Matthew. And I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
All right, we're going to start off by saying thank you, Coco. Thank you, Jay, for hosting this position. Thank you, Matt, for being the opposition in this debate. Also, thank you to anybody in the chat who's sticking here to actually witness this debate. I will be taking the position that bodily autonomy and the position of pro-choice is going to be the more justified position to discuss in this debate. When I'm discussing bodily autonomy, I'm going to be talking about the ability to make decisions about one's own body, right? That's simply a position where you are the only one who gets to choose how your body is used in any given scenario. Now, this is going to be something that is going to discuss the concepts of like personal freedom. It's going to discuss medical ethics. It's also going to discuss issues with gender equality. We're going to dip into situations like the effectiveness of health care, personal liberty, as well as the ability to determine your own future rather than have it determined for you. When we're discussing bodily autonomy, we are not discussing this in a way that is considered a political or religious affiliation. This is held purely by the person, not by any organization. So when we're talking about this, we're going to be discussing how the restrictions of abortions do not lead to a position that eliminates the need of the abortion. We're also going to be talking about how when we're discussing these positions, the the access to abortions also improves the ability to access women's health and to make sure that they are not actually going to be harmed in this position where legislation is determining whether or not a person can take care of their own body. The common negations of this, the common arguments against this position of bodily autonomy are going to be centered around issues in like life is being considered at conception. And honestly, I'm just going to grant that position just to save time in this debate. I'm not going to worry about when life is considered to start. I understand that a lot of argumentation is going to be placed on the potentiality of the child in utero. And in this situation, I'm going to grant potentiality here as well. But when granting potentiality, we must understand we are discussing a statistical outcome to a person that will be born. So we can simply take a standardized position and consider this to be an average, right? Take the most average position in any key situation. Just as a person could have the potential of being the greatest human to ever lived, they also have the potential of being the worst human to ever live. So we just take a standardized bell curve and put the potentiality right in the center. Cultural devaluation tends to be also a point that's brought up quite often due to the use of abortion. And simply that's just a slippery slope fallacy. I understand that the argument being that the allowance of an abortion is going to devalue a culture or a people and the worth of those people, but there's nothing that's going to state this is a necessity. In fact, we find out through the legalization of abortion that a lot of health concerns are solved and a lot of socioeconomic concerns are solved. So holding a slippery slope fallacy on that is just not going to be something that's going to be seen evidentially. We can talk about the well-being of the mother in case of things like mental health and physical health, though we see that the well-being of a woman is actually going to be increased by allowing for bodily autonomy. This is going to allow for a woman to have proper health care in cases required, as well as any requirements for mental health if that is required as well. Just the increase in healthcare for a woman is going to be obvious. And then any situations where an alternate view is possible, things like adoption, that's never going to actually solve the problems that arise in bodily autonomy. You still force all the issues to occur and then say it's okay to no longer have any responsibility for the child. That's never going to actually solve the problem of bodily autonomy. Simple point of this position is going to be that bodily autonomy is a discussion for the individual and their healthcare provider, solely for them. Anybody on the outside is only going to be working as a control mechanism for them rather than actually working with them. Uh, these things are going to be based in medical facts, legal precedent, ethical consideration, and other things as well. But if we wanted to look at some of these actual legal precedents, you can simply look into Roe v. Wade in 1973. Now, I understand Roe v. Wade has been repealed, but I find that to be the, honestly, one of the largest tragedies of our time to lose a position where you can have medical confidence with your provider is just detestable as far as I'm concerned. But you can also work towards legal precedents using Planned Parenthood versus Casey in 1992, which also protected the bodily autonomy of a mother. So this is simply going to be that the protection of a person's bodily autonomy is simply going to be the protection of their ability to choose. If any other resources or anything is also required, just let me know. That's going to be the conclude that. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay. So I'm stopping your time, and you had 33 seconds left on the clock. Matt, is going to be your turn. I'll start your time whenever you say your first word.
All right. First, I'd just like to say thank you to the host and thank you to the co-host for the moderation and the panel to debate this topic. Second, thank you for Matthew for being a good opponent to the conversation. Now, when we discuss the ethics of abortion, I take it to be the case that in a general society or in a general consensus, we ought value the life of beings, which in Matthew's opening, he did grant life begins at conception, which is important to the conversation. But I don't think life categorizes what we value. I think that experiences categorizes what we tend to value. And in my argument, it tends to be the case that the intuition of death falls around whether or not someone is deprived or harmed in the case of death. And I think that the position I'm going to posit, that when we talk about how harmful is death in the case of abortion, that when we deprive someone of a future state of experiences, that's going to be some prima facie wrongness there. Now, I think what was confused a little bit in Matthew's opening was the idea that what my argument might posit is that it's potential, but my argument doesn't grant any idea of specific experiences, more like that the experiences we talk about are what we care and consider. Secondly, in the case of abortion, I'm arguing that in the case of elective, where the act of conception was through consensual means, through a sense of obligation, is the abortions that I'm against. I do grant that women do have autonomy and integrity is a valuable trait that we should take into consideration in the sense where there is no obligation to negate or harm another being. If you are obligated, you cannot act aggress upon somebody, even if it's the case that they are on your property or within your property. Secondly, every empiric that addresses the claims I'm going to make isn't going to do much. My argument is not contingent on current empirics, on current law, because no law that exists embody my view of what abortion bans should look like or should be. Nevertheless, I think that during this conversation, we can negate the idea of religious freedom or religious values in this conversation. I don't hold a religious argument, I hold a secular argument. Secondly, I think even in the political lines, there are many Republicans who are pro-choice, many Democrats who are pro-life, so I'm glad that we can agree that this isn't going to be a political or religious conversation. Nonetheless, I hope that through this conversation, we can all understand a couple things. In the case of harm, harm should be prevented. In the case of abortion, I hope to demonstrate that the act of abortion, in a general majority case, where there is not the case of SA, nor does medical determination require an abortion, I take it to be the case that that is going to be an unjustified action that harms being, where you're obligated to take care of them. And for the rest of my time, I'll yield and we can get into the cross exam.
Okay, I am pausing your time right now. You had 4 minutes and 18 seconds left, but that's okay. So that will be the end of the openers. Matthew, since you started, we're going to start with your cross examination. You have 5 minutes on the clock for the first round, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right, so my position is based solely in bodily autonomy. So I'm going to discuss bodily autonomy with you because I want to know what your positions on some of these concepts would be. My idea here is that a woman is the only person with control over her body and how her body is used in any case. Uh, but in this discussion, I want to know what are your thoughts on a scenario such as this? Let's say an accident occurs, an accident that I am responsible for. In this accident, I am perfectly healthy, yet the other people that are in this accident, of which one of them is seriously injured and requires a kidney in order to survive. I am the only person who is a match for that person, and I am responsible for why they are in that condition. Is it possible for me to be forced to give of my own body in order to save their life?
In the sense of force, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but to answer the question bluntly, do I think a person is obligated to do that? I do think a person should be obligated, depending on other particulars. Absent other considerations, yes, you're obligated to do so.
So this is a position on medical ethics based in bodily autonomy. In medical ethics, the position is that a person does not need to do so. There can be no force used to cause this person to give up their organ to save another person's life. What if it was a third of a liver that needed to be given up to save that person?
Yeah, absent other considerations, I would say generally you're obligated.
But according to medical ethics, you do not have to give that up, correct?
That kind of conversation dwells about what is. My argument is about what ought to be, and I think that's what the question
That's not
revolves
what
around.
I asked you. I'm not talking about odds, or I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about what
gotcha.
is. I am
Yeah,
asking you
what is
direct
the case?
questions.
Yeah, what is the case that that's not currently the case? Sure.
Okay. So what if it was blood that I needed to donate to save this person's life?
Are you asking me in the sense of what is the case or my view?
This is purely what is the case. We're discussing medical ethics on bodily
Okay.
autonomy.
Yeah, from my knowledge, what is the case is that you're not obligated to do so.
What if it's simply plasma?
Still not obligated to do so.
Okay. What if it was just my time that was going to save the person's life?
In some, well, medical ethics probably not. In some other ethics, probably. Yeah, in law
Okay.
standards.
So we're sitting at a point where there is no position where my body can be used against my will in order to save another person's life, even if I am held responsible for the condition they're in. Let's go ahead and change up the scenario slightly. And instead of me being perfectly fine in this accident, same thing occurred, but I did not survive. I do not have an organ donor's certificate signed. Can my organs be used to save that person's life?
Are you arguing of what is the case? If it is the case,
What
then
is
no.
the case?
Okay,
We are
currently no.
discussing
There's
medical ethics and
gotcha,
what is the case.
gotcha. Currently no. There is no standard for that in medical ethics.
Okay. So currently, through medical ethics, we have found that even the rights of a corpse have more rights than that of a pregnant woman wishing to express bodily autonomy over her own position. Because even if that woman was to choose to terminate her pregnancy and that would result in the end of a life, such as that unborn child, it is still her body and her choice on whether or not it can be used to support that life. And that is simply a fact.
Yeah,
Would you
I would
disagree?
agree. I would agree that is the case currently.
Okay, so currently we have a hypocritical situation. Would you say that we should now force a woman to give birth to an unwanted pregnancy and then also force any and all people to give up of their body in order to save others' lives?
The question you're asking is, do I think it's the case that
Should
we should
we?
do this? Should we?
Yes,
In the
should we do
standard,
this?
In the standard where you lose your life, as in like the existence of your being, then I'd say no, that would fall under self-defense.
Okay, so I should not have to give of my body to save another person's life.
If the requirement is that you lose your not livelihood, but your life, meaning the existence, no, that's going to be self-defense.
So I can be forced to give up a kidney.
I think that in some sense you are obligated to do so if it is not going to cause you to unalive.
The only obligation that can be considered in this position is legal obligation. You
I don't take
are
that to be the
you
case.
you said you're not arguing a religious position on this. You're arguing a secular position. The only obligation that can be forced in a secular position would be a legal obligation.
That's not
If
necessarily
you're
the
if you're
case.
talking about moral obligation, that's just going to be a position where you'd have to then justify an objective morality or a position of obligation. And the only obligation that you're going to be able to show in a secular system is going to be a legal obligation.
And time. That'll be the end of that cross examination. So that was Matthew's cross examination. Matt, now it's your turn to ask questions and do your cross examination. I'll start your 5 minutes when you say your first word.
Clarifying question. I can clarify some things on my position, correct?
Yes, you
Okay.
can talk the entire time. You can clarify, or you can ask him questions. It's your cross examination to be in control.
Okay. So real quick, I just want to clarify things. If the prompt of the conversation is which is more justified, pro-life or pro-choice, and I take it pro-choice means, avocation for abortion access, and pro-life means anti-abortion or anti-abortion access. Well, then the question of whether or what is the case doesn't really matter in the discussion of what is justified as a view. Secondly, my claim doesn't require objective morality in any case. It can be a subjectivist or an objectivist framework. Secondly, I don't think legal frameworks matter in the sense of this conversation. We can get into pragmatics; it's not important. But now we can get into your position. You said you value bodily autonomy. Let me ask you this: when you talk about autonomy, is there restrictions to this, generally speaking?
This is simply going to be the individual is the sole person who has control over their own body.
Right, I understand that, but is there going to be restrictions to this? Are there cases where, even though you have autonomy, we can restrict your usage of autonomy to prevent harm or damage to other beings or property?
There's going to be caveats. Of course, there's caveats for everything. But when we're talking about what happens to one's own body, that's going to be a position that's held unanimously. There's
Okay,
no changing of that.
okay. So you
You're,
don't
you're
hold bodily
discussing what
autonomy. Well,
happens to
hold on,
something
real
else.
quick.
I was
You,
finishing my
no,
answer.
that's fine. You answered what I needed you to. I'm not trying to be rude, but I have more questions. So you do think that autonomy isn't going to be absolute in the sense of rights, correct?
If it's only considering the individual's body, there's no caveats.
There's no caveat, so it is an absolute right.
Just to the own body. But when you talk about rights, I don't use the concept of rights. I use the concept of it's more privileges than rights. Now, what you're discussing here
Well,
is a
that doesn't
right,
matter. That
and
point doesn't
that's
matter.
not my position.
That's fine. That doesn't matter. The question more lines is like if autonomy is the thing that's absolute, meaning we shouldn't or can't restrict this in any metric. I'm asking you if that's the case.
If it's only discussing one's own body, yes.
Okay, so if it discusses harm to another person, we can restrict that, right?
If it's discussing the prevention of harm to one's own body, that's going to be the same in any case.
Okay, great. So autonomy isn't absolute. We can restrict this in the sense we prevent harm to other people.
Yeah, I already
That's good.
discussed. I already
Okay, cool.
discussed this.
So then let me ask you this. When it comes to value, you believe life begins at conception, but that doesn't really answer the question about value. When do you think
I just
life,
granted it.
you granted life is valuable at conception?
I just granted that life begins at conception.
Okay.
Value is going to be a subjective position.
Okay, great. I'm curious about your view of your view of value. When do you assign value?
I don't assign value, not to something that I don't have any dealings with. I cannot assign value to something that is not connected to myself.
Okay, let me
Value is
put
going
you.
to be
Okay, real
a
quick.
subjective
That's fine. I have more
position.
questions. So are you saying that in the case where, in some case where a woman goes to a doctor and gets a lethal abortion, say, and I mean lethal termination of pregnancy that does not result in a live birth, that kind of procedure late in the pregnancy, say 8 or 9 months, do you think that this is wrong or do you think that this is fine?
There's not going to be any restrictions. It's still bodily autonomy.
Yeah, so you think that action is fine.
I don't believe that lethal abortions are happening in the ninth month.
Well, whether it happens or doesn't happen, I'm asking whether you think that's fine or not.
Then it's an unrealistic hypothetical, and I'm not going to engage with it.
Hypotheticals don't need to be realistic; they just need to be logically
I will
possible.
not engage with a unrealistic hypothetical because it's being used as an emotional tool rather than an actual
Wait,
discussion
no.
point.
wait, hold on, just because that's not a motion, right? I'm not like calling you names saying, well, if you agree with this, you're this.
No,
I'm just
that's not
asking
what I
you
said you
on
were
your
doing.
logic, right? I'm just asking you on your logic or your view, are you saying that this is going to be okay? That's all I'm asking.
I'm
Even
saying
if it
that's not
doesn't happen,
logical to say that's happening.
what's the contradiction?
That a person is going to hold a pregnancy for 8.5 months, go through all that is required to hold a pregnancy for 8.5 months, and then terminate that pregnancy when alternatives are available and used in the medical situation, such as C-sections or induction. Those are still considered abortions. That's what I'm discussing when I say a late term abortion is an induced pregnancy. It's just a termination of a pregnancy, not the termination of a life. So this is a completely,
I didn't ask. No,
this is
no. I
just
asked you.
category
Okay,
error.
how is that? That's not categorical error.
It is
What
a
is
category error
the P not P? What is the contradiction in that statement of the hypothetical where it makes it not logically possible?
because the discussion I'm having is going to be a termination of a pregnancy that ends in a life, and the consideration that you're discussing is a termination that ends in with a life being lost. This is just not happening. That's
In the
not what I'm
case, wait, in
discussing.
the case of abortion, in like the first trimester, does the organism, the
Again, you
human
asked my
organism?
position, I gave you my position.
I understand
Repeating the
that.
question will not get you a
Wait,
new
this is
answer.
a different question. This is a different question. In the case in a first trimester abortion, does the organism, the fetus, zygote, whatever term, does that entity unalive in that process?
Yeah,
Okay,
because it
really
has no
quick.
ability to end in a live birth. Yes.
Okay, stopping it there. The round is over. It's going to go back to Matthew for second round cross examination. You get 5 minutes. I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
When discussing legalization or restriction of abortions within nations, do you believe it to be healthy for a society or damaging to a society to criminalize abortion?
Depending on the parameters, I think it can be a good thing to criminalize abortion.
So, through statistics and through study, we're going to find out that any nation that has criminalized abortion has caused massive problems to women's health care as well as socioeconomic issues. They have found that the criminalization of abortion does not stop abortion, it just prevents safe abortions from occurring, which causes a lot of trauma to women, causes a lot of issues with women having much higher mortality rates due to getting abortions that are not in safe environments, as well as a lot of socioeconomic issues and mental health issues with these women. If you would like any sources to back those up, you can look at the World Health Organization and look at the reference for the World Health Organization titled Safe Abortion, technical and policy guidance for health systems, as well as the gut the what is it, the Guttmacher Institute, and you can reference the studies on abortion safety and legal impacts. Um, do you think it's safe to restrict abortions?
Depending if the parameters are met, under my view, I think it can be.
Do you think the attempt to restrict abortions is going to prevent any abortions from occurring?
No, similar to how preventing something like SA isn't going to stop SA from occurring, but we still
Okay,
prevent SA.
so we see the states that have attempted to prevent abortion within the United States. We have seen dozens of instances where people who required abortions for specific reasons, such as ectopic pregnancies, or in the case of malformation during the formation of the fetus during embryology, where the mother was at supreme risk of death because of what was going on, but a doctor was incapable of taking any action due to legislation. This would be considered harm due to criminalization of abortion, correct?
Yeah, the current cases of abortion law, but I don't agree with current cases of abortion law. So I can grant all this, and that still doesn't affect my argument at all.
So, where are you going to say that criminalizing abortion is not going to have these impacts?
In the
That
case,
it's not that it's possible to criminalize abortion and not have issues like these arise?
no, in the case, what I'm saying that in the case that we observe, I already acknowledge that there's harm and problems, but that's not my position. I don't agree with current
Is
abortion law.
there any way you can criminalize abortion and ensure that these things do not occur?
I'm sure there's a way. We just have to find that way. It's not impossible to figure that out.
Well, I'm going to state that until that position is brought forth, the only evidence we have based in studies is that these things are going to cause these issues. We have actual studied positions and we have case studies where this is the case. And until a different position is put forward, I don't know how you can deny that to be the case.
I didn't
Do
deny
you
that to be the
believe
case.
that with accessibility to proper health care, you can have an improvement in women's health?
Yeah, I don't take abortion to be a form of healthcare, though. Not in the
Then
majority of
that's
cases.
going to be an ignorant position because it is quite literally healthcare. It is a medical practice held by a physician and a patient that is defined as healthcare. You might not agree with that method of healthcare, but it is by definition healthcare. So the increase in the ability to have safe and effective healthcare that does save lives due to some of the topics that we discussed before, like ectopic pregnancies and other life-threatening conditions, we understand that proper access to this healthcare is going to provide a benefit to health. And if you would like resources for that, I can give you those as well. You have, again, the Guttermark Institute, but this time you would look at the research on abortion and access and public health would be the article that you would look into. And you could also look at Center for Reproductive Rights, specifically their report on the global reproductive health improvements. That would give you data on all of these things. So we have definitive points of data that show that in locations where access to abortion is found, women have better quality of life, they have better health care, they have better socioeconomic positions, they have better mental health positions, and have an overall betterment in their quality of life.
Finish your last sentence.
I'll yield the rest.
Okay. And that will be the end of the second round of your cross-examination. Matt, it is your turn to do your cross-examination. I'll start the time whenever you say your first word.
Okay, yeah. A couple things. One, when you define healthcare, every country has different standards of healthcare. So I'm not sure. Are we only operating under America's standard of healthcare, or the more organized world's versions?
No, I'm discussing healthcare as a service provided by a physician to its patient.
Okay. Would lobotomy, if a lobotomy is practiced by a physician, does that count as healthcare?
Sure, if you can provide a position in the world where lobotomy is still considered a standard practice for a physician to a patient, I would be required to say that's healthcare.
You didn't say anything in your definition about being standard practice. You just said if it's provided by a physician, it's healthcare.
So physicians follow standard practice.
Okay,
That
that's
is
just okay.
that is just under the position of a physician.
Okay, so by the way, me denying that I think abortion is a form of healthcare in most cases isn't ignorant. That just goes off the semantics of what I take healthcare to be. Um, in this entire debate, what you've done is focus on the is, not whether or not the view is justified in an ought scenario. I can agree that there are negative entailments in the case of abortion bans currently. None of that addresses my argument because I don't agree with current laws. I
My
just want to be very clear.
my discussions on the problems and the losses of healthcare and the damage that occurs to women due
Okay, but
to
what does that do
these
against my argument? Wait, real
is
quick,
an
real quick. That's
argument
fine. That's fine. What does that do
is
against
an
my
ought
argument?
argument.
Wait, what does that do against my argument if I disagree with the current standards?
Again, I'm showing you that your argumentation is going to provide a negative result, so we ought not
How?
follow it.
How? Can you steel man my argument?
By providing resources that show that reducing access to abortion causes negative impacts to women's healthcare, socioeconomic positions, as well as
You're
societal
saying
and
that my
cultural
argument. Wait,
positions.
real quick. You're saying that my argument is going to grant that there's going to be negative entailments of that position. So I'm asking you to steel man my argument, so we know what you're talking. You
That's
know what
not what
I'm
I
talking
said.
about.
I said that your argument is
Oh, that's
going
not what you
to
said. Okay.
lead to a position where we ought restrict access to abortion. And the information I gave showed that restricting access to abortion causes negative impact, and we ought not do so.
Okay, gotcha. So, but in this scenario where I've discussed my position, not that I agree with current
Mhm.
scenarios, how can you say my view leads to the same
Because
conclusion if you don't know what my view is or you don't know the
your
entailments of my
ought
view?
is that we should restrict abortion.
Yes, my ought is that in general cases we should restrict
Yes, and
abortion.
my
Yes.
position is that
My ought is
restriction of
also
abortion causes negative impact, so we ought not do it. I'm not using pure is. I'm
in the
using
current
is
in the
as the
current
data
case
to
in
support the ought.
So you're using is to
No,
justify
not
an
to
ought claim?
justify it, to support it. It's
So to
supporting
justify or
data.
support it. Okay. That's just
No,
an
it is
is ought
not, because
fallacy.
I am not saying because this
How is it
is
not?
we ought to do so. I'm saying this is the case that we see now. Therefore, we can take the data to show that if we ought stop abortion, this is the expected outcome. So we ought not prevent abortion.
An ought claim includes an ought not claim, just so you know. When you say we shouldn't do something and you use current standards, that's still an is ought
That
fallacy.
is not an is ought fallacy.
That is
No,
an is
I'm
ought
just
fallacy.
providing
If we could pull up the
statistics in
definition of that, that's
support of the
fine.
ought. I'm not saying because
Yeah,
is the
statistics on the
ought.
current case which supports the ought claim. That's an
No,
is ought
it is
fallacy. Anyway,
not.
regardless, if you don't want to grant that being the case, that is the case.
It
Okay,
is
I'm sorry to
not.
break it to you, but I just want to understand. I would like you to engage
I
in the question I
have.
asked earlier before I ran out
I
of time.
actually
No,
have.
no, the question I asked in the
Because your
first.
question
Hold on, the
was
question I asked in
not
the first.
accurate to what was being said.
Okay, I would like you to answer the question. In the case of an 9-month gestational pregnancy, do you think it is okay for a woman to lethally abort
That is not
that
the case of
child?
what happens. Again,
I'm
I'm not going
asking you.
to
Wait, okay.
use
Hold on.
an I will
Reclaiming. I'm
not
asking you to
answer
answer the
an
question.
unrealistic hypothetical.
Hold on, he's reclaiming his time.
It. Okay. In order for to move forward with this, you have to acknowledge that hypotheticals just need to be logically
I
possible. You haven't provided the contradiction.
in my position, that is not what is happening. Therefore, I have no justification or no reason to address that.
In your position,
I
you're
am
saying
not
pro-choice is justified,
arguing
correct?
for lethal abortion at 9 months.
Okay, so you would say that's
No,
wrong, correct?
I do not hold a position on that.
So it's not
No,
wrong.
I do not hold a position on
So
that.
you're agnostic on the case.
Agnostic would be the
You're
position, not
agnostic on that.
Gnostic. Agnostic.
I said agnostic. I don't know if you heard that. I apologize, but I said agnostic. So you're agnostic on the case whether an 8 or 9 month termination lethally is wrong.
Yeah, I do not have a position on that currently.
Okay, and is it just because you don't
It's
see
not
that
part of my
happening?
argumentation here. Why would I make a position on something that is not occurring?
Okay, cutting off the cross-examination now. So we are now going to begin our 3-minute closing statements. So Matthew, you would go first, and I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
So again, we're discussing bodily autonomy here. In every single case of bodily autonomy, we're discussing the ability for one to choose what happens to their own body. We're not talking about this position of what happens to somebody else. We are only talking about the ability of what happens to one's own body. We find out that in medical ethics, the result of another person's ability to survive is not even taken into consideration on the protection of bodily autonomy, except in this position where a pro-life opponent will start saying that a fetus's life is more important than the wife's bodily, or not the wife's, but the woman's bodily autonomy. And I find that to be a hypocritical position. Now, we understand that we grant people the ability to protect oneself against harm. And all you have to do is be able to justify that harm will be done by the violation of one's bodily autonomy, and you have the right for self-defense. We find that in the position of pregnancy, we have some just consistent and universal harms that happen to a woman during pregnancy. Things like pelvic floor and abdominal muscle issues that happen. These changes are universal. We have breast changes that are universal. The physical changes to the breasts are just going to happen. Weight and body changes are going to be something that happens regardless of whether or not you try. You're going to have issues with hormone and metabolism changes that you cannot get around. This is simply a fact of pregnancy. You're also going to have skeletal and joint changes that you cannot prevent. These things are drastic and harmful changes to the anatomy of a woman. And a person who has the right to bodily autonomy has the right to protect their body from those changes. If you can choose not to have your body used after you've died, then you should grant that same protection to a person who is pregnant. You my time.
Okay, I'm pausing the time now. You had 50 seconds left on the clock. Matt, it's time for your 3-minute closing statements. I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
Lastly, I'd just like to say thank you to the host, co-host, Matthew for attending, audience for listening. In closing, what I've noticed in this debate is a couple of things. One, my opponent in his argumentation to justify an ought not claim used current data and statistics of is statements to justify the ought claim, which is going to be an is-ought fallacy whether he likes it or not. Secondly, I'd also like to say every argument he made or critique against my view didn't address the argument, it addressed entailments he thinks my argument commits itself to. We didn't discuss the ethics or the value of that child. He granted life began at conception, but I was curious more when he thinks value is consistent. If he says it's consistent at conception, that's fine. I wanted to go into the conversation of obligation. In the case of obligation, we didn't even get to address that because he just wanted to say, in any case of hypotheticals, to analyze if a woman can do an action based on the autonomy principle. He wouldn't engage because it was unrealistic, even though he couldn't show me the contradiction that violates the law of logic. So under standards of debates, making a fallacious argument and then refusing to engage in logically possible hypotheticals doesn't do anything to strengthen your argument. It actually shows how weak you are in your debating. Now, I'm not trying to be mean. I think that there's room for improvement there. I can grant everything you said in the case of harm, current abortion law, but because I don't commit myself to those claims, that's not what my argument does. That doesn't address my argument that pro-life is justified. So if we wanted to engage in another conversation at some time where you do respond to the hypothetical and analyze the logical part of this, the ethics, the normative view, then I think we can get to a better place. But we didn't get anywhere because, to put it bluntly in the best possible way, you didn't understand the type of debate that this was, I feel like. And with that, I'll yield my time.
I'm going to
Okay.
reclaim my final minute because
Is that okay with you, Matt?
I'm going to reclaim my 50 seconds.
Go for it.
Did not perform an is-ought fallacy. That's just flagrantly incorrect. What I did was I said, these are the studies that show effects of actions. That's not an is for an ought fallacy. That is simply data collection that shows results of actions when taken. So in the position that we ought restrict pregnancy, data shows this will be the outcome. So my position is that we ought not restrict pregnancy, therefore not allowing those things to happen. This is not an is-ought fallacy. This is simply data in support of my argumentation for we ought not do so. That is going to be a supplemental position. I'm still finishing my 50 seconds. When you say I didn't discuss the ethics of the position or the morality of the position, I did. I discussed it in my opening statement as well as many times during my cross examinations. I
Finish it off,
discussed
Ethan.
the ethical issues right up front and how the value of a life and the potential of a person would be a standard based in the normative position or the average human person.
How much time do I have? And then we could do.
You did have 1 minute and 11 seconds left over.
I'll
If
reclaim
you
just a little bit if that's possible. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, that's cool. Matthew, are you okay with that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to put it bluntly, when you take data, given the current scenario, data achieved by current action, what is the case based on observational data in the present by actions taken for a view, one that I don't agree with, by the way, and you use that to justify an ought not scenario, that is an is ought fallacy.
That's not what happened.
Okay, but we can. I'll close with that because that is the standard of an is ought fallacy.
And
But
that's not what I
we
did.
can move from there.
Okay. And we'll end it there. It was a good debate, guys. I really appreciate it from both of you. Two very intelligent individuals. Appreciate your perspectives. Jay, you got anything to say on the abortion debate? Any comments, critiques, questions?
No, actually, it was a very good debate. Thank you both for coming and giving your views and debating. Yeah, I have to stay impartial, so I'm not going to say who I think won or lost, but again, very good debate.
Okay, and I will put the poll up so we can figure out who won or lost via audience vote. But hang tight, and
I do want to say real quick, I don't have any issues with Matthew. So if there's any of my people I talk to on a daily basis about this, I don't have any issues with him. I just think that there's miscommunication or misunderstanding, and I think that happens all the time. or
Yeah,
maybe
this is debate.
different semantics.
This isn't frustration on any position. I think we were sitting at a position where we think something happens that, or I believe something that Matt thinks something happened that didn't happen, and I believe he just didn't understand the data that I was giving, and he thinks that I was trying to use it's to try to support an ought, and I wasn't. At least that's not the intent. If it came off that way, that's not what I was attempting to do. I was simply attempting to use statistical data to support what could happen with the position where abortion is prevented. Not this is the case, so we shouldn't do. It's data supports this will happen if we take your position. So I say we ought not take your position.
I am a curious, and I'm not trying to invoke debate. I'm a little curious. Do you think my view commits to what currently happens? Like, do you think my view commits itself to the standards that are currently practiced in law?
No, and
Before you answer that,
I don't think either of us were
the
holding to
poll
that
is
position.
yeah. Before you answer that, I was just telling the audience the poll is up, but continue. Everyone, you can vote on the poll.
I'm curious, though. Okay, well, I'll end it there. I don't want to go into any more dialogue that isn't necessary.
Yeah, totally fine. But yeah, up next we got Prick and Wisdom. PRK, you gotta be on time for your scheduled debate, man. PRK. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I'll just set the audience question.
The fairness of the debate, I am going to vote for Matthew on that one, just because I think it's fair that we. I don't know. I support you. Yeah.
I asked
No,
Matthew
that's
before.
a brilliant position. I'm absolutely for that.
Matt, what did you think the original proposition was, and were you focused on normative or applied ethics?
It's on normative and then getting into applied if it came down to that. I don't know if the cross exam allowed for all that discussion, but I focus more on normative.
Okay. Do you agree you conceded on the applied that it should be legal?
Not in the sense that my position commits itself to what currently happens. I don't. I'm not sure my position analyzes for that. So on applied ethics, I'm kind of agnostic at the moment. I'm not sure how to quantify the legal aspect of my view.
Okay, from my perspective,
but in the sense of justified, I think that when we talk about justification, it's a good thing. We could discuss either moral or legal justification. I think it's important to focus on moral justification because law is just a standard of practice that is used by some enforcement under my view.
yeah, it just
So
sounded
absent
like you
enforcement, where do we
recognized
come to those
that
conclusions?
it's just going to create more danger. It's still going to happen anyway, and it would be irrational to make it illegal. That's just what it sounded like. Maybe you didn't intend for that. That's why I just wanted to.
I acknowledge that one, in the case where you ban a procedure, ban something that is either needed or wanted, it will still happen. That's just the case in like SA. People are still going to commit SA even though you prevent it. So making the argument that banning it is just it's not going to stop it from happening.
Got you.
Well,
And
the difference in those two positions is with SA, there is no like safe position that is occurring without banning it. But if you ban abortion, you no longer have access to safe abortion,
yeah,
which is a
because
major difference in that topic.
you're almost punishing the woman in the case of being SA'd, right? So it's almost like you have to special plead for pregnancy because of the amount of victims that are occurring simultaneously.
What do you mean when I have to special plea? What do you think my
Wait,
argument
sorry, one more
commits to
time.
a special plea? How do you think my argument commits to a special plea?
No. I think that when we're dealing with abortion, I think it's necessary that we special plead to it because there's not another example like it.
Oh, I mean that's just but okay. So like if you mean like current case, like I'm sure we could position a world where there might be some analogous case. But if you're saying like currently there's no situation like pregnancy, I'd agree there. In the sense of legal argument, there would be a special plea there. But I wasn't focusing.
Yeah, no worries. And then Matthew, you would agree that it's kind of like it would be easy for you to say like women, just to answer the hypothetical, women ought not have lethal abortions, especially given that they could just do a C-section.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily hold that position. It's not something that I have come to a conclusion on. So I don't have that position. Like I said, I'm gonna have to remain agnostic to that position, and I don't find that to be a realistic hypothetical even in this case. So it's not something that I'm prepared to answer.
Got
So
you.
I
No worries.
will not answer it.
Got you. No worries.
In terms of realistic, what do you mean by that? I'm just curious. Like when you say something has to be realistic under your standard, are you saying that it's impossible for this to be true, or like what do you mean?
No, I'm saying we were using fairly normative style argumentation throughout this entire position, so I wasn't getting too much further into that. When we discuss the actuality of that kind of scenario happening, you're talking about a situation. I kind of dipped into this a little bit during the cross examination. You're talking about a situation where a woman has remained pregnant for 8 or more months at this point in time. You're talking about a woman who has almost by definition been expecting to give birth and probably already has names picked out, probably already has a
Well,
nursery
okay,
built, probably
yeah,
already
I get
has
that.
the
I get
clothes
that. I'm
bought,
sorry.
all those things. Then this is just the realistic of the case. That's the
But what
reason
if you
I,
take all those scenarios out? What if you
Yeah,
take all those
some
scenarios out?
some women
again,
literally don't even know that they're
I'm
pregnant until they
talking
have to give.
normatively on this position.
Yeah, so am I. What if you take all those
Yeah,
scenarios out? That's what I'm
that's
kind of
why I
curious on.
said I do not hold that position because that is not something I have deeply looked into.
But medically, they could just
I
always
I
have
could
a
do
agree.
hold to
C-section.
the position where a woman has
Right.
bodily autonomy
Yeah, but
and
Okay,
But
she
let's
could
has the
she
reason
can
to
have a
protect
C-section
her
every
bodily
single time.
autonomy.
okay, but
Yeah.
regardless, we do have to move on.
So
No
that's
worries.
just the realistic position that I hold, and it's the honest answer to the position I hold.
Okay, regardless, we do have to move on. Freedom, I'll get your question in, and then we do have to run PRK and Wisdom's debate. But question, comments? Freedom, are you there?
Freedom, we're gonna need you to focus up, buddy. It's the main event.
out of that poll, by the way. I wanted that for my records.
I
Oh,
didn't vote because I didn't understand what the proposition is. I think
Is
the worst part
pro-life?
about the abortions is that one party is having a normative ethics conversation and the other party is having an applied ethics conversation. I see it basically every time.
Yeah. Also, the prompt, if I'm not mistaken, was which is more justified, pro-life or pro-choice?
Yeah, but
That's the reason I tried to use justification through
yeah,
actual applied data.
Okay.
yeah, but justification isn't clear about if that's normative or applied either.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Yep, love you, Coco. I'll drop. Thanks for letting me up.
Yep, thank you guys. And thank you both, Matthew and Matt, for debating. We appreciate it. It's an honor to have you guys in our presence debating. And if you guys ever want to debate different opponents, different topics in the future, DM us and we'll organize it and set it up for you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well,
And now we're going to have the PRK versus Wisdom debate. But really quick, how you feeling, Jay? How you feeling about all of this?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to ask about the is-ought fallacy problem that was going on in that particular debate, but I'll ask Matthew about it later. I don't think Matt committed a is-ought fallacy. If it's just the notion that he's raising these like research and data sets that point to this particular thing not being healthy for the person. I don't think it's stating that it is this way and it should and it ought remain this way or ought change, or that would be an is ought fallacy. But it was just bugging me on my ADHD. Also, Wisdom, I would like to formally apologize to you for something you weren't here for. I was being the protective, the overprotective brother, I guess you could say, and I was talking someone out of debating against you because I've seen this person in a debate before, and their knowledge on the topic is pretty extensive, and I've seen the way they debate before, and I didn't think that you would be an even match with the particular person. But again, that's something that should be left up to you to decide and not for me to decide. So just formally apologizing for that, but go ahead.
Oh no, God bless you, brother. I don't take offense, or I mean I appreciate you. Anything that you would say or in support of me. So yeah. God bless you.
Bet. And so the next debate, everyone. Thank you guys for all being here. There's 138 people in here. We all appreciate you. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for giving gifts to the guest, and thank you for supporting me and Jay. It helps all of us to do our projects. The last debate that we have for today before everybody can go to sleep is Prook versus Wisdom Songs on which is true, Trinitarianism or Unitarianism. Prook does want Wisdom to go first with her opening statement. So, Wisdom, are you okay with going first with your opening statement?
Yeah, sure, that's fine, because I thought it was affirmative anyway, so it's fine.
Okay. So, you're going to have 7 minutes for your opening statement, and I will start the timer whenever you say your first word.
All right, so tonight's topic, does the Bible present a Trinitarian or Unitarian nature of God? So let's start at the beginning. Before incarnation, the Word was with the Father. But I'm not implying that the Word began to exist because the Father has never been without his Word. It can be said that the Word is the rationale of the Father. As the Father is eternal consciousness, he has never been void of his mind. So that's basically saying that there's never been a time that the perfect reflection of the Father, his logos, did not exist with him. Scripture says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Greek word for logos is the term that we translate as the English term word. So this means divine expression, mind, internal thought, or rationale. So for the sake of understanding this tonight, with me and PRK, I want to employ the use of an analogy. But keeping in mind, no analogy is perfect, nor are any one comparison to God just a one-on-one. But this analogy is solely used to help conceptualize the abstract nature of our God. So PRK, if the logos is the representation of the internal thought of the Father, then comparatively, a logo for a company's brand is its visual representation of the internal concept. So just like the golden arches are McDonald's and the rare-haired girl with freckles is Wendy's, a logos is the essence of the source it signifies. We know a brand by its logo, and we know the Father by the Son. A logo reveals the inner expression of the brand, and the Son reveals the inner expression of the Father. The logo is the visible of the invisible, and as the author of Colossians tells us, the Son is just that too, the visible of the invisible Father. So that is to say, we know the Father because the Son reveals him. On this matter, Christ says, all things have been entrusted to me by my Father. No one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son desires to reveal him. So my question here, how could a creature reveal the divine mind? How can one be begotten of the Father, yet be composed of finite limitation? These are clearly oxymorons and are devoid of theological substance. But Scripture says that the Son is the exact nature of the Father. As I mentioned earlier, the nature of God is eternal. God's nature is also pure consciousness, and it's infinite. We should all agree that these qualities belong to God alone. And so the only being that can exist in the exact nature of God is clearly God. If Christ is the exact nature of the Father, then Christ is also eternal, pure consciousness, and infinite. The only being that is eternal, pure consciousness, and infinite would be God. And there is only one God. So then, that one God must signify Christ. If this is true, then there should be scripture that supports that claim. So let's search and see what we find. First, in Hebrews. The author makes it quite clear that the Son is not merely similar to God, but is the exact imprint of God. It says that the Son is the radiance of God's glory, the exact expression of his nature, sustaining all things by his powerful word. Now, the Greek word here is character, implying the precise representation that cannot stem from a created being. That would be an oxymoron. The word used to describe the imprint of the Son from the Father is similar to a die cut. It is precision. It is unmatched. When Christ said, "Truly I tell you, the Son is not able to do anything on his own, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, the Son likewise does these things." See, he's revealing a very deep ontological equality with God, or the Father. But the Son is not just claiming obedience. See, in the beginning it says the Son is not able to do anything on his own. He's not just claiming that he's obedient to the Father. He's not claiming that he's subordinate to the Father, but he's claiming that whatever the Father can do, so can the Son. This means that as the Father creates, the Son also creates. As scripture says, all things were created through him, and apart from him, not one thing was created that has ever been created. This next verse, PRK, is going to prove to you that the Son is God by referring to him as the source of life. This is Acts 3:15. The scripture reads, you unalived, I guess I should say, you unalived, the source of life, whom God raised from the dead. We are witnesses of this. So how can any theist claim the source of life refers to any other thing other than God? Now, when we listen to this next passage, imagine that these things are being said of a created being. Listen. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For everything was created by him in heaven and on earth, the visible and invisible, whether thrones, dominions, or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and by him all things hold together. So that just proves right there again that because the Son holds all things together through his power, then he has the same ontology as the Father. If there were any distinction between the essence of the Father and the Son, then surely the Son could not have created the world, as scripture is certain that apart from Yahweh there is no creator. We as Christians understand that the Son is eternally begotten of the Father. He says, "I came from the Father, and I have come into the world. Again, I am leaving the world and going to the Father." His disciples said, "Look, now you're speaking plainly, so we can't say that this is..." Oh, man. Okay, well, we can't say that that's a metaphor because his disciples say that he is speaking plainly. So with that, because the Lord... here, let me just end with the quick syllogism. Premise 1 is going to be, only God possesses the exact nature and essence of God. Premise 2, scripture declares that the Son possesses the exact nature and essence of God. Conclusion, therefore, the Son must be God. And I'll just end there.
But yeah, that was a very good opening statement. Thank you for that. PRK, now it's going to be your turn, and you're going to have 7 minutes to do your opening statement.
Yeah, my opening statement won't be too long. It's pretty clear what my position is. It's basically a fact of the scripture that Jesus is not God by the earliest sources. When we look at Paul's undisputed letters, which there are 7 that he wrote that are undisputed, that scholars agree that he wrote, even there are some that he wrote that there is some question about, but when we look at those letters, he never once identifies Jesus with God. The word in Greek for God is theos. That means God, right? Paul never identifies Jesus with God. There's one disputed verse, which is Romans 9:5, where he maybe says that Jesus is God, but there's no consensus on this verse that he identified Jesus with God because it can be considered a doxology and has grammatical ambiguity. So when we're looking at Paul's letters, the synoptic gospels, which are the earliest sources, the earliest source material in regards to the biographies of Jesus, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And when we look at Acts, they never identify Jesus with God. Now, maybe this isn't a problem. However, this is a big problem. The silence there, it's not just a simple argument from silence, it's what we expect to see. We expect to see them identify Jesus with God if they believe Jesus was God. But we don't see that. And we see that Ignatius, for example, is an early church father who in 108 AD identifies Jesus with God. So why wouldn't Paul, who's writing to well-established churches, say that? It doesn't make any sense that you got a church father shortly after the first century identifying Jesus with Theos, but none of the apostles identify him with that, and the synoptic authors don't either. Doesn't make any sense. So if they don't identify Jesus with Theos, we can pretty much infer conclusively that they didn't believe that he was Theos or God. That's a big detail. Now, when we're looking at Acts, for example, the book of Acts was written by Luke, and in it, it states that the apostles would go around and preach that Jesus was the Messiah, and they wouldn't elaborate on the fact that Jesus was God. Of course, if they believed that Jesus was God, they would elaborate on that fact and preach that day in and day out. But like in Acts 5 and 42, it says that day in and day out, they preached that Jesus was the Messiah, right? They would never preach that Jesus was God. They never further elaborated on that statement. Beyond that, Clement of Rome, who is a person within the scripture and is the earliest church father we actually have a source from, he doesn't identify Jesus with God either. So we have all of these sources coming together, earliest church fathers, and also the earliest sources within the New Testament, such as Paul's letters, the Synoptic Gospels, and Acts. None of them say that Jesus is God. The word for God, again, is theos. Theos means God metaphysically. None of them identify them as that. Beyond that, God exalted Jesus. God raised Jesus from the dead. God appointed Jesus. In Acts 17 and 31, it said, God appointed a man to judge the world, and that was Jesus Christ. So it's God doing the works through Jesus. It's very clear throughout the scripture. The distinction between God and Jesus and God and the Son even are made consistently. So obviously Jesus isn't God. This whole idea of the Trinity and that Jesus is God is developed hundreds of years after the first century, formalized in the Council of Nicaea. Beyond that, you got the Athanasius Creed that comes mid-second century, but it's not a formal Trinity. A lot of these people thought that Jesus was a lesser God. So this stuff is not clear whatsoever. And beyond that, I would just like to say that the Bible doesn't seem to be infallible whatsoever. The Bible seems to be completely fallible. People were recognizing Scripture as time went on. Nobody understood what Scripture was, and simply there is no good reason to think that the Bible has no errors or is infallible. There are theological developments. That is present in any religious tradition. What we ought to focus on is the resurrection of Jesus Christ and not the book, because the book is not important. The book has been evident of being just like any other religious tradition. There's nothing special about it. We need to drop that and focus on the resurrection of Jesus Christ, just like how Paul says. That's my time. I'll concede there. Or I'll see my time there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm stopping the time now. You had 2 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock. So we'll start the cross-examination rounds. Wisdom, you've got 5 minutes to ask questions or talk the entire time. I'll start whenever you say your first word.
All right, so PRK, so you had three main arguments. The first one being that the earliest disciples, like Paul, did not believe that Jesus was God. Do you want to stick with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if I can show you where Paul did believe that Jesus was God, would you change your position?
Sure. If he identified Jesus as Theos, yeah.
What if he identifies Jesus as Yahweh?
Yeah. You'd have to present me the verse.
Okay, so if do you want to read it or do you want me to read the verse?
Sure, yeah, go ahead. And name the verse, yeah, if you can.
Okay, so we can just start here at 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verses 9 through 10. And it does say, let us, well, here, so before I read the scripture, when was Christ ever tempted by snakes?
When was Christ tempted by snakes? I'm not sure. I don't think he was.
Remember any time at all where Christ was tempted by snakes?
No, not at the top of my head. I don't recall.
Okay, so this is what Paul writes. He said, and this is in Corinthians, so it's a Pauline letter.
No, go ahead and elaborate.
Okay, and so how much time do I have, Coco?
Give me 1 sec. I'll check. You have 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, hold on. So this is going to be in Numbers chapter 41. Can you hold on? Okay, here, I'll just start at Numbers chapter 41, and then we'll start at verse 43. And it says, Moses and Aaron went to the front of the tent meeting, and the Lord said to Moses, Get away from this community so that I may consume them instantly, but they fell face down. Then Moses told Aaron, Take your fire pan, place fire from the altar in it, and add, this is for the atonement. Hold on. I don't want you to pause my time, but I don't want to read this whole thing. So, but in Numbers, right here, PRK, and you could read this also, but the Lord did send snakes as a plague to the Israelites. So, with Paul actually tying this to Yahweh and saying that it was Christ, wouldn't that confirm that Paul knew that Christ was Yahweh or that Christ was God?
No, of course not. I mean, there are applications of Christ to Yahweh all the time, but just the fact that even scriptures in the Old Testament that are about Yahweh that are applied to Christ in the New Testament, that doesn't identify Jesus as God whatsoever. Paul uses flowery language all the time, and the fact of the matter is that Paul understood that there was one God, and he called him the Father.
No,
He
but
didn't call him.
hold on. Yahweh is the divine name. Would you agree?
Yes.
And it's blasphemous to call anybody Yahweh, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so through the Holy Spirit, we believe that Paul is Holy Spirit led. Through the Holy Spirit, he did call Christ Yahweh. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, so through the Holy Spirit, he called Christ Yahweh. Again, I don't understand why you think that this scripture that applies Yahweh to Christ means that he's calling Christ Yahweh.
Okay. So in scripture, where it says that Christ is the author of life, what is the author of life?
Yeah, so if it says that Christ is the author of life, that could be figurative in nature. It doesn't mean that he necessarily created the world. If you look at Acts 17 and 24, it clearly says that
In
God
what
the
way,
Father
hold on,
created
in
the
what
world.
way can we figuratively be the author or source of life?
Yeah, you could be figuratively the author of life in the sense that everything was made through Christ, that
Okay,
nothing would be made without him.
okay, cut it right there. That'll be the end of the cross-examination. Prook, you will get your 5 minutes to ask questions, or you could talk the whole time. It's your cross-examination, starting when you say your first word.
Sure. So in the scripture in the New Testament, it says that God cannot be tempted, but we understand that Christ was tempted. And in fact, in Hebrews, it said that he was tempted in every way and that he was tempted just like a human was. So how do you reconcile this?
And again, in the book of Numbers, it says that the Lord was tempted by the Israelites. So either you're going to concede right here and right now that that Lord was Christ, or you're just going to concede that the word tempted just means tested.
Yeah, so if it says the Lord was tempted by, if it says that if it says the Lord was tempted, sure, it may say that in a sense that I'd have to look at the scripture at what you're talking about. If it says the Lord was tempted, I would say that would be completely figurative. The fact of the matter is, no Trinitarian scholar would respond in the way that you would. Every single response would be that God was tempted in his human nature, not his divine nature. So to pull that type of card out doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially considering the fact that no person would agree with you on that matter.
Well, you asked me, right? If Christ is God, how could he be tempted? But we just read a verse in Numbers that said that Yahweh was. But what's funny is that Paul, who you said never called Christ God, connected that Christ to Yahweh in the book of Numbers. So either you can see that Yahweh faced the exact same sort of tempting that you're calling just hyperbole, or you say that Christ is Yahweh. Either one.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that verse again. Again, that would not be the orthodox response by any Christian
I'm not
scholar.
Orthodox.
No. Yeah, by orthodox, I mean just a fundamental
I
Christian.
know. I mean, I'm just not.
Yeah. So, um, in the book of Acts, the Acts of the Apostles, why is it the fact that they proclaim that Jesus is the Messiah day in and day out, but don't further elaborate that he's God?
Oh, amen. So they proclaim he's the Messiah day in and day out because those that really understood the scriptures understood that the Messiah would be God indwelling in flesh. They knew that he wasn't just going to be a man like you and me.
Where's the evidence for that?
Many of his disciples called him God with natural ease and worshiped him.
What's the evidence of that?
Peter calls him God and worships him. John calls him God. And do you understand that John the Baptist also said that Christ existed before him? How could John the Baptist say that if he didn't exist before him?
Where does Peter call him God? As far as I'm concerned, Peter calls Jesus God's Messiah explicitly.
In his second epistle, he does call him God.
Do you know what the verse is?
I could get it for you. It's gonna be Second Peter. Hold on, give me a second. Second Peter, 1:1, that was easy. So it says, Simon Peter, a servant and an apostle of Jesus Christ, to those who have received a faith equal to ours through the righteousness of our God and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so our God and Savior, that's like in Titus 2 and 13, and even in Romans 9 and 5, that would be a doxology. Do you know what a doxology is?
What is it?
A doxology would be a hymn or a saying that would be a praise to God. It's not necessarily identifying anybody with God.
And where do
In
you
fact,
get, hold on, I can't ask you
yeah.
questions. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So for example, Romans 9:5 is a doxology where it calls Jesus God overall, and there's no consensus on Romans 9:5 calling Jesus God because it's a doxology. It's just citing a hymn that Jesus is God overall. It's not saying that he's God. But either way, right? So to the next one. So why is God the head of Christ?
You mean, why is the Father the head of the Son? Because the Father is the source.
It doesn't say that. It says God is the head of Christ.
Well, I'm answering you why it says that. The Father is the source, so he is the head of Christ. He is the head of the Son.
Why would we assume that the Son is also God when in Paul's letters, over 500 instances in the undisputed letters, he identifies God with the Father, but never once identifies God with the Son?
We would never assume that because the verse that I just read to you, he calls the Son God. Not only that, other apostles and disciples explicitly call the Son God, so we would never assume that.
The verse you've read is there's no consensus on it.
What do you mean
Calling him
there's no
God.
consensus on it?
Finish your
There
last
simply
sentence.
isn't. So why is Jesus subordinate to the Father in every way, and why is there no clear indication of ontological equality in the Scripture?
Okay, Wisdom,
I would
you can
disagree
answer
that
that.
he's subordinate to the Father in every way.
Okay, and then we'll end the cross-examination there. Wisdom, now it's time for your second cross-examination. You get 5 minutes. It starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. All right, so let's just start here. John 1:18 in the earliest manuscripts does say that the begotten Son is God. How do you reconcile this with saying that he's not God?
In John. So yeah,
John
I don't
1:18.
yeah, so I don't take the Bible as to be infallible. John does
Okay,
have.
all right, fine. Okay, hold on.
Mhm.
So when Jude says that the Lord, and he actually signifies him as Christ, brought the Israelites out of Egypt, how do you reconcile that?
Yeah, so that there could be many explanations for that. In Jude 1 and 4, he explicitly says that God is our Father. He doesn't even call him the
Okay, fine,
Father.
fine. So in Colossians, where it says, "For everything was created by him in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible." How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, so when it's talking about invisible and visible, it could be talking about things being created in a different sense,
It says that
not
he has created all
necessarily
things
physical.
pre-K. I mean, PRK. Sorry. It says that he has made all things, whether visible or invisible. All things were created by him. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, whether that be dominions or rulers or churches or whatever it may be, that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about literally everything.
Okay. When Christ says, I have came from the Father and have come into the world, and again am leaving the world and going to the Father. When he says he has come from the Father, how do you reconcile him just being a flesh and blood human man?
Yeah, when he says he's come from the Father, he can understand that he is the anointed one of the holy God and the Messiah that is to be exalted. He could absolutely understand
Okay,
that.
thank you. So the Son is begotten of the Father. Can I beget a donkey?
Yeah, so I you can you beget a donkey?
Yeah, can I, as a human, beget a donkey?
No.
What can I beget? A human, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so can the Father, being God and an eternal being, can he beget a creation?
Yeah, this whole begotten idea is talking about his exaltation. That
Okay,
he was made Lord and Christ, as it says in
that's not what
multiple
the word
places.
begotten means. Okay, but hold on, I don't want to lose because there's only five
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay,
There's
go ahead.
only 5 minutes. So when John the Baptist says that the Son existed before him, what did he mean?
Yeah, if you're talking about the Son existing before him, John the Baptist is not talking about a second person in the Godhead. He's talking about the fact that the Son is preeminent.
No, John the Baptist says that he existed before me. But the thing is, John the Baptist is older in the flesh than Christ. So John the Baptist says that Christ existed before him.
Right. So if John the Baptist is saying that Christ existed before him, what I would understand that as is that Christ would understand that that Christ is preeminent.
Okay, fine. Last question here. Philippians says that Christ is the exact nature and also has equality with God. What does it mean to have equality with God if you're a creature?
Philippians 2 and 6 was cited by Clement of Rome and First Clement, and he interprets it as the Unitarians would, that Christ did not come in pride and arrogance like he could have, but instead he humbled himself and became like a
That
servant.
makes no sense. He said, wait. It says he has equality with God. And then the other scripture says that he is the exact imprint of the Father. Now, when you put those two things together, that he has equality with God and that he is the exact imprint of the Father, how is he a created being?
Yeah, he exactly represents God's attributes, morphe theo,
Didn't
form of God.
Jeremiah and Isaiah represent God's attributes also?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why are they not the exact representation of the Father?
Because Christ perfectly represents those attributes.
Christ has the same essence of the Father according to that verse. The verse that's actually
Absolutely
used,
not.
absolutely. The word that is actually used do you know the word?
Yeah, morphe theo.
No, not morphe, the hypostasis. Do you know what that word means?
Hypostasis?
Do you know what it means? It's
What,
not pronounced
substance, right?
hypostasis, but do you know what it means?
Substance.
Okay. And in the case of the Bible, it means substance, essence. So it is saying to you that the Son is the
Commissioner
exact
Washington,
substance of the Father. How do you reconcile that?
okay,
No,
repeat that
this is
question and
not what it's saying. It's saying that the Son is the representation of God, a highly exalted being, God being applied to other people like Moses and whatnot. Theos doesn't necessarily have to mean nature, it can mean functional as well, just like how it was applied to Moses and Judges and whatnot.
Okay, we'll end the cross exam there. Prook, you're going to get 5 minutes to ask your questions, and that'll be the end of the second cross examination. I'll start the time when you say your first word.
Yeah, so Wisdom, why do you think that the Bible is infallible?
I believe that the Bible, because it says that the Word of God is preserved. So, what I need to understand about my Lord and Savior is preserved. I can trace it all the way, and I have traced it all the way from Genesis to Revelation, outside and inside of the Bible, with even evidence from the Talmud and other non biblical sources that are quite hostile to the gospel, still support the death, burial, and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
So it doesn't seem like you at all answered my question, but it's okay. I'll move on to the next. It's my questioning, I guess. Um, why do the synoptic authors and the Acts of the Apostles not identify Jesus with Theos? I know I already asked this to you, but I'm gonna have to ask this.
And I just identified to you that John, Paul, and Peter, and John the Baptist all explicitly, in every single chapter in Mark, explicitly say that the Son is God. So you're making a claim that I've already shown you is wrong. John 1:18, no one has seen the Father, the one and only begotten God who is in the Father's bosom, he has revealed him. That is from a disciple.
Why in First John does it say that if you deny that Jesus is the Christ, that you are the Antichrist?
Because the Christ, meaning the anointed, the Messiah that was prophesied to come.
Right. So why in First John does he say that you're the Antichrist for simply denying that Jesus is the Messiah, not that Jesus is God?
Because you are the Antichrist for denying that Jesus is Messiah. Now, when you know who Messiah really is, i.e., you actually read the Hebrew scriptures, then you know that he is also your God. Do you understand that in Malachi, he told you that he, God, the Father, is going to come dwell in his temple?
So in Acts 17 and 31, 30 and 31, Paul obviously understands the Messiah to be a man. He says that God appointed a man to judge the world. So how do you understand this?
So yeah, I do believe that Christ is fully man. So I have no problem with it.
So was Christ tempted in his human nature or his divine nature?
That would have been his human nature. The same as the growing in wisdom, the same as the being hungry. That would have been his human nature.
Why doesn't the scripture at all elucidate on the fact that he was tempted in his human nature, not his divine nature?
Oh, it absolutely does. It does say that being equal to God, he found it not robbery. And so he humbled himself. Humbling means that you've gone from this one state and you've gone to another state. So the one
I
state
return my crown.
being the divine taking on flesh. So it did allude to it.
Are,
It
are, are you
actually,
are you aware that First Clement and in First Clement, Clement of Rome does not interpret Philippians 2 and 6 like you do?
I don't have to hold to everything Clement of Rome says. Do you know that Ignatius says that Jesus Christ is God?
I am aware of that, but Clement of Rome precedes him, and in his letter he never
Did you
identifies
know that
Jesus as
Justin
God.
Martyr says that Jesus is God?
Why should I accept what
Bishop of
Clement?
Melito says that Jesus is God. Many church fathers say that Jesus is God.
Why should I
So
accept
if we're
any
going to
church
play the
father?
church father game,
Wisdom.
you will lose.
Wisdom. The only reason I bring up Clement is because he's actually mentioned in the Bible and he's the earliest source. Why should I trust any church father for this information?
Okay, so two things. Number one, you can't give me definitive proof that Clement is that Clement. That's number one. Number two, Ignatius, if you want to play that, Ignatius of Antioch, being historically from the church that Paul set up, your hero, So if Ignatius, being from Antioch, can affirm that Christ is God, and Ignatius, as you know, was a contemporary essentially of Paul, then Ignatius saying that Christ is God holds lots of weight, does it not?
No, it doesn't when Clement doesn't identify him as God in about 40 chapters.
All
But
comes
either
down to
way,
Clement. Okay.
yeah, well, the earliest, would you admit the earliest, so would you say that in Paul's undisputed letters he does identify Jesus as God?
I would say absolutely that Paul identifies Jesus as God. Absolutely.
In his undisputed letters?
Is Corinthians disputed? What do you
No.
consider disputed and undisputed?
Corinthians isn't disputed.
Okay, we're
Okay, well
gonna cut it
then
right there. That'll be the end of the cross examination. So we're gonna move on to final statements. Wisdom, you're gonna get 3 minutes to do your closing statements. It starts whenever you say your first word.
all right, so listen. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, we've proven that Jesus is in fact God. Yes, he is. So let's take a look. PRK's biggest contentions here, number one, he tried to say that the disciples did not say that Jesus is God. And then number two, he tried to say that the church fathers didn't say it, but that's wrong. Again, John, a disciple, and I'll quote the verse, no one has seen the Father. The only begotten God, this signifies the Son. He is the one who reveals the Father. John did say he is God. Paul also called Christ Yahweh. Jude also called Christ Yahweh. Peter also called Christ God. They all worshiped him. And John the Baptist, who was born with the Holy Spirit, also said that before him, Christ existed. So, yes, they all did call Christ God. And then when you go to the church fathers, again, it gets even worse for him because all of them called Christ God. Ignatius, Justin Martyr, the Bishop of Mileto, Polycarp, Irenaeus, Athanasius, the list goes on and on and on of people that had the Holy Spirit that were leading our church that did understand that Christ is God. But what he never really touched on is the fact that if scripture says that the Son is the exact substance, and he admitted it, y'all heard him admit it, that the Son is the exact substance of the Father, then how can he not be God? If Wisdom Songs, and the same substance of God, then there's something wrong. It wouldn't even make sense. The only thing that can be the substance of God is God. So scripture, it's plain and it's clear and it tells you multiple different ways. When you go back and you look at the prophecies in the Old Testament, it was Yahweh prophesied to come in the flesh. We know that Christ is Yahweh because Paul affirms it. Jude affirms it. So when you put all of these things together, you know that it says that if you don't believe that Christ is the Messiah, that you are Antichrist. Why? Because you are denying the promise. You are denying the reconciliation of the divine and the human back to the Father. PRK. If you want to waffle around scripture that says through the Son, all things were created, if you want to waffle around scripture that says that the Son is the author and the source of your life, and when I ask you, how is it that not God is the author of your life, you say, I don't know. It's not acceptable. Because as Christians, we have to believe as it is written, PRK. And Jesus Christ is your God. He is the visible of the invisible Father. If that were not true, it would be idolatry when scripture says to worship the Son and honor him the same as you honor the Father. And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your last statement. And PRK, it's your turn. You get 3 minutes. I'll start whenever you say your first word.
Notice when I asked her that if the scripture was infallible, she had no good reason to say that it is infallible. Obviously, the scripture is fallible. It follows the trends of any other religious tradition. For example, there are theological developments from the Gospel of Mark to the Gospel of John. That's not controversial whatsoever. and that would be resembling any other religious tradition. So obviously, you know, we not only is there not a good reason to think that scripture was infallible, but there is also counter evidence to suggest that it is, that in fact that is just common with any other scripture. Beyond that, right, she says that Paul identified Jesus as God. Well, when we look at the undisputed letters, the letters that Paul actually wrote, according to the evidence that we have, no, he didn't. In Romans 9:5, this would be the only instance where maybe you could claim such a thing, but there's grammatical ambiguity, and not only that, it is considered to be a doxology, which is to say that it's just a hymn that would be recited. It's not to say that Jesus is God whatsoever. I mean, there are 500 instances in Paul's undisputed letters where he talks about God, and never once does he associate Jesus with that word God. He identifies him as the word Lord, which means Kyrios, and it has nothing to do with God. God, metaphysically, is Theos, and over 500 instances, Paul doesn't identify Jesus as that word. Not only that, in the Synoptic Gospels in the book of Acts, it is a fact that they don't identify Jesus with God either. So that's just not true either. I mean, she made that statement. It's not true. This stuff is highly unexpected if they thought that Jesus was God. I brought it up earlier in my opening statement. Ignatius states that Jesus is Theos in his letter in 108 AD. So it's not a hard thing to state that Jesus is God if you believe that Jesus was God, just like Ignatius did. Paul was writing to well-established churches who already knew that Jesus was the Messiah risen. So it makes no sense that he would not elaborate further on the fact that Jesus was God. Same in the book of Acts, when they're going around saying that Jesus is the risen Messiah and don't elaborate further on the fact that he's God. Well, you can say this is an argument from silence, which it is, but it's something that we don't expect to see whatsoever. We're talking about Paul, we're talking about the synoptic authors, we're talking about Luke, who wrote Luke and Acts, none of which are identifying Jesus with the word God, which is theos in the Greek. So obviously, this is highly unexpected if they believe that Jesus was God. And like I said before, Ignatius identified Jesus with God in 108 AD, so there should be no reservation to do such a thing, especially if they're writing to well-established churches. In 1 John, he says, whoever denies that Jesus is the Messiah is the Antichrist. He's writing to well-established churches who are denying Jesus' humanity. That's why he said that. He said that if you deny that Jesus is the Messiah, that you're the Antichrist. Of course the Holy Spirit preserved the truth, but all this extra stuff is just layered on. It's not the truth of the matter. The apostles, the earliest church, did not believe it,
Last
and we see
sentence.
that from the earliest sources, such as the Paul's letters, the Synoptics, the Book of Acts, etc. These are the earliest sources. We're going to follow them. We're going to look for the truth. John is the only one that identifies Jesus with Theos a few times.
Okay, and we'll cut it off there. Thank you guys both for your debate and interacting with each other. From what I can tell, you guys have really studied into this topic, and both of you guys are brilliant, and we really appreciate you guys for debating and being here. Thank you guys. You guys did a really good job. I'll put up a poll so the audience can vote and determine who they thought won. But Jay, you got any words to say?
Yeah, that was an awesome debate. Wisdom. I have to give you props on one part of your opening. Your association with the logos with a logo of a company. That was truly brilliant. I must say. I hope that you came up with that and you didn't get it somewhere. Pruk, another amazing job. You're very well studied in this, and it seems you're gaining more knowledge every time you have one of these debates. And I think you both did a great job at exhibiting calm, cool, and collective nature within the debate. And I hope to see you guys go against each other again and kind of hash out even more of this topic. Thank you again for coming here and debating.
And yep, the poll is up. everybody that's in the live. There's 114 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's like late at night, but go ahead and like vote in the poll and tell us who you thought won. I would have guessed up, but I think that after the poll, I think we've worked really hard and we're probably just gonna go to sleep, get some rest. I know I'm tired. Anyone else tired?
Pushed. I don't know why. I'm normally up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning anyway, but for some reason this has just been a lot harder.
Yeah. You know, it's actually crazy. Me and OG Kylo, we hosted like 9 debates and we got like 100K likes. But this time we hosted 5 debates and got over 100K likes. So real
Yeah,
achievement.
I was telling somebody in the comments that you broke a record, a personal record, for the platform, which is totally awesome. Like when you broke 100,000 with less debates, that was a personal record. That was pretty awesome. Glad to be a part of that. Glad to be a part of that.
Really awesome celebrity guest, and I have more in store. I'm thinking about one particular person I could get. Ian wants to do another debate, but it's going to be with a specific individual that might be a hard gig to book, but I'm going to try and see what I can do.
Yeah. You've been, your name is going around TikTok now as the guy who gets the stars. So all you need now is to like get a star that's not normal to TikTok, but everybody knows he or she is in the debate world, and get them to come and get on the platform and debate. That would be like probably the clincher. Like you would clinch it.
Yeah. By the way, there's somebody in the comments named Matt Hutch. You guessed it. You guessed the matchup that I want to try and book. But Ian, I can get on a debate. The other individual will be a hard gig to pull. So
Yeah, that would be. Oh my God, you'd have most of TikTok up here.
yes, right.
Oh my God, that would be crazy. That would be utterly insane. That would be historic for TikTok.
Okay, but yeah,
I would like to see see if you can get Matt Dillahunty. Now that would be something.
That would be a poll, dude. Imagine.
That would be crazy, dude. Matt Dillahunty. I mean, come on, dude. Like nobody else is getting Matt Dillahunty to come to TikTok and debate. Like I don't even think Matt Dillahunty has a TikTok, but even if he did, that would be insane. Or like J Mike against anybody. Like what's the British guy's name? The young British guy. He's
Alex O'Connor.
Alex O'Connor. Yeah, he's jeez, that would be crazy.
That would be crazy.
Like
we're just waiting on the poll.
Alex O'Connor against William Lane Craig on TikTok, Coco's TikTok. That would be wild.
But here, I'll have one guest. But I guess Pruk is out. But thank you, Pruk, for being here. If you can still hear me, thank you. We appreciate it. Okay. And also, thank you, Wisdom, for being here as well. But yeah, we're just waiting on the poll.
Yeah, God bless you guys. So, all right. Well, you guys have a good night. And Jay, you know what? Can I say something? The Lord, honestly, like I was looking up the definition for logos, like the Greek word, and I didn't put the S, and so logo just happened to come up. And so I started praying on it. Could that actually be a way to could it actually be because analogies can get a bit blasphemous. And so I'm glad that it made sense, because sometimes things make sense in my own head and they don't make sense to other people. So God bless you.
It was actually excellent.
Yeah.
I was kind of blown away by it, like because the root of logo actually comes from the Hebrew logos. So
It does. It's the
yeah,
same word. It's the exact same
yeah,
word. Yeah.
it's the
Same
exact
word.
same word. Yep. I was waiting for someone to make that connection, but it would have been stupid for me to make that connection. I'm not a Christian or Trinitarian, so making that connection would have been. So I was waiting for someone to make that connection, and sure enough, yeah, you bought it. That was pretty damn
Well,
good.
maybe it was the Holy Spirit making that connection for you, Jay. So it happens when
Always
you're friends with theists. All right. I
consummate
gotta go.
theist. Later, Wisdom.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks
All
for
right, you
stopping
too.
by.
Bye, Coco. Thanks for hosting.
Oh, yeah, no problem at all. But okay, no, that was fun.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to say the poll was 50-50 even, and PRK voted for himself. So that means Wisdom won by one vote. So Wisdom killed it. Wisdom slayed 1-0. L PRK, L Unitarianism, W Trinitarianism, W Wisdom. I'm messing. But
Wait a second, Coco.
self and
Did you vote?
No, I
Coco, did you
didn't.
vote? All right, who you voting for then? Are you going to
I
be the
was so tired.
tiebreaker?
I don't even know. Like,
no, because because it was a tie. It was 50-50, and PRK voted for himself. So Wisdom won. Wisdom won.
yeah.
Wisdom won.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, either way.
She did. Not even technically, actually, because PRK's vote wouldn't matter because it's him voting for himself. So yeah, yeah.
Okay.
W
I
A
call
A
for
A.
rematch
Good,
too.
good job on the win, Wisdom.
But yeah,
We have to slay all the lies. Obviously, Jesus is God. I mean, if you look at the scriptures, I would say to comment on Wisdom's performance. I know you didn't really have much time, but I feel like responses that PRK was giving that you should have had a little bit more pushback. But other than that, I would say you did pretty decent. PRK did decent. I mean, his defense of some of the scriptures, I mean, they made sense from his perspective. But yeah, that's really all I gotta say. Really for the debate.
Okay.
Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear? Could y'all hear me, or was I just lagging too hard?
Oh no, but we can hear you.
yeah, I heard you.
Oh, okay. No, all right. But yeah, no, that's all I have to say. So if somebody else wants to come up, remember it's really hard for me to like drop by myself because this phone is like really bad, bro.
Okay, I got you.
All right, Cypher, man. Thanks for stopping by again.
But I guess we'll just say some final thoughts, and then honestly, we can get in our beds and go to sleep. But Jay, you can go first.
All right, thanks for having me as co-host. This was amazing, amazing. I think the reason why I'm still up right now is because I'm kind of hyped about this. This is crazy. Like being a part of this when you were nearly at like 800 people in the live at one time. It's just I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away, man. Yeah, your success is steadily rising, man, and I can only hope to jump on your star scream and take the ride with you, man. I'm extremely proud of you, man. Extremely proud of you because, I was there when you were barely getting 3 or 4 people in your live at one time. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, yeah. I know the struggle, bro. I know the struggle, and yeah, just keep on rolling, bro. Keep on rolling, and thank you very much for this. And we're gonna be back. We're gonna be back Sunday, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do one more on Sunday, and then hopefully TikTok figures something out and they can stay. But if not, the following week I'll be posting like where I'm gonna be going
Most likely just Neptune. I think Neptune is the only feasible option. So
Yeah, you gotta send me an invite for Neptune. I've never heard of Neptune. What's the platform like? Is it all right?
it's like it's a copy of TikTok, and I think once they get like live going, they are gonna get live and they are gonna get guest features going. It's gonna be the best option out there to replace TikTok. So Neptune is the move.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
I would definitely be a part of that too. Just one more platform to have. So, but yeah, again, man, thanks for letting me be a part of this, man. And I will see you Sunday. What time again? Central?
It's gonna be 6 to 11, so it won't be to 12. It'll be to 11.
So 7 to 12 for me. All right. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, man.
Yep.
I'll see you Sunday. I'll stay for your words and then I'll get out of here.
Okay. I guess. I don't know. I don't really have much to say. Yeah, today was crazy. I went from like 9,000. Wait, no, I went from 7,700 followers to 7,900 followers in this live alone. So we grew like 200 followers and like 200 followers. I messaged every single one of those followers because I do want to support the people who support me. Um, like, like what can I say? Like, I started this channel and I had like 50 people following me. Now I have almost 8,000 people following me. So to 72 people that are here and to everybody who watched, thank you guys very much. And like also like I just genuinely appreciate the people who, like I've had my ups and downs. I've had like good debates. I've had debates where I've been sort of an ugly person, but people still stuck with me and are still giving me a chance. And thank you guys. Learning, growing, debating, and trying to figure out what ideas to believe in. Um, Jay, this was like, dude, this is awesome, and
Yeah.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to have you, of all people, someone who's been here from day one, be like right next to me doing this. So this
Right.
is like absolutely wonderful. I'm gonna keep doing this as long as I can, doing more research, doing debates, learning, growing, and yeah, this is really awesome. We had like nearly 1,000 people in here. We got Ian in here. We got Jason in here. We got Daniel Green, Wi-Fi Gospel in here. A lot of big hitters. And
Big boys.
yeah, that was for this debate. And then we also had like Saitan on one of the previous debates, the last day of debates. So we just keep getting like big guests, and hopefully there's more. So love the debates. I'm going to keep doing them. And I'm grateful to be doing this. And I appreciate all the people who support me. And yeah, there's going to be more debates. Who knows what will happen? We'll make more matchups. But yeah, that's all I got to say.
I don't know. Podcast in the works. Podcast in the works. Yeah. I'm actually working on starting a podcast, which I'm gonna be doing on I forget the name of the platform now, but it's a podcast platform. And so yeah, I'm still working on getting some equipment to start doing the podcast, and hopefully these lives that I do can kind of fuel that. And yeah, my co-host pick will be you, of course. So actually, it won't even be a co-host; to be host and host for both of us. But yeah, got a lot of things in the works, man. And I'll be letting you know as I get them together. I tend to, and this is weird coming from a person who's a non-believer in like metaphysics and stuff like that. But I tend to jinx myself, and I tell people about stuff before it actually happens, and then it suddenly falls apart. So I'm just gonna say it's in the works and leave it at that. So I don't get too many particulars, but yeah, it's in the works, and hopefully it'll work out. And you know, maybe I'll be bringing you to a different platform, and we can get with the big boys, the real big boys. Then like that'll be crazy.
Definitely. Okay. Thank you everyone for being here. We're gonna call it a night. I might hop around some lives, but I'll be doing that from the comfort of my bed. But we'll see.
Yep.
Cypher was asking who won. I will post the results actually before I go to sleep tonight because I do have screenshots of the polls. So I will post those. And yeah, thank you guys for attending. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Jay, for hosting with me. And I think the next event, if we do another one before the TikTok ban, will probably be on your channel, but I have to plan it and everything.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.